front there at half staff. As the nation prepares to hand off the reins to a new commander-in-chief today, the incoming president held a campaign-style rally Sunday. He thanked his supporters who delivered him a second term in office. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen reports on the very latest from Washington.
Donald Trump thanking his supporters at a big rally tonight in D.C. The incoming president is pledging to start putting his policies in place on day one.
Welcome to the Make America Great Again Victory Rally!
Kid Rock and other performers warmed up a crowd of about 20,000 in Washington, D.C. They packed into Capital One Arena to see the man of the hour, President-elect Donald Trump.
Tomorrow at noon, we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
Even though Monday's events have been scaled down amid a frigid weather forecast, those who made the trip still brimming with enthusiasm about Trump's imminent return to the White House.
Go Trump, man. Can't wait for the next 4 years.
These are great people for a great country, and we're looking at a great future.
After Trump takes the oath of office, sources tell Fox he will sign more than 200 executive actions on day one. Among them, Trump will declare a national border emergency and direct the military to work with the Department of Homeland Security.
By the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, the invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home.
Trump also signaled he plans to give social media app TikTok a 90-day extension on a ban that was set to begin today.
As of today, TikTok is back.
The inauguration ceremony will start at 11:30 in the morning Eastern Time. Trump will be sworn in as the nation's 47th president around noon. In Washington, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for that preview. And again, a quick reminder, Inauguration Day 2025 on this Monday, January 20th. Don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, our live coverage for that anticipated event beginning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, I'm in the host chair well before giving you that preview coverage. And speaking of that preview coverage, let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners out in D.C., giving you another live look at the White House. Our content partners at Fox 5 DC are getting you excited and informed on this Monday. All you need to know about Inauguration Day 2025. They'll have the very latest security measures. They'll have the very latest at what you're allowed to bring if you plan to attend. Everything you need to know. Let's check in with them now.
Good Monday morning. Welcome into Fox 5 on this coverage of all of today's events. Stephanie Ramirez is live outside of Capital One Arena this morning, where people are waiting to get inside. Melanie Alwick is checking the latest from Metro, including important station closures you need to know if you do plan on coming downtown.
But first, let's get things started with Fox 5's Marie Ume, who is live outside of St. John's Church with a preview of the traditional prayer service at St. John's Episcopal Church, which stands right across from the White House in Lafayette Park. Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning. Let me set the scene for you. Lots of activity right here outside St. John's Episcopal Church. Taking you around here, you see the press pool getting set now for the festivities this morning and the ceremonies this morning outside the church. I want to bring you back here. We talked about security last week. Security remains very, very tight. You see the anti-scale fencing. More of it continues to go up this morning. These workers have been here. This road now is completely blocked off. Last week, we were allowed to come down this road. Now it is completely blocked off for several blocks. In fact, we couldn't even park this close, but you are allowed to walk up. So again, a very busy scene here this morning as folks are preparing for the swearing-in ceremony and the activities happening at St. John's Church. This is all traditional, as you recall. Usually the presidents will do this before the swearing-in ceremony. Last time, security side, the president will head, and the First Lady will head to St. John's Episcopal Church, which is often referred to as the Church of the President. This is a symbolic and traditional starting point for the day, and it's really aimed at setting a tone of solemnity and reflection before the rest of the pomp and circumstance of the day begins. begins. Now, we're told that the rector of the church, Reverend Robert Fisher, has been meeting with the Trump team to plan out a service that he says will be brief, but will also provide the incoming president with a chance to reflect on the 4 years that lie ahead. It's a tradition that began some 92 years ago. There are no cameras or video allowed inside the church. This is a purely apolitical event. Now, after the service, the president-elect will head to Blair House to prepare for the formal proceedings of the day. And then after that, Trump and the First Lady will make their way to the White House, where they will meet with outgoing President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. That'll happen around 9:40 this morning. Traditionally, this meeting is private. It's a cordial meeting over tea, allows the outgoing president to formally welcome the new president, also symbolizes the peaceful transfer of power. But you will recall 4 years ago, then President Trump and Melania, 8 years ago, then President Trump and Melania broke with tradition and did not invite the Bidens to the White House for the customary meeting and tea. Instead, they left D.C. and headed to Florida. Now, today, though, after the meeting, the Bidens will then head to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony, as will the Trumps after all of the proceedings here. Again, back here live outside the White House, you see a very busy scene here. I want to show you the White House. You see the scaffolding up, lots of security measures in place. This has been going on for many, many weeks.
This is north and southbound direction. This is closed due to icy conditions, so obviously everything Taylor's been talking about between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. Just use Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning. Here's a big list of everything that's going to be closed for the inauguration today. Your best bet if you're headed out the door is definitely going to be to use Metro. Of course, do a lot on foot if you are headed through the D.C. area. A lot of people do have today off, so keep that in mind as well. But there's a full list on fox5dc.com. Also great, inauguration.dc.gov. That's all we got in terms of your roads. Stick with us. We'll be back after a quick break.
Fox 5. We appreciate Fox 5 DC for that extensive coverage. As they go to a quick break, giving you a live look. They're at the nation's capital, the White House there on your screen here at 4:14 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
That's right. So we are actually being moved back. So we've got to get to walking beyond the perimeter where we need to be. So this is the road that's closed off Black Lives Matter Plaza. This is all shut off. This is St. John's Episcopal Church where the ceremony will take place. You see the press pool setting up, a lot of security measures in place. We're being told we need to push back about a block. So that's where we're heading right now. But you can see security remaining very, very tight here on Black Lives Matter Plaza. They've got a lot of fencing up that went up last week. Some more continues to go up now. There will be security sweeps shortly, so everyone will have to leave in just a little bit of time. But as you said, St. John's Episcopal Church is a time-honored tradition for presidents. For the last 92 years, presidents have been coming here before the swearing-in ceremony. It's a time for them to reflect, a time for them to contemplate what will happen in the next 4 years. Their families come here, and it's just a time for them to be in a quiet space before the pomp and circumstance of the day gets underway. That'll happen at around 8:20 this morning when the Trumps will come here. As you know, 4 years ago, they did the same thing. There were a lot of cameras. No cameras allowed inside the church, however. But this time around, they will be making their way here. And then after that, they'll head to Blair House where they can have a little bit of a downtime before heading to the White House where they'll have tea with the Bidens who will welcome them. As I said in my earlier report, remember last time this happened, President Trump did not welcome the Bidens for tea when they won the presidency. And he departed instead for Florida. This time around, there will be that traditional ceremony. Again, it's a time of almost handing over the guard. That's what we're going to anticipate happening today with the Bidens welcoming the Trumps to the White House. And then after that, they all head to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. Again, this is all tradition, things that happen every 4 years. There have been a break in tradition in some form or fashion in the last couple of years. But all in all, this is what happens with the day beginning at St. John's Episcopal Church. Again, really sort of to set the tone, a solemnity, reflection, what's to come, what stands ahead, that sort of thing. That's what you're seeing. Right now, things are slowing down a bit with all of the frenzied activity we saw about half hour ago with all of the security measures going into place. As I said, Secret Service will be sweeping soon. Let me get out of the way so you have a better standpoint what we're talking about. You see the White House there beyond me. You see the scaffolding up or that structure that they've built there. This is new. That's, of course, a security measure in place because, as you know, security has been topmost concern for this inauguration, even more so than in years past. And the security fencing, there's some 32 miles of fencing has been erected expected, not just here around the White House, but also around the Capitol and the perimeter as well. So a lot going into this, and of course, they've got concrete barriers too. A lot of the hotels here on site have extra security as well, and people who are staying at the hotel are being made to go in and out of certain entrances. So again, that is very important, that security is forefront of mind for folks here today. Again, we're being pushed back just beyond the perimeter here, but a lot's still happening here. We'll try to get as close as we can to give you more, but the press pool is in place to get the president and the family as they head to St. John's Episcopal. We'll try to talk to people. We've seen some people coming in and out, not a lot, but a few people coming in and out, trying to get their positioning in place. These are spectators, people who've come for the inauguration, but we'll see if we can talk to anyone this early morning and get a sense as to why they're up this early, maybe just to get a better vantage point. But that's what we're seeing here right outside the White House and St. John's Episcopal Church. That's the latest. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. I'll have more for you in the next half hour.
All right. Thanks so much, Maureen. We appreciate you. Well, despite the cold, thousands waited in long lines to get into Capital One Arena last night for a rally, and the same is expected this morning.
All right, well, let's get out to Stephanie Ramirez, who is going to give us a look outside of the arena. And Stephanie, you've been telling us all morning, as you're bundled up, others out there are bundled up, because some of them have been out there since 2 a.m. this morning.
Even earlier than that, Stephen, do want to let you guys know the wind is starting to kick up, so please be dressed appropriately if you come out here, because it is cold. So we're about a block away from Cap One Arena. 9th and G, you see Secret Service moving past us. They were just here setting up the magnetometers. I want to show you guys well before that. Look at all of the people who are lined up here to get into Cap One Arena to see the inauguration. Cap One, now the viewing location for today's event, because everything had to be moved inside because of the cold. Now, one of the people here very early is Nick from Minnesota, right? Nick, thank you for talking with me this morning. Tell me, how did you end up in D.C.? You said you had a ticket at first.
I got a ticket from my senator. I actually got to meet her and wear my Trump stuff in Thursday because she's a liberal, but she actually had a good conversation with me, which I like. Is we forget in America, we may have differences, but we need to be adults and talk about them, not call each other names and degrade each other.
Well, thank you for making that point. And let's talk about President Trump, President-elect Trump. I'm sure you voted for him. I'm going to make that guess here. What is it that made you want to vote for him? What were you looking for?
Because he's an outsider and he's been losing money doing this. He does not care about earning, like a lot of people come here to D.C. and become millionaires. You know, it's that they want to be bureaucrats and run everything from D.C. President Trump is coming in wanting to return the government to the people, where it should belong.
Nick, how long have you been out here?
I got out here as soon as the rally let out last night. I came out these gates and I got right back in line.
Oh my gosh, well please go get warm. Thank you very much for talking with us this morning.
Thank you
for your time. Hey guys, I want to let you know as well, we do have some more of that rally. The president-elect getting large applauses as he was talking about his plans for the next 4 years. The 200-plus executive orders that he plans to put in place once he's sworn into office. And he also did mention the district in those comments. We have some of that as well.
We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again.
Guys, I want to give you a heads up. If you are planning to attend the presidential inaugural parade at Capital One Arena today, 4th and H Northwest is supposed to be the only security checkpoint. And then once you get there, all attendees will be directed to 9th and G. But you cannot actually turn on 9th because of this setup here. So they're directing you even a block further down, at least to 10th. But that could also move as more people arrive. Now, if you live in the Judiciary Square, Chinatown neighborhoods, 9th and H and 3rd and G are your access points, and officials are just making sure to remind everyone to have your license that shows your address, or else you likely won't be allowed to move through. Heavy security moving in. That's the latest from here. We'll keep talking to the crowd as the morning rolls through. I'll send it back into you all.
Yeah, as you can see, I mean, there's a separation between those who are attending, and then, of course, a separation between those who are coming and living in that area. All right, well, it's time for a quick break. We're coming back with more Inauguration Day forecast, plus your traffic, all those changes you need to know. We'll be right back.
Teeth are amazing. That's why at Affordable Dentures and
As they get to a quick break, we are staying on coverage right now, giving you a live look at the tweets that continue to roll in bright and early on this Monday morning. 4:42 is the time, and you can see the D.C. Police Department putting out happening now. Law enforcement from across the country is about to be sworn in to assist the Metropolitan Police Department with the 60th presidential inauguration. I can tell you there's a lot of excitement and anticipation there at the nation's capital, and they want to make sure things go smoothly but also safely. We do see that they are back, Fox 5 DC to be specific, back from break to share the very latest with what you need to know about traffic congestion and roads that are blocked off. Let's check back in.
Welcome back. Coming up on 440 right now. It's going to be so cold out there today. If you're heading out for any kind of activities, inauguration, whatever it may be, make sure you dress accordingly. This is where the temperatures will pretty much hold steady all day long. And I do want to mention anything that appears to be wet on the road, sidewalks, ground, whatever it is, it could certainly be frozen over, or it is definitely going to be frozen over if it's not on a treated surface. Here's a live look at radar showing mainly dry conditions across the DMV. We'll gain some sunshine back today, which will be a nice sight. The wind's going to kick in. We're already starting to see that, and that's going to make it feel so bitterly cold. 20s for the real temperatures, but it's going to feel much colder than that, and that's really due to that wind threat out there. Over the next couple of days, it's not going to warm up a whole lot. We'll keep the 20s in the forecast all the way through Tuesday. Even Wednesday looks very cold. Finally, maybe our best chance to get above freezing will be Thursday, but it's going to be a close call. We'll finally maybe get back to the 40s by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. We'll take a look at your roads and your rails this morning. So we heard Melanie talk about this a little bit earlier, but for, of course, the inauguration, we do have some Metro Rail service adjustments. Just note, red line trains run every 5 to 6 minutes. Green and yellow run every 6 minutes. Blue, orange, and silver are going to run every 10 to 12. The following stations, keep in mind, are going to be closed as well from the 19th to the 21st. At 5 a.m., that's Archives, Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square, as well as the Pentagon is closed Monday only. So keep all of this in mind, as well as some of those around the arena, because everything was moved inside in terms of your viewing over there. That's what it looks like. We've got this and more, of course, after a quick break.
As they go to a quick break, this shot just coming into our live now from Fox Studios, a beautiful shot on this Monday morning. 4:44 is the time here on the East Coast. A nice shot, a wide-scale view of the nation's capital as we are gearing up for Inauguration Day 2025. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 4:46 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're about to get right back into your Inauguration Day 2025 coverage. But before we do, a quick content reminder for you here on Live Now from Fox. As we know, this Monday, January 20th, is also MLK Day, a federal holiday to honor the life and legacy of civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We also have some tweets coming in early as relates to MLK Day. This one coming in from the King Center. It says, quote, "We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity." This coming from the King Center. And they also say this is an urgent need. We have one more coming in I want to share with you. This one coming from the U.S. Embassy, India. It says, quote, "To other countries, I may go as a tourist, but to India, I come as a pilgrim." That coming from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As it goes on to say, today we honor the life, memory, and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Like Mahatma Gandhi, MLK was inspired by the power of nonviolence. Let us honor their legacies. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, I'm going to pop up this banner to remind you, 9 a.m. Eastern time, there will be an MLK Day parade and King Center services. We will have a separate YouTube stream for both of those events. 4:48 is the time. I want to take you back out to our nation's capital, giving you a live look at the White House as we are getting back to our Inauguration Day coverage. Let's check back in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC.
TikTok is back after going offline for several hours over the weekend. You may remember this. You'll see that response on your screen. If you were trying to get to TikTok, this is the response of the federal ban prohibiting the social media app from operating in the U.S. This morning, President-elect Trump, who once led the call to ban the platform, is now being hailed as its hero. Yesterday, in a post on Truth Social, Trump promised to issue an executive order on day one of his presidency, giving TikTok, Chinese-based company, well, that ByteDance would have a little bit more time to find a buyer in the U.S. for that app.
Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. We have to save it. A lot of jobs.
Well, ByteDance issued a statement thanking President Trump for promising to hold off on the ban. TikTok has now 90 days to find a new U.S. buyer.
All right, 4:45 is your time right now. And, boy, that was big news over the weekend.
Boy, that was huge.
Yeah, a lot of people sounding off about that. But TikTok, again, is temporarily back for the time being. A live look at the White House this morning. Temperatures hovering around the low 20s. And as we've seen, a lot of people already lined up outside of Capital One Arena, layered up, which is definitely the name of the game, beneath a very heavy, comfortable coat.
Yeah, and you know, Taylor, and Taylor, also something to add. I know dehydration sets in because people don't think about it. They're like, I'm just cold. But you got to keep fluids in your system so that your body can actually fight off some of that cold.
It's really hard to think about even staying hydrated, just because it's not something you think about in this dry of air, in this cold air as well. So something to keep in mind for sure. Make sure you bundle up if you're going to be out and about at any point in time today. It's just not going to warm up. We're at 26 degrees, and that's what it feels like right now. That will kind of change, though. We're going to have the wind chill kicking in here shortly, and it's going to feel like the single digits potentially throughout the afternoon and especially into tonight. So here's a better view of those temperature readings. We're in the 20s, and it's just not going to warm up today. At least all of that snow, that precipitation we saw yesterday has cleared out of here. Maybe a couple of snow showers up towards Hagerstown, but that's really it. I think we're looking at a mainly dry day across the DMV for most of you today. We'll gain some sunshine back, keep things very dry for a good part of the week. Really, the main headline will be, one, maybe some icy conditions out there on untreated surfaces this morning, and two, the bitter, dangerously cold air that's going to stick around for a good part of this week. 27 degrees will be the real temperature for this afternoon. It's going to feel much colder than that because that wind will kick in. We could see peak gusts upwards of 25 miles per hour, which will knock the wind chill into the single digits potentially throughout the day. Real temperatures will be in the single digits for tonight, and I do think the wind chill will drop below zero into tonight by early tomorrow morning. So that goes to show you how dangerously cold it will be out there for the extent of today, but especially into tonight. Not going to warm up at all for tomorrow either, with teens to 20s most likely happening. Also, I want to mention the chance for maybe some snow flurries out there tomorrow evening. Again, just a brief period. We'll see something on Tuesday, and if anything, it will just be a pretty sight. I don't think it's going to be enough to cause any kind of impacts on area roads. But with that in mind, we're not going to see any kind of melting over the next couple of days as we keep things very, very cold all the way through midweek. Even Thursday morning looks extremely cold. Well, best chance we get above freezing will maybe be Thursday, but even into Friday, things look kind of chilly, and then we'll finally get back into the 40s with some melting by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. We'll take a look at your roads again. We'll start off there, 448 GW Parkway north and southbound, because this is some of the weather Taylor was talking about. We're looking at that closure this morning in the McLean, kind of Arlington area due to those icy conditions between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. So just keep that in mind if you are headed out the door, that you can use Clara Barton Parkway as an alternate. We'll move on to 70 southbound direction. You're looking clear there for your roads between 70 and the Beltway. It's about 30 minutes for that 31-mile stretch. Outer loop topside looking fantastic as well. About 9 between 95 and 270. We'll go ahead and move on BW Parkway north and southbound side of things, but you're looking pretty typical of the 4 o'clock hour. Really no traffic ever at 4 ever. Maryland by Branch Avenue northbound about 10 between the interchange and the Beltway for that 9-mile stretch. Again, you're looking clear there as well as elsewhere. But if you do go into DC, just keep that in mind. There's going to be a lot of closures in terms of your streets. We've got updates on your metro as well. Back to you guys.
All right. Thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, travelers headed to Inauguration using Metro need to be aware of some important closures and changes happening across the city today.
Yeah, and there are a lot of them. So we're on top of them for you. Some even saying that it's going to be in effect through tomorrow. Let's get out to Melanie Almo, who's live at Metro Center this morning, where, I mean, that is the intersection of all the Metro stations. So I'm sure it's going to be busy in Northwest DC. Let's check in with Mel. Mel, how's it looking out there?
It's pretty quiet out here so far. Metro's going to open in just about 10-15 minutes, and I'm curious to see how many people are spilling out of the station right about that time, because, yes, this is the epicenter of anyone who is going to be traveling downtown, where they're going to come out in order to make it to those checkpoints where Stephanie Ramirez is, and other checkpoints if they decide they don't want to go to Capital One Arena, but they want to try to catch the presidential motorcade as it makes its way up Pennsylvania Avenue. So we just want to let you know about some of the changes that they had to make to Metro in order to accommodate the fact that everything was moving to Capital One Arena and the security zone was moving as well. So as Taylor and we've been saying, Annie Mae's been telling us as well, we've got Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square, and Archives closed. Gallery Place open for transfers only, no exiting or entering the station. Pentagon Station is closed January 20th, and all of these stations are going to reopen at 5 a.m. on Tuesday. Pretty good service schedule here. They did have to step things up, even though it is a holiday. It'll be a regular service schedule. We're going to see the red line every 5 to 6 minutes, the green and yellow line every 6 minutes, the blue, orange, and silver lines every 10 to 12 minutes. If you do plan on parking at a Metro station, parking will cost anywhere from $3 to $5.20, depending on the station that you plan on parking at. And one other thing, the Smithsonian station initially was going to be closed down there and on the south part of the mall, but that is now open. So if you plan on going to the lower part of the mall, that is an option for you as well today. That is now open. But again, so far, so good here. We've mostly seen people on foot trying to make their way around. And we did talk to one couple who drove here from Indiana this morning. Here's what they had to tell us. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we'll have to hear from them in just a little bit. But certainly we were just talking to a lot of people very excited about making their way here to the city in order to enjoy everything that Washington, D.C. has to offer on a big day like this. So we'll send it back to you guys and check with us at the 5 o'clock hour. We'll let you know how Metro's going.
All right. Thanks so much, Mel. Of course, we'll be checking in with Mel and the rest of our team throughout the morning. Big time ahead of today's federal holiday. President Biden remembered the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. yesterday. He spoke at the Royal Missionary Baptist Church in Charleston, South Carolina, where he highlighted the importance of faith during trying times.
I don't think the good Lord brought us this far to leave us behind. As we celebrate Dr. King's legacy, and generations before and since, women and men enslaved and free, we have to remember one of his favorite hymns. Precious Lord, take my hand through the storm, through the night, and lead me into the light. Oh, God bless you all.
After the service, Biden toured the International African American Museum in Charleston.
Boy, Charleston is my second home. I mean, that's where my dad is from, and
really
love that area.
Oh, so cool to see President.
All right, Fox 5 DC about to tease ahead and go to a quick break. We have to take our final one of the hour. I'm Jeanne Francine. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're 1 minute shy from the top of the 5 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And we always appreciate you tuning into Live Now from Fox to get those breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, those live events of the day. We are getting new live pics into our Live Now from Fox studio that I want to share with you in real time. This is a live look out in Washington, D.C. as we're getting a close look at a security in place already. We know we're a few hours away from the official ceremony, but security in place to make sure things roll smoothly as it relates to transit and people that are already getting out early. You see that gentleman there with those red pants with coffee in hand. People are not letting these early morning hours stop them. We see one of the reporters getting into place, so we are going to transition. We continue to get tweets into real time into our studios. This one coming in from Time Magazine. You can see a picture there on your screen of President-elect Donald Trump, who will soon be sworn in as the next president. And you see the caption there on Time Magazine that says, "He's back." We know energy is growing as the nation and the world await President-elect Donald Trump's second inauguration. While there's been major changes to several of the locations of today's events, thousands of men and women in uniform remain at the ready. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us in Washington, D.C. with the latest on what you can expect from all the action.
We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people.
President-elect Donald Trump is eager for his second term to start. Once he takes the oath of office, he will officially become the 47th president of the United States.
Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders.
While frigid temperatures force the ceremony from the iconic west front of the Capitol to inside the rotunda, security in and around is still red hot.
MPD is actively monitoring 19 scheduled First Amendment demonstrations across the city.
On Sunday, thousands of officers from across the country were given police powers in D.C. through Monday.
Our officers are on the ground, supporting road closures, managing crowd safety.
Before Donald Trump swears in, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh will give the vice presidential oath of office to J.D. Vance, the first millennial to serve in that role. Chief Justice John Roberts will then administer the presidential oath to Trump.
We have to remember that America is that shining city on a hill, and we want the world to see how we practice our democracy.
All three living former presidents, as well as outgoing President Joe Biden, will attend. And with hundreds of thousands of supporters in town, now with nowhere to go, the Trump team is having a live viewing party at D.C.'s Capital One Arena.
And now it's Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor. They're reporting again, and we're looking ahead today as President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president. We're getting that wide-scale view I just showed you. As we know, security, they are already in full force across the nation's capital, making sure everything runs smoothly. Let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC to learn of the very latest.
Good Monday morning, everyone. Welcome into Fox 5 Morning on January 20th. Today we have special coverage of the 60th inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump.
That's right. Already it is a historic one. The inauguration ceremony taking place inside of the Capitol Rotunda this morning due to all those frigid temperatures across the nation's capital. We're going to bring you the swearing-in ceremony live at noon.
That's right. In the meantime, we do have team coverage all morning long for you from the White House to right here in studio. And with that, we do want to bring in the experts in weather and traffic this morning. Taylor Grinda and Annie Mae are here with more on your forecast, as well as many, many road closures that we're seeing throughout the district. Taylor, it's been decades since we've seen an inauguration day this cold, 40 years to be exact. But temps right now hovering in the low 20s, and it feels a lot colder.
I know. I keep telling people this fact, and they're like, oh, my goodness. Yeah, so that's how cold it is outside.
It's no joke.
It's no joke. It is so cold. And and I know this weekend altogether it wasn't that warm, but now it's nearly 20 degrees or colder than the weekend was. So very cold, blustery throughout today. I would dress for the single digits with the wind chills, and it's this brutal cold is going to stick around for a good part of this week as well. So watch out for some slick spots this morning due to the precipitation that fell yesterday. I'll have much more on when we could finally get some melting out there coming up. Annie Mae?
All right, thank you. 5 o'clock here. We'll take a look at your Monday morning commute. This is what it looks like for you in terms of your overview of the DMV. Just keep in mind, though, we've got Inauguration 2025 road closures for you, as well as a little bit of metro. Keep all of this in mind. There's an interactive map on inauguration.dc.gov that'll give you in-depth stuff. Of course, you can obviously go to fox5dc.com as well. But it's really so many road closures throughout the area. Metro as well. Following stations going to be closed until the 21st at 5 a.m. That's Archives, Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square. Pentagon closed today. Red line trains run every 5 to 6 minutes. Green and yellow every 6. Blue, orange, and silver every 10 to 12. So all of that, if you are headed into the D.C. area, Metro as well as walking going to be your best bet. But just, again, keep all of that in mind. Wakia?
All right. Thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, today, President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States.
All right. That inauguration marks the official transfer of power from the outgoing president, Joe Biden, to President-elect Donald Trump.
We've got live team coverage for you of all of today's events. Stephanie Ramirez is live outside of Capital One Arena. Melanie Alwick is checking the latest from Metro with details on downtown station closures as well for you.
All right. But first, let's kick things off with Fox 5's Marina Ume, who is live outside of St. John's Church with a preview of one Inauguration Day tradition. Good to see you, Maureen, and I hope you're staying warm out there.
Good morning. We're trying to stay warm. Awfully hard, though, especially when the winds are whipping. Let me set the scene for you. This is the perimeter right outside the St. John's Episcopal Church and right outside the White House, Black Lives Matter Plaza. Secret Service just coming through right now with the security sweep. In fact, we have to vacate where we are right now because they're going to push us beyond some fencing that's just behind us right now. But you can see very clear. Last week, we were able to get closer to the White House and show you that anti-scale fencing that's up right now. It really surrounds the entire complex of the White House. Also, there are concrete barriers there. And then in front of St. John's Episcopal Church, you had a press pool that's taking place. They've had to also leave while their security sweep is happening right now. So security has been paramount this entire time. It continues to be the case right now, especially this morning with the president-elect and the first lady making their way to St. John's Episcopal Church for the solemnity of the occasion. This is really a tradition. 92 years, every president goes to St. John's Episcopal Church where they have a time to reflect about what lies ahead as they take on the task of running this incredible incredible nation of ours. It doesn't matter what president it is. They've all come here. It's not a religious ceremony of sort. It's really just something that's non-denominational. It is non-political. No cameras or video allowed inside. So there really is a time for these presidents-elect to just take time to sit in the moment, to contemplate what lies ahead and the task ahead, especially in this tumultuous world of ours. After the Trumps have this event at the St. John's Episcopal, they'll make their way to Blair House, where they have a little bit of downtime. Then after that, they will head to the White House, where they will be greeted by President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. This is where they'll have a ceremonial tea ceremony. And this is a ceremony that really, again, is almost like the passing of the torch, if you will. It's a cordial setting, something for them to just, again, sit and reflect on the moment, reflect on the significance of their positions and their place in history. Last time this did not happen, when the Trumps left the White House, they did not have tea with the Bidens. That was a break of tradition, but a lot of traditions have been broken in the last couple of years with various administrations. So this tradition picks up again this year with the Bidens welcoming the Trumps to the White House. After that, they will head to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. So really a slate of activities happening this morning, all of it beginning around 8 o'clock and lasting up until noon, where the swearing-in ceremony will take place. I want to bring you back here live with the security that's very tight in place. Let me direct your eye here. This anti-scaling fence that's here. We have to go beyond this perimeter now as they're sweeping and closing down the area. Secret Service has been on deck, en masse, really making sure that these buildings are secure. If you look, in fact, inside some of these buildings, you'll see them perched inside. But this is what we're seeing now. The security very tight outside the White House and St. John's Episcopal Church. We'll try to give you as much as we can in terms of setting the scene for what you can expect. But road closures continue. We're able to get through on foot to some areas, but massive road closures around here. So if you're trying to drive down here, that's a no-go. You'll be several blocks pushed back because they're not allowing any cars through that don't pertain to what's happening here security-wise or otherwise. And then also just foot traffic. They're also curtailing who can come in to this immediate area. But again, we're giving you a little scene of what we're seeing out here. It is a very clamped down situation. It's cold out here, so not a lot of people making their way out. But we are starting to see some guests of these nearby hotels stirring and trying to get to their position for the swearing in today. We'll see if we could talk to some folks this morning, give you an idea of what they're thinking, how they're feeling this morning. Any way you cut it, this is a historic moment for a lot of folks making their way to D.C. This isn't something that happens every day. So even just the security that we're seeing, this is all part of the process, something that they don't see typically every day. So we're glad to show you history in the making, what folks experience every 4 years here in the nation's capital. Of course, we'll bring you more of the sights and sounds as the morning wears on. But in the meantime, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, just remarkable to see, Maureen. And thank you for giving us a pan around and just kind of see what's happening out there. We'll check back in with you in a few hours because we know that it's going to be when that event starts. Well, we thank you for that. Also, because of those freezing temperatures, the inauguration parade will be taking place at an altered format because mostly of those events will be happening inside of Capital One Arena. That's also where President-elect held his victory rally, which is what he's calling it. That happened yesterday. Take a look.
We will rebuild our once great cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again.
All right, for more on that rally and today's parade's plans, we want to bring in Stephanie Ramirez, who is live outside of Capital One Arena this morning. And Stephanie, I can imagine some folks didn't even go home. They just stayed there all night and camped out for today's ceremony.
Is what we heard, Stephen, and it's a really cold night and morning to do so. Don't forget the D.C. mayor activated a cold weather emergency last night because of the weather. Now, I want to show you, this is by 9th and G. Check out all the people who have been here waiting. This weather. We got a group here in from Washington State and the Bay Area. You told me this is your first inauguration. How's it been so far?
It's been amazing so far. A little cold, but nothing we can't handle. We're here to support USA.
That's right. That's right. Same. We were here yesterday for 5 hours, didn't get in, so we're really looking forward to today. We got here at 2 a.m. so that we could get in.
Wow. Now, did any of you have tickets before?
Yes. We have tickets to both.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, disappointing news, I imagine.
I mean, Yeah, definitely. We'd been looking forward to this for a couple of months, and so, but we're at least happy that we got here early enough that we're going to get in.
Today makes up for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me, did you vote for Trump previously in 2016?
Yes, 100%.
We were here in 2016. You were here in 2016.
Yeah.
What was that like compared to now?
It was, it's 100 times better now, but it was so much fun. We were in the quad.
Okay.
We were at the Lincoln Memorial, and then the next day,
A little different this time around.
Yes.
But tell me this time why you voted for him. What are some of the issues that you were focused on?
Well, definitely being from the West Coast and being from California, we need change. It's going crazy, especially even what happened with things like the way our government's handling the fires, the situation over there. We need change, and America needs change, so that's why we voted for Trump.
I have 3 daughters, and it was a big deal for me that young men are playing in young women's sports, and I definitely want to protect my daughters. My sisters and I were all athletes, and it's unfair play to have young men playing in women's sports. And so to protect women and to protect my daughters and the daughters of my siblings, we're brother and sister, and to protect our girls, we had to fight for them and show up and vote.
All right, well, thank you all for talking with us this morning. Safe travels, and I hope you get in. You've been waiting all this time. Roaring applause was heard inside as well as the president-elect gave his victory speech or victory address at the victory rally, and a lot of what got applause, guys, was his thoughts for the next 4 years, the plans, as well as the 200-plus executive orders that the president-elect says he plans to put in place as soon as he's sworn in. We have some more of what was heard last night. Listen to this.
That's what we're going to do, take back our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
All right, guys, just a heads up, if you are planning to attend the presidential inaugural parade at Capital One Arena, 4th and H Street Northwest is the only access point there. And then you will be directed, once you get there, to the main security checkpoint where we are at 9th and G. But do want to warn everyone, you cannot actually turn at 9th. You have to go a block down to 10th to get around to this area, get back in line here. And that might even change to further down once.
All right, Stephanie, we appreciate it. We'll check back in with her. She's having a little bit of audio.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Our Fox 5 team, they continue to give us information in real time. This coming from Stephanie Ramirez, who we heard from moments ago. She says, good Monday morning back in Washington, D.C. Last week, she was actually out in Los Angeles County helping with Fox 11 LA as they were doing and sharing the very latest of those deadly LA County wildfires. But hey, she's back now at the nation's capital, helping her home team there as we're getting in place to cover President-elect Trump's inauguration. And she says there's already a huge line at 9th and Northwest, but you can't turn on 9th. You actually have to enter through 10th. And you can see with that video on the screen how she turns it to show the long line already in place. And it's only 5:19 here on the East Coast. My goodness. Let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC. They are back from commercial break.
To Fox 5 Morning. We're coming up on 5:15 right now, but first we do want to give you a live look at the White House, where come noon today, we will have President-elect Trump will become President Trump. Again, our 47th president, Taylor. Very frigid temperatures to ring in this inauguration day, the coldest we've seen in decades, as we've explained. You tell me it's only going to get colder into tonight, where there's going to be a lot of inauguration balls and just so many things happening.
Yeah, I think that was part of the decision in moving most things inside for today, just because it's going to be so cold out there. In addition to that, there's a chance for some icy spots out there this morning, too, from the precipitation that moved through yesterday. Temperatures have plummeted overnight, and we are well below freezing for now. So anything that appears to be wet out there certainly has a chance to be frozen, especially on untreated surfaces. 26 degrees right now in downtown D.C., and over the last hour, that wind has started to pick up. So now we are talking about a wind chill factor, 17 degrees. That's what it feels like right now in D.C. That wind out of the north and west and will continue to pick up as we get closer to the afternoon. Real temperatures are in the teens to 20s. A live look at radar showing maybe a couple of snow showers up north and west towards Hagerstown. Not going to pose a threat to us for today. We're actually going to gain some sunshine and get a nice sunrise, sunset for today. Really, the major concern will be some icy spots out there this morning and that dangerously cold air that's going to stick around for several days. And tonight's going to get so cold out there. We may even see the wind chill drop below 0 degrees. 27 degrees with the feels like temperatures in the single digits for this afternoon. Make sure you take the necessary precautions if you're going to be out and about for today. Single digits for tonight, but the wind chill will kick in and it will feel like below 0 across the area by early tomorrow morning. Still very, very cold into Tuesday, teens to 20s with the real temperatures. And then we're really not going to break this Arctic blast until we get towards the end of the week. And by the weekend, maybe we'll finally get some melting out there. Before that, though, I do want to mention there's a chance for a couple of snow flurries out there tomorrow evening. Today looks dry. Tuesday, though, here 6, 7 o'clock, could see a couple of snow showers develop. Don't think it's going to cause any kind of major delays out there or anything like that. Maybe just a pretty sight to see throughout Tuesday evening. 7-day forecast will continue with this very cold air through Wednesday. Even Thursday morning it looks brutally cold. The end of the week will slowly warm up with 40s possible by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 516 will look GW Parkway north and southbound still affected in kind of the McLean-Arlington area this morning due to those icy conditions. It's going to be closed between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. Just make sure you use Sinclair Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning. Again, that's what it looks like through McLean, kind of Arlington area. We'll look BW Parkway north and southbound. Southbound side of things now up to about 23 minutes between 195 and the Beltway. Maryland 5 Branch Avenue northbound, you were looking clear 9 between the interchange and the Beltway. Maryland 210 northbound about 10 from Berry Road towards the Beltway. Pretty common theme here. You're looking good. I-295 northbound, that is towards the 11th Street Bridge from the Beltway is 7. Of course, that's not what it looks like in the D.C. area. If you can at all this morning, Metro probably your best bet through multiple parts of the D.C. area. Makia?
All right. Thanks so much, Annie Mae. Well, a lot of people are in the district, or the D.C. region, rather, this morning, hoping to witness history. In fact, 200,000 people are expected to attend inauguration events throughout the day. And that means navigating downtown D.C. will be quite tricky.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts. Fox 5's Melanie Alwick is live in Northwest at Metro Center. And listen, Mel, there's a lot of changes. What do people need to know as they're getting out the door this morning?
I would say, just be flexible, but Metro certainly has a lot of employees. Everybody they got is on staff this morning to make things go smoothly. And I just came up from downstairs. Metro Center Station opened right on time at 5 a.m. A lot of security as well. A number of National Guard troops down there helping to help facilitate traffic flow and also just keeping an eye, as you know, very important, keeping an eye on people coming in and out of the stations. I want to show you, I was just able to get my commemorative Metro card. So some of these are available. There are only certain stations where certain kiosks where they're selling them. And so you may find a line for some of these, and they're available until supplies run out. So this is definitely going to be one of the Metro souvenirs of the day. So they're expecting things to go pretty smoothly. Metro Center here expected to be one of the premier locations where people are going to be coming in and out of. And as Annie Mae has been telling you, certainly there are some Metro stations that are going to be closed. Take a look here. That's going to be Federal Triangle, Mount Vernon Square, Archives, Gallery Place. You can only transfer trains there. You can't go in and out of the station. Pentagon also closed. But one thing that is open is Smithsonian. That was scheduled to be closed, but that will be open for you as well. You can park at Metro stations anywhere from $3 to $5.20, depending on the location. And it's going to be the regular schedule for today. So Red Line is going to be really the way you want to go. Trains running there every 5 to 6 minutes to get everyone where they want to go. We talked to some people out here bright and early this morning, a couple that drove in from Indiana, hoping to be in that line to get into the 20,000 people to get one of those precious seats.
Coming down from Indiana was fine all the way till we got to D.C., and then it was like standstill traffic. Yeah.
And then coming into downtown, what did you see? describe that to me.
It's still it's still a bunch of cars, a bunch of people walking, a bunch of people heading down to be in line and stuff. Parking was horrendous, but.
And you see, like, we've got a bunch of National Guardsmen here.
Oh yeah, and we talked to a few of them. They're really awesome guys. You know, they helped out a lot with where we were supposed to go and stuff, and really friendly.
Had to get here early enough to be one of the 20,000 to make it into the arena, so that's what we're doing.
Yeah, how exciting is this day for you?
Oh, this makes my year. Yeah, I'm a huge Trump supporter, and this is history, so it's fun to be part of it.
And so I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of people who want to be part of it. So far, pretty sparse inside the metro, but it is early. All the stations just opened, so depending on where people are coming from the outskirts, we expect they should be flowing into the Metro Center any minute. And like I said, a lot of folks on hand here with Metro, helping to get them to where they're going and being very helpful, facilitating what they need to do. I also saw some new signage up in the Metro station as well, saying, you know, welcome to America's Metro station. So really kind of making that point that while we are all very familiar with Metro here in Washington, D.C., it may be a new experience for so many people from out of town, and they are welcoming and opening it to everyone. I'll send it back to you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mel.
All right. Thank you, Mel. We'll check back in with you later, but it's time for a quick break. As we come back, we got to talk about it. Hail to the Commanders. 4 words everybody's saying this morning.
And the hashtag HTTC, you've seen that floating all the way around. Also, we're going to be hearing from fans and how they're feeling after Saturday's huge win in Motor City as they look ahead to the week's division showdown. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
And as they go to break, a quick content reminder for you here on Live Now from Fox. We know today is Inauguration Day 2025. Live coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. But as you all can see, myself and my 2 producers, Markima and Tania, we have been here since the wee early hours of 2 a.m. because we want to give you this coverage in real time, sharing what you can expect as it relates to safety and security. Also, what you can bring in and around the area to make sure that you have everything you need to know. We are getting some more tweets into our Live Now from Fox studio in real time. This coming from the District of Columbia National Guard. This coming out on X early this morning, sharing it with you in real time. It says, quote, more than public safety, the National Guard's medical teams are keeping service members healthy and mission ready for the 60th presidential inauguration, preventing illness and treating injuries. Very important to keep in mind, as we know, there are some very chilly and frigid temperatures there at the nation's capital. And of course, they don't want people to get hypothermia, get too cold, so they are there to lend a helping hand. 5:28 here on the East Coast. We do see that Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick break. Let's check back in.
See, but guys, you're taking a live look out at the city of Fairfax. Let's get over to Taylor this morning, who has the full forecast. Hey, Taylor.
Yeah, if you were outside this weekend, it was certainly not that bad outside of the precipitation that moved through yesterday, where we picked up on under an inch of snowfall being reported at DCA and also at Dulles Airport. But we are going to get the sunshine back today. However, it's going to be so dangerously cold out there. Real temperatures will top out in the 20s, so notice that it really won't warm up at all. If anything, temperatures will drop once we lose the sunshine later today with sunset. Notice how much colder it gets through the next couple of days. Wednesday looks to be the coldest when finally we'll break this Arctic blast. I think by the end of the week, we may briefly get above freezing on Thursday. Friday looks a little bit milder, and then we could certainly see some melting with 40s possible by the weekend. Annie Mae?
Thank you. 5:26 your time. We'll take a look there at your, of course, 2025 presidential inauguration. Road closures as well as just emergency no parking in several areas of really in and around many parts of the district. We'll take a look at the convention center. That's the ball closures Monday, January 20th. There's a whole list of these: M Street, L Street, K Street, New York Avenue, N Street, M Street. The full list is going to be on fox5dc.com, as well as inauguration.dc.gov is a great place for you to go. They have an interactive map, and you can actually click on specific streets in the area. We'll go ahead and look at Metro Rail as well, but just keep in mind there are a couple of closures around several parts of the D.C. area that you can also find on fox5dc.com. Stick with us. We'll be back after a quick break.
With Wells Fargo.
And as they get to a quick break, we are going to do the same. I'm Gina Francine. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
Well, today, the traditional transfer of power between the outgoing Biden administration and incoming Trump administration continues.
That's right. Before President-elect Trump is sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, he and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will start their day with another time-honored tradition. It's called a prayer service, and it starts at St. John's Episcopal Church. All of the presidents have done this.
Absolutely. It's also known as the Church of Presidents. And this morning, Fox 5's Maureen Ume has been outside all morning with a preview of what's to come. Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning. So the perimeter keeps getting pushed out more and more. We're now behind a fence. And, of course, these trucks that are blocking the Black Lives Matter Plaza, of course, the White House as well. This is the security measures in place now because they've done the sweep. We were a little bit closer for the 4 o'clock hour, but they pushed us further out as they're continuing to tighten security in anticipation of the church service at St. John's Episcopal Church and, of course, the further activities this morning. This is a time-honored tradition. 92 years this has been happening. Every president will go from the White House to St. John's Episcopal for this ceremony. It's a solemn time. It's a time for them to be reflective about the day ahead, the 4 years ahead that they're to serve. And of course, it's not political. This is something that is done to really just give them time to more or less breathe, to take in the moment, to take in the significance of the day. And then after that, the President-elect and First Lady will head to Blair House where they'll have some downtime, and then we'll head on standing in traffic a bit here. We'll head on to the White House where they'll have tea with President Biden and Joe Biden. And then after that, they'll be heading to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. All of this is pretty well timed out, all beginning at 8 o'clock and going until noon when the swearing-in will be. But there's a lot of coordination that has to go into this. So as you see, there are a lot of folks in place. These trucks have been blocking the entrance. They're firing up a bit, getting ready to, I think, block off another section. The roadway for the most place is mostly closed off, but you do have emergency vehicles and those who are allowed to be in this area, allowed to come through. So a lot of coordination happening with Secret Service, local police, law enforcement agents. Thousands of other law enforcement agents have come into town to help with securing the area. You see the fencing that Miles just showed. They've got 32 miles of fencing, not just around the the White House, but also around the Capitol perimeter. And of course, the concrete barriers that have gone up as well. And as you pass these buildings where some of these hotels are, you see Secret Service standing outside them with their hands on their weapons. Very sort of menacing in some ways, but again, to show you the seriousness of how they're taking this, security very, very tight. They said it would be some of the most robust security that we've ever had for an inauguration. So there's this timeline in place, as I've said. All starts at 8 o'clock with the church service at St. John's, going up until the swearing-in ceremony, and of course beyond this afternoon and into the night with the balls. But that's pretty much what's happening here. Security, the main point here. Everything starts in just a couple hours, so we'll be standing by. We were hoping to be closer to give you a view of the President and First Lady as they make their way to St. John's, but it looks like that won't be possible as we continue to get pushed back from where we were initially. But there's a press pool that has been set up there. Hopefully they can get those pictures and we can share that with you later. And also we've seen people coming and going, some people trying to get through their location by Capital One Arena to try to get their spot in line to get inside the venue for the swearing-in ceremony. We'll try to talk to some people. Some didn't want to stop, but they said, we are in a rush, got to get to where we're going. I understand if you travel lots and lots of distance and you're not able to be on the mall for the swearing-in, you have to go elsewhere. You're probably rushing to make sure you at least get a good vantage point after spending so much time and money to do that. So anyway, we'll be here on the scene. We'll keep trying to give you a little bit of the taste of what you're experiencing Inauguration Day. It's not just a pop and circumstance. There's a lot of stuff happening. You kind of get to see how the sausage is made, if you will, with the security measures in place, how this coordinating, getting people to and from where they need to go. We'll continue to give you that inside glimpse into what happens on the other side of inauguration, and of course the pageantry of it as well will be part of our reporting this morning. But for now, this is the latest. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Maureen, with a look behind the scenes at all it takes to make something like this happen this morning. And speaking of that pre-inauguration ceremony, we know President Biden attended a Catholic service last year. Presidents do have the option to attend. James Madison, also the very first president to attend a service there. Some really fascinating history behind St. John's Episcopal Church. In the meantime, despite the cold. Thousands waited in long lines for a rally last night at Capital One Arena. And now that many of the parade festivities have been moved into the arena, there are more long lines this morning. Let's get straight out to Fox 5's Steffi Ramirez, who's live outside of the arena this morning with more. Steph, I mean, you've talked to people who've traveled in from all around the world, and even those who've camped out since last night. People are dedicated.
Dedicated, and it is cold out here, brutally cold, so they have a lot of love. Now we have we're talking to the future here. We have a lot of young people out here as well. We're by 9th and G, about a block away. We've got a family in here from, tell me where again, guys?
St. Louis.
St. Louis area. All right, so what has your experience been like so far?
It's been amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How about you, little one?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? You're not cold? Oh, really?
A little bit.
What's keeping you warm?
My coat.
Tell me, guys, what you know about President-elect Trump and why you're here.
I'm here because, even though being as young as I am, I can still see his effects from his last term on the economy and how it changed from this new Biden-Harris term.
Okay, how about you, lady?
I don't know. We love Trump. So, yeah.
How about you, little one? What are you hoping to hear today?
Go Trump.
Anyone?
Yeah, the same thing.
Same thing? All right. Thank you, guys. Safe travels. Guys, get a look at all of the crowd here. So this is 9th and G, and there's a lot of activity as well. A lot of folks waiting in line. And then we have some young entrepreneurs here as well. What's your name, young man?
My name is Darvor Young.
And where are you from?
Sierra Leone.
So what are you doing out here this morning?
I just had my dad bought a whole bunch of hand warmers, so we just want to sell them, make some money.
Walking around, it's pretty cold out here.
Yeah.
How's business so far?
It's pretty good. I got a whole bunch of buyers already.
So you told me you're 16 years old.
Yeah.
This is your first presidential inauguration?
Yes.
What do you make of what you're seeing? What do you think of what's going on?
A lot of people. I never knew a lot of people were going to be right here.
All right.
I thought it was going to be at least 100 people. That's it.
Are you going to watch the event when it happens?
I don't know.
Right.
I don't think I want to, actually.
Why not?
Because I'm not into that politics stuff. I can't lie.
All right, young man. Well, thank you. We wish you best of luck here. Stay warm for everybody out here. Be prepared because it is freezing. Now, want to show you back this way. 9th and G here. So what they're going to tell you is 4th and H is the only entry point. And then once you get there, all the crowd attendees will be directed to 9th and G if you're planning to go to Capital One Arena to see the inaugural parade that is now indoors, Cap One, the viewing area. But I want to let everyone know you cannot turn up or down on 9th if you get through because this area is closed off. This is the security checkpoint. They're going to direct you down. So 10th, possibly 11th, keep going. Be prepared to keep walking down. This crowd has been growing well before 4 o'clock this morning when we first went on air. If you live in the area, 3rd and G or 9th and H are going to be your access points, and just be prepared to show your license that has proof of address. We're going to keep talking with the crowd out here, guys. A lot of folks bundled up, trying to make sure that they get a chance to get inside. It's very latest here. I'll send it back into you.
All right. Thanks so much, Stephanie. A lot of excitement out there as President-elect Trump will be sworn in just a few hours.
That's right. He's making some money out there, too.
He is.
All right. We'll be right back with a quick break.
All right, and as they go to a quick break, I wanted to show you this live look on this Monday morning. It's Inauguration Day 2025, and we're giving you a live look in front of the White House as within just a few hours, the Biden-Harris administration will exit the White House, and to enter the White House will be the Trump-Vance administration. They are already back from a quick break. Let's check back in with Fox 5 DC.
And more than 1,000 people are expected on hand this morning for the 60th presidential inauguration. In fact, thousands, 250,000 even, to go out to the inaugural parade at Capital One Arena.
Yeah, a lot of people. Because of that, dozens of roads and metro closures are going to affect. It's going to make it very tricky for commuters and attendees who are trying to get downtown for that celebration. Let's get to Melanie Almond, who is live in Northwest this morning with some tips and maybe even some tricks to make sure that your trip is smooth. Good morning, Mel.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we are here at Metro Center, sort of ground zero for where everybody is going to come in to go to the inauguration. Hey, we are live here on Fox 5. Can I talk to you real really quick. So a lot of people are in a hurry, but some folks having a good time on our nation's metro rail system. I'll tell you what, Metro tells me that they are fully staffed. Their emergency operations center opened yesterday to be ready for all of this. Metro Transit Police are here through all of the stations. They also are getting an assist from transit officers who have come in from around the country. Another thing you'll see here in the Metro stations, also National Guardsmen, not only along the platforms, but outside the stations as well, making sure that they can keep everything safe. We've been watching the trains so far, and they are starting to fill up here as folks are making their way from some of the further out stations. A lot of people paying attention to the idea that some of the stations are closed, and it's a really good idea to park, if you're planning on taking Metro, park a little further out, get in one of these other lines, and then come here to Metro Center. They're ready for you. They've got a lot of stuff. And then one other thing I want to let you guys know, right here at Metro Center, it's the only station, I'm told, where you can get that commemorative card. So if that's something that's important to you, you want to come here to Metro Center and find that one kiosk that says you can get your commemorative cards here. They have supplies only until they run out. So that's going to be, I think, a hot ticket for a lot of people. But it's going to be a great day here. We know that some of the stations are closed, but other stations have opened, like the Smithsonian station is one that is available to you that was not going to be available until they started shifting all of the security lines. But people here are having a good time. We talked to a lot of folks this morning who came down really, really early to try to stand in those security lines. I think everyone, their number one focus is they're trying to get to Capital One Arena to hope to be one of those 20,000. But what we do know is that if you don't make it in, if you're not one of those 20,000, you can also go through pedestrian screening, and you can line up along Pennsylvania Avenue. What would have been the parade route, we're now told, is the motorcade. And there is going to be the opportunity for people to be able to view that motorcade as well. The timing is a little unclear, so that's definitely something that folks will be able to do. And anybody want to talk to Fox 5 real quick? Come on. So tell me. So you're here today.
We are, yes.
Where are you from?
From Tampa, Florida.
Tampa, Florida. Yeah. How you finding the weather?
It's fine. I lived in Chicago for 20 years.
So you're used to it. What are you looking forward to?
We're just looking forward to celebrating the re-election of Donald Trump. We've met so many nice people. We're having a great time. Enjoy the city, and just proud to be here.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
So that's been pretty much the take we've had from most people, guys. It's just they're here. They want to have a good time. They want to celebrate with their friends, and they want to just make it a good day. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Mel. And you can see people certainly out and about and just probably trying to figure their way around, but it helps to have all the signage, of course. All right, a quick break we are heading to right now. We're going to be back with more your Inauguration Day forecast and how long these frigid temperatures will last. Stay with us.
The time now 5:48 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We are going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. On this Monday morning, we are keeping a close eye on Inauguration Day 2025, but we also know today is MLK Day. Want to give you a look as we are following the very latest. This picture coming in from Martin Luther King Jr. III. This is the son of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We know today, MLK Day, a federal holiday to honor the life and legacy of civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta, they are hosting a MLK event today starting at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Popping that up on your screen as a quick content reminder. We will have that event for you on a separate YouTube stream. Don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, we do know, again, getting back to priority coverage, today is Inauguration Day 2025. And don't forget, you can get that right here in full. I want to take you back out to the nation's capital, giving you a live look at the White House as flags are currently at half staff there here at 551. Let's check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC.
Literally so many street closures in the D.C. area in several places. But it's about 10 minutes between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. If you're headed 395 northbound, as well as the rest of the DMV in terms of your area main roads. The potential for some ice as well from some winter weather yesterday. So a lot going on in the DMV on Monday. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Eddie Mae. 5:50 is your time right now. Stephen Morris here with what we have coming up in our next hour. Good morning, guys.
Good Monday morning to both of you. A very busy day in the Fox 5 newsroom on this Inauguration Monday. Our team coverage will continue into the next hour with our crews spread out all across the district. We're going to have live reports from Capital One Arena, from outside of the White House, and from Metro as crowds coming to the city for all of the ceremonies. We're going to also check back in with Tucker for your Inauguration Day forecast.
All right, we can't not talk about the Commanders, right? Congratulations to them, as it's all just setting in for a lot of people. Burgundy and Gold, one win away from the Super Bowl for the first time since the 90s. So we're going to take a look at how much you'll have to shell out for tickets if you want to head up to see them play. Good news is you can drive to Philly pretty easily. Bad news is you're looking at $1,000 or more just to get in.
Yeah. Lots of money, lots of company.
Yeah. What do they say? Today's price is yesterday's price is today's price.
You got it.
Hey, but
Price went up.
Those dirty birds don't stand a chance, guys. They don't do it.
You got it.
Let's go, Commanders. See you in a bit, guys.
We'll see you guys in a second. All right. Well, TikTok is back after going offline for several hours over the weekend. This was the response to the federal ban prohibiting the social media app from operating in the U.S. Now, this morning, President-elect Trump, who once led the call to ban the platform, is now being held as its hero. Yesterday, in a post on Truth Social, Trump promised to issue an executive order on day one of his presidency, giving TikTok's Chinese-based parent company, ByteDance, more time to find a U.S. buyer for the app.
Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. We have to save it, a lot of jobs.
Well, ByteDance issued a statement thanking Trump for promising to hold off on the ban. TikTok now has 90 days to find a new and approved U.S. buyer.
Well, during one of her final days in the White House, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden paid a visit to the National Zoo to get a sneak peek at the new giant pandas. She went on a private tour with her grandson and then to check out Bao, Li, and Qing Bao and how they're going to make their debut on Friday. Now, the zoo will host celebrations until February 9th, right in time for the Lunar New Year festival.
Oh, that's so good.
No, I can't wait to see the pandas myself in person.
I know her grandson Bo was just so excited. You see him just reacting with Bao, Li, and Qing Bao. Of course, they were asleep the whole time, but good to see.
All right, guys. Well, a lot more news, weather, and traffic coming your way. We're going to bring more updates on this Inauguration Day. It's coming up on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
I'm Jeanne Francine. We have to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 5:55 on the East Coast. We'll be right back. 5:57 here on the East Coast, and we're getting this in from X. This tweet coming down from President Biden. He says, on our last full day in office, Jill and I wanted to be in South Carolina. We started this morning in church to reflect on the power of faith. And here at the International African American Museum, we reflect on the power of history in redeeming the soul of our nation. So I wanted to share that with you in real time. If you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. We do have a quick content reminder for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, we know today, Monday, January 20th, is MLK Day, that federal holiday where we examine and honor the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But we are also keeping a close eye on today's festivities, this momentous occasion of Inauguration Day 2025, live coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. So wanting to share that with you. As we further discuss the very latest, energy is growing as the nation and the world await President-elect Donald Trump's second inauguration. I want to take you out to the nation's capital at this hour. As we know, security already in full force. While there's been major changes to several of the locations of today's events, thousands of men and women in uniform remain at the ready. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joins us in Washington with the latest on what you can expect from all of the action.
We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people.
President-elect Donald Trump is eager for his second term to start. Once he takes the oath of office, he will officially become the 47th president of the United States.
Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders.
While frigid temperatures force the ceremony from the iconic west front of the Capitol to inside the rotunda, security in and around is still red hot.
MPD is actively monitoring 19 scheduled First Amendment demonstrations across the city.
On Sunday, thousands of officers from across the country were given police powers in D.C. through Monday.
Our officers are on the ground, supporting road closures, managing crowd safety.
Before Donald Trump swears in, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh will give the vice presidential oath of office to J.D. Vance, the first millennial to serve in that role. Chief Justice John Roberts will then administer the presidential oath to Trump.
We have to remember that America is that shining city on a hill, and we want the world to see how we practice our democracy.
All three living former presidents, as well as outgoing President Joe Biden, will attend. And with hundreds of thousands of supporters in town, now with nowhere to go, the Trump team is having a live viewing party at D.C.'s Capital One Arena.
And now it's Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us on this Monday morning. The time now officially 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and check in with our content partners, Fox 5 DC. We see they are back from a quick commercial break. They are sharing the very latest and everything you need to know about Inauguration Day 2025.
House Melanie Allwood keeping an eye on crowds already gathering at Metro.
Well, we begin this morning with Tucker and Annie Mae tracking your Inauguration Day commute and weather. Tucker, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Cold temperatures, as advertised, have arrived overnight here on the back end of our snow that we had yesterday afternoon. And you're pretty much looking at high temperatures right now, which are in the 20s. We're 26 degrees in Washington. And you can see that surrounding counties here, Germantown down to 17 degrees, 24 in Waldorf, La Plata. Not showing you wind chills, which are in the single digits and teens. And guess what? From here, temperatures won't budge. It will be a good looking day, lots of sunshine, but windy and very cold with wind chills in the teens most of the day. More coming up. Anyway.
All right. Thank you. 6 o'clock, we'll take a look at your Monday morning commute. In terms of the Beltway, right now it's looking great, but where you aren't is a majority of those street closures as well as Metro rail closures that you do need to keep in mind if you are headed into the D.C. area today for everything that's going on regarding inauguration. Red line trains run every 5 to 6 minutes. Green and yellow lines run every 6 minutes. Blue, orange, and silver run every 10 to 12. So keep all those in mind. Metro really is going to be your best bet this morning. We do have a couple of closures in terms of your areas, though. It's Archives, Mount Vernon Square, Federal Triangle are some of the ones that are closed this morning.
We will not waste a single moment in delivering on our promises to the people.
Despite the cold, thousands of people waited in very long lines to get into Capital One Arena last night. Same thing expected this morning.
Let's get out to Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez with a look on the ground from the arena. And Stephanie, people already lined up and ready to go.
Lined up some since 7:30 last night. Now, this is the area to go through security to get to Capital One Arena. And guys, you can see it's a huge crowd here. And like I told you, some people sleeping over. There's still ice and snow on the ground. So it's brutal cold out here, but you see the dedication of a lot of folks. Now, we have some fine people here willing to talk with us live this morning. Tell everybody here where you're from, because we had a little conversation before.
I'm from Rhode Island.
Rhode Island? Alabama.
Louisiana.
Welcome to D.C. Is this the first time to D.C.?
Yes.
What do you make of how things have been going so far?
Oh, it's been great.
Yeah? You told me, though, you weren't able to get in last night.
Yeah, no, the line was just too long. But
did you have tickets to come down originally?
Yeah.
To see the inauguration?
Yep.
Is there any today?
No, there's no idea.
So what time did you here then?
I got here at 3.
3 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's pretty early.
Yeah.
And obviously you're hoping to get in. What do you hope to experience today?
Well, just even being here in the line, just the camaraderie of the people, I think, looking forward to seeing Trump.
How about you folks? Did you have tickets going in?
We do. Well, we had tickets to stand in a good place by the Capitol, had it indeed taken place outside. But no, this was just register. We got confirmed after giving names, address, phone numbers, and then they gave us instructions to start standing in line early, dress warm. But we know they're only going to allow 20,000 folks in. We hope to be in that number.
All right, well, thank you folks for talking with us.
Though, because
stand by.
Oh.
All right, Stephanie, thanks very much. We're going to go inside the arena right now. We'll check in with Jacqueline Matter, who is there. You got the coveted spot. All those folks outside are waiting to get, Jacqueline.
Yeah, good morning, Steve and Marissa. That's right. We passed by Stephanie and all of those thousands of people that are standing outside of Capital One Arena as they wait to make their way inside the building here because of those frigid temperatures that have now moved all of the festivities for Inauguration Day here inside. Now, let's take a look at what many of those supporters were expecting. They were expecting to see the president sworn in on the National Mall, but instead they will file into Capital One Arena today to watch the ceremony in the inaugural address live here on the Jumbotrons. Then the pomp and circumstance will then make its way to Capital One Arena from the Capitol Rotunda. Now, instead of the traditional parade down Pennsylvania Avenue, the president will also join supporters here after his swearing in, where he will make some of his first remarks as the 47th president of the United States. Now, last night, President-elect Trump also held his last victory rally here at Capital One Arena before taking office, greeted by a thunderous applause of thousands of supporters. He touched on a number of campaign promises while he was speaking, hoping to put into action in his first few days in office. Those included things like stronger border policies, remaking the federal government, also taking credit for ceasefire in the Middle East, and the return of the coveted TikTok.
I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. At noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
Now, the security doors here at Capital One will open in a little less than an hour at 7 a.m. All those people Stephanie's been talking to outside, they'll start making their way in here. We've got a full rundown of what's to come throughout the morning here on Fox 5. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. Guys.
Jacqueline, thanks very much. And keep it right here to Fox 5 all day long as our presidential inauguration coverage continues. You can tune in right here on Fox 5 on our website, fox5dc.com. You could stream it all live on our Fox Local app, which if you haven't downloaded it yet, you can scan that QR code on the screen and do so now.
6:06 now. It's time to do weather as we take a live view out in Frederick this morning. And Tucker, we all know weather played a role in the inauguration as well, moving it indoors.
Yeah, fear was cold weather, or the forecast, and it's been realized early this morning as we have temperatures in the mid-20s and wind chills in the teens, and it's not, the numbers just aren't going to warm up a lot today. So even with sunshine, if you're going to be standing in line or outside for any period of time, make sure you are ready for a cold, cold day. All right, let's do some numbers for you. you and hop on in here. Very cold and blustery. And again, we're talking about wind chills much of the day in the teens. Those are your actual air temperatures at 6 a.m. 26 degrees at Reagan National. Of course, we got some fresh snow cover out there for much of the area as well. Dallas, 20 degrees, 23 this morning in Baltimore, BWI Marshall. Winds are back out of the north and west at 10, and they'll get blustery at times, probably to 20 to 30. So wind chills, again, are going to be the big story today. Just make sure you don't have exposed skin for long periods of time. As the daytime highs, as I mentioned, we're pretty much looking at them in the mid-20s. We won't warm up from here as we got very, very cold. Really our coldest Arctic blast here we've seen so far this winter season in the Washington area, expected later this afternoon. Good news is we're back to sunshine. The light rain and then sleet and then snow we had yesterday is all gone, and it should be a brighter day. We'll see a little bit of cloudiness this afternoon, but otherwise quiet looking day for you and a quiet couple days. Just very, very cold around here the next couple afternoons and overnights. 27 will do it for a daytime high. Very blustery out there. Annie Mae, good morning.
Good morning. Right now, 6:07. We'll take a look at GW Parkway north and southbound. This is having to do with what Tucker said due to some of that winter weather we were looking at yesterday. Those icy conditions, definitely a potential there on GW Parkway. That is closed between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. If you do have to head that direction, you can use Clara Barton Parkway as the alternate. That's the McLean kind of through Arlington area. Otherwise, throughout the DMV right now, as of 6:08, you are looking great in terms of your area main roads. It's about 5 minutes if you're headed DC 295 southbound between Kenilworth and the 11th Street Bridge. Inbound New York Avenue, 8 between Kenilworth and the 3rd Street Tunnel. 395 northbound, 10 from the Beltway towards the 14th Street Bridge. Marissa?
Annie Mae, thank you so much. Today's inauguration ceremony begins with the traditional prayer service at St. John's Episcopal Church.
All right, Marina Ume is as close as she can get to the church this morning with a preview of one of the, it's what we get every inauguration, Mo.
Yeah, you know, so we were closer to St. John's Episcopal Church earlier this morning, but obviously they have to do a security sweep, so we've been pushed back beyond another perimeter. Let me go this way so you can see the trucks now blocking. You also have that anti-scaling fence that is up around here. Secret Service pushing us back this way because, again, they had to sweep the area in preparation of President-elect Trump making his way to St. John's Episcopal Church later this morning for that traditional ceremony or service that he will have with the First Lady. This is really a chance to be reflective, to think about the next 4 years, what they want to accomplish. This is an apolitical service. This is something that they do every 4 years. Every president does. For 92 years, they've been doing this. So again, this is designed to just give him the space to be a little contemplative about what lies ahead the next 4 years. After that, he'll make his way back to the White House, where he's expected to have tea with President Biden and Joe Biden before then going into the swearing-in ceremony. As we've been showing you all morning long, security has been incredibly tight, but a lot of folks are braving the security, braving the weather to just have a chance to be at this historic event. These two gentlemen, we stopped them. You can see they're dressed for the occasion. Cold out here. Where are you guys from, and what's your name? Massachusetts. Oh, so you're cold. You are used to the cold.
Yeah, Corey Francis.
Why is it important for you to be here today?
Because I painted him back in 2015, and it came out amazing, and I made him a lot of money during the 16th inauguration. But he's going to make everything right. He's going to fix it.
All right. Well, wait a minute. So sorry. Okay, please don't get us in trouble. All right. And what about you, sir?
I'm here just to support Trump and make America great again, 100%. The way it was, the way it 100%. Should be.
Are you hopeful that there will be at least a coming of minds? The folks who didn't support him maybe will come under his umbrella this time.
Yeah, yes. He was voted out. Now he's voted back in by America. So America's had enough.
100%.
All right, gentlemen. I know you have more to say, but I've got to wrap up here. But thank you so much for being here.
I was here in 3 different other inaugurations, and it's never been like this.
Security very tight. We've been talking about it. Thank you, guys. Have a great day. This is Channel 5, Fox 5. As you can see, a lot of people here excited to be here at the nation's capital for this inauguration. Any way you voted, you can't deny that this is history in the making. And so we are here covering all bases for you this morning, from the security to the crowds to the pageantry and ceremony. We've got you covered here at Fox 5. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And we'll be hearing from voters all day, all morning long. Thanks so much, Maureen, for getting us started early. It's 6:11, still to come. Much more on today's inauguration, including how Metro is faring so far with all of the huge crowds.
All right, and in other news, the Commanders now 1 win away from the Super Bowl for the first time since '91. Reaction from fans, and a look at how much those tickets are going for up in Philly.
All right, and we appreciate our content partners there at Fox 5 DC. As they get to a quick 2-minute commercial break, we're going to stay on the air because we have a lot to show you as relates to Inauguration Day 2025. Take a good look at your screen. This just coming in from the United States Secret Service. They are providing an update on this Monday, January 20th. They say, quote, for those attending the presidential parade at the Capital One Arena Monday, January 20th, the U.S. Secret Service is directing everyone to an entry point located at 4th and H Street Northwest. All attendees will be directed from there to the main security checkpoint at 9th and G Street Northwest. Security screening will begin at 7 a.m. Now, for DC residents who live within the Chinatown and Judiciary Square neighborhoods, there will be a community access point located at 9th and H Street Northwest and 3rd and G Street Northwest. They go on to say you must have a valid DC license listing your local address. And I will tell you all, on this Monday, they are not playing. We have seen Fox 5's Melanie Onwick out there, and there's a certain card you have to take the metro that you will be given. And also, again, as it says there, they are checking your ID to make sure you are where you need to be when you say you need to be there. But of course, you can imagine this is what happens when we have an inauguration. Safety and security, a top priority for the Secret Service. If we look back to last year, what happened at those campaign rallies for President-elect Donald Trump, we saw attempted assassinations. So the Secret Service keeping this in mind on this inauguration day, as they don't want anything to go haywire on today. They want to keep the current president, Joe Biden, and then VP Harris, and then the incoming administration, the Trump and Vance administration, safe at all times. And of course, the people who are there, they want to keep them safe as well. We do have a look at some of the safety and security clearances. This takes us out to DC, and you can see Melanie Onwick there in the distance. I just wanted to show this to you in real time so you can see what I was referring to about how transit is being affected. 6:14 here on the East Coast. I also want to show you a live look at the White House. If you're just now tuning in, you can see the flags there and half staff on this inauguration day. So wanting to provide that perspective for you as we continue to share the very latest. Quick content reminder for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We will have coverage throughout the morning. I want to share this graphic with you in real time. Inauguration Day 2025 live coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. But of course, I'm in the host chair right now, Gina Francine, and we're providing all of that pre-coverage for you, safety and security measures, what you need to know. Maybe you're wanting to know what are you allowed to bring in and around the perimeter. Of course, traffic congestion, winter weather alerts. As we know, snow and ice are in the area as well. And then, of course, there will be streets that are blocked off because obviously with the parade route and everything, they want to keep everything at a safe distance. So wanting to share that with you in real time so that you are prepared. 6:15 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. 6:30 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, we were showing you all those facts as it relates to Inauguration Day and how cold it will be today. I told you all that there will be medical personnel stationed around the perimeter to make sure you are safe, making sure you don't get hypothermia. And we have this tweet to share with you to further confirm that. This coming in from the District of Columbia National Guard. They say it's more than public safety. The National Guard's medical teams are keeping service members healthy and mission ready for the 60th presidential inauguration, preventing illness and treating injuries. So sharing that with you in real time. Let's go ahead and check back in with our content partners at Fox 5 DC as they further dissect all you need to know on this Inauguration Day 2025.
Imagine all of the good things that we will accomplish together with 4 more years in the White House.
Amazing, more than worth the wait.
Go Trump, man. Can't wait for the next 4 years.
But it's really cool, so actually I'm now a little bit happy that's inside.
You came all the way from Georgia to support President Trump.
I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it.
Today, President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the nation's 47th president. Mr. Trump kicked off his inaugural celebrations over the weekend, which included a victory rally inside of Capital One Arena.
And those events continue today as well as at the U.S. Capitol. The inauguration, of course, moved indoors due to the bitter cold temperatures.
And we have live team coverage for you all morning long, but first...
In addition to any changes and closures around the city, from adjusted stations to extended closures through tomorrow, there's a lot to keep in mind. So Mel's got that covered for us. She's down at Metro Center with more of the details. Metro opened early this morning, and folks were lined up early, Mel.
That's right. You know, we've seen a steady stream of customers coming in here to Metro Station. And one of the reasons why they want to come to Metro Center is to get this commemorative card. Metro Center is the only place where you can get one of these. And so we even talked to people who made their way all the way from other parts of the system to come here to try to do that. And you can see folks are standing in line here trying to get that commemorative card. They've got a lot of people. It is basically all hands on deck here at Metro Center and at all the Metro stations around the city. We know the Emergency Operations Center opened up yesterday to be prepared for everything that might be happening. And we also know that you're going to see a lot of security as well. You're going to see perhaps some National Guardsmen here. We know that there are transit police officers from around the country that are also coming to join Metro Transit Police to keep things safe for everyone. I want to bring in Monica. Monica, how are you doing?
Hi, fine, thank you.
So tell me how your ride on Metro was this morning.
It was good. There's nobody, although when I went outside, it's full of people. And I wanted to say I really went outside and I heard about the commemoration smart trip cards and I came here to get it. And I already been interviewed by a Dutch TV station, so it was like a lot international. Yesterday we were with the Romanian DG24 TV station outside.
You said that you're an independent, but you still wanted to come to see the inauguration.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I have the red hat, but it doesn't mean anything rather than it was had an H&M. But it's fantastic to be here. They said there are 20,000 people, but right outside there are probably 50 or 60,000 already or getting close to it. So I'm not sure we are going to be able to get in. People were staying from last night outside. So
it's still going to be a good day.
It's fantastic, and thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, Monica. Thank you so much, guys. So again, everyone in really good spirits here so far today. And if you need to know about Metro changes, I can tell you, Annie Mae is all over that, guys. But Metro Center really going to be the one place that'll get you where you need to go downtown today.
All right, everybody's bundled up for sure in this weather. You got to be. These frigid temps force the traditionally outdoor swearing-in ceremony to be held inside.
All right, so let's go inside and see what's going on. Jacqueline Matter is there inside the arena this morning where a lot of folks will be watching. Good morning, Jacqueline.
Yeah, guys, good morning. And we are just hours now away from welcoming in a new commander-in-chief. And as you mentioned, those frigid temperatures that Tucker's been talking about all morning long, that is what is forcing all of these celebrations to come indoors, including here to Capital One Arena. You can see behind me here the crew setting up the stage for the presidential parade and for President-elect Trump to come on stage here. But in about 30 minutes, all those people that are standing outside when we check in with Stephanie Ramirez, they're going to be making their way in here because the security doors open in less than half an hour, and that's when people will start packing into Capital One Arena. In the meantime, though, of course, like you mentioned, Marissa, many of these people were expecting to be out on the National Mall today. Of course, because of those frigid temperatures, they will now be filing into Capital One Arena to watch the ceremony. That'll be live streamed for the inaugural address on the jumbotrons here, and then all of that pomp and circumstance is going to make its way here to the Capital One Arena. Last night, President-elect Trump, was also here having his last victory rally ahead of today's inauguration. He spoke about stronger border policies, remaking federal government, and taking credit for the ceasefire in the Middle East and the return of TikTok.
By the time the sun sets tomorrow evening, the invasion of our borders will have come to a halt, and all the illegal border trespassers will in some form or another be on their way back home.
Now, as I mentioned, the security doors will open here at Capital One Arena at 7 a.m. Then the ceremony will start streaming at 10:30 a.m. ahead of the swearing in at noon. And then at 3:30 p.m. is when the presidential parade will take place here in Capital Arena. Now, what is the big question today is there was upwards of 200,000 people that were expected to be out on the National Mall for Inauguration Day today. Many of those ticketed people were planning to be out there, but Capital One Arena only holds 20,000. So it remains to be seen exactly how many, what the protocol is when it comes to having people in. Is it first come, first served? Is it a ticketed event? We did reach out to the Presidential Inauguration Committee, but have not heard back from them on that. So we will see in the next 30 minutes, roughly, guys. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jacqueline, thank you.
At 6:40, changes a local high school following a string of recent fights involving students. And then at 6:43, a look at how much tickets are going for this weekend's Commanders-Eagles game. And then at 6:54, the Pandas making their public debut this Friday. We're going to have some tips on how you can tell them apart. And then at 6:57, the new feature that Instagram just rolled out. Stay with us.
It really ruined everything.
And as they go to a quick break, we want to share this with you in real time as we are keeping a close eye on Inauguration Day 2025 festivities. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, we kind of have a timeline for you. 8:30 this morning Eastern Time, President-elect Trump will attend St. John Church's service. 10:30, Trump and Biden will arrive at the U.S. Capitol. 11:18 this morning Eastern Time, swearing-in ceremony takes place. Then at around noon, 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time, President and VP participate in farewell departure ceremony. And then at 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time, we are seeing the President's signing room ceremony will begin. So wanting to share that with you as we continue to follow the very latest. 6:41 here on the East Coast. We do have some more tweets coming into our live now from Fox Studios. This one showing us, it's coming from the District of Columbia National Guard. It says National Guard leaders have authorized the use of a special shoulder patch with the Guard motto, always ready, always there, to ensure that people coming to the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump on Monday will know who is who. And this is why I want to show you in real time a live look out in Washington, D.C. You can see droves of people, and some of them even camped out overnight just to try to get one of those few select spots to see this historic day in action. We see that Fox 5 D.C., they have gone to a quick break, so we will do the same here at 6:41 on the East Coast. We'll be right back. 6:44 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we further discuss the safety and security aspect of Inauguration Day 2025, giving you this tweet coming in from the D.C. Police Department. They say happening now. Law enforcement from across the country is about to be sworn in to assist the Metropolitan Police Department with the 60th presidential inauguration. And I can tell you all, as far as South Florida, we even saw a picture early this morning with the Miami Police Department. They are driving out there to help assist their men and women, brothers and sisters in blue, to make sure that it's a successful one. Thank you, Tania. There's that picture. You can see some smiles on some of the faces, and then you see some others who are like, you know what, it's pretty early. We are on this bus to do our duty, but maybe we should have got some coffee first. But the City of Miami Police Department, they say there on X, they are fully prepared to contribute to the safety and security efforts alongside numerous other law enforcement agencies from across the nation in anticipation of President Donald Trump's inauguration. They go on to say, God bless America. And I can definitely tell you all, the men and women in blue who are traveling from Miami to the nation's capital, this will be a day that they don't forget as they are protecting the country and also seeing history happen in real time. So wanting to share that with you in real time. I want to show you what the nation's capital looks like at this hour. 6:45 here on the East Coast. Now you're getting a live look there. The U.S. Capitol there in the distance, a beautiful shot. The sun not up just yet, but still nicely illuminated here. And we are seeing that in real time, and then giving you a live look at the White House as well. And you can see that there's a little blanket of snow there in the distance, and winter weather definitely going to impact the inauguration today. Let's check in with Fox 5 DC as we now see they are about to check in with their meteorologist.
Including a 4-1 victory against the rival Pittsburgh Penguins Saturday. So way to go, Caps, too.
Love to see Ovi in the Jaden Daniels jersey. So great weekend of sports all around. 6:45 now.
Winners all around.
Yes, we'd love to see it, Tuck.
Steve, you know what?
What's that, my friend?
Annie Mae has declared herself a winner because she's associated with all of this.
She's the lucky charm. The Caps win, and that's great, but I was already a winner. It hurts to be top of the league, baby. What can I say?
More on that coming up in just a minute. Hey, cold and blustery Monday for you, but please, please, please take this cold seriously, as our daytime highs are only going to be exactly where the air temperatures I'm about to show you, with single-digit wind chills much of the afternoon. The winds are out of the north and west here. They'll be gusting times up to about 30. Looking down the road, this is several days away, but we do have a warm-up to look forward to by the end of the week. By Friday and Saturday and Sunday, 40s will be back. Okay, numbers, let's do it. These are actual air temperatures. 26 in Washington this morning, 18 in Gaithersburg, 24 in Leonardtown, 20 Dulles, anywhere from a trace of snow to 5 or 6 inches off to the north and west yesterday. And all of that fresh snowpack making for very, very icy conditions. We've really locked up the secondary roads. Annie Mae will comment on that, but it is a dangerous cold out there this morning, and it just won't warm up a lot. There's your satellite and your radar. It will feature plenty of sunshine. Do not be fooled. It will not be a warm day. Our daytime highs are pretty much where we're at right now, in the mid-20s, and wind chills most of the day, single digits and low teens out there. So very, very blustery. Tonight and tomorrow, some of the coldest air yet. And the Weather Service just went ahead and issued a advisory here. And again, this is what we call cold weather advisory for our region, as wind chills later tonight will likely be for a time below zero. So it just, again, really want to emphasize, you're outside today, protect your skin, as it will be a very cold afternoon. I know we've got a lot going on across the D.C. area later this afternoon. Tuesday and Wednesday, very cold as well. All right, here's our winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. It's just fun when everybody in D.C. plays well. The Commanders, the Cavs, it's just fun for all. We'll go ahead and get a look at your roads right now. Maryland 5 Branch Avenue northbound. If you're headed out the door right now, approaching the 7 o'clock hour, you're looking great. A lot of people do have work off today, so that could potentially be the reason you're seeing such great numbers. Maryland 210 northbound, pretty normal for this area between Berry Road and the Beltway. I-295 northbound, only 7 minutes between the Beltway and the 11th Street Bridge, approaching 7. 7. DC 295 southbound, same story, 6 between Kenilworth and the 11th Street Bridge. I mean, we'll be saying this over and over again. If you can avoid the DC area in terms of driving this morning, that might be your best bet. Metro is definitely a good option for a lot of you this morning. We'll, of course, get to those Metro closures in just a bit. But this is another drive time there inbound New York Avenue between Kenilworth and the 3rd Street Tunnel. 8 minutes for that 4-mile stretch. Be aware of potential for icy patches, not really on your main roads, but definitely those secondaries as well as your neighborhoods. Back to you.
On his final full day in office, President Joe Biden issued 5 more pardons. That includes Virginia House Speaker Don Scott. Scott was convicted of a nonviolent drug offense back in 1994 and served 7 years in prison. Since his release, Scott became an attorney, got elected to the Virginia House of Delegates, and became the first black speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates back in 2024, so just last year. And the president also pardoned Marcus Garvey posthumously. He was an activist who influenced Malcolm X and several other civil rights leaders. Garvey was convicted of mail fraud back in the 20s. Congressional leaders pushed for his pardon after believing Garvey's sentencing was politically motivated.
Incoming President Donald Trump making some big promises as he outlines plans for his return to the White House. On day 1, he plans to take on more than 200 executive orders. The agenda focusing on immigration, the border crisis, trade tariffs, and pardons related to January 6th. The president-elect says he plans to reinstate controversial policies, including mass deportations, and build a stronger border wall. He also promised to roll back many of President Biden's executive orders and implement higher tariffs on foreign goods to boost domestic manufacturing. Now, when it comes to January 6th, he vowed to pardon many of those involved, calling them patriots.
I will act with historic speed and strength and fix every single crisis facing our country. We have to do it. Think of it, open borders, prisons and mental institutions, men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Transgender. And very soon we'll begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
Trump's agenda also includes a promise to hold the current administration accountable for what he calls a failure to protect America.
New data from the Milken Institute reveals its 2025 best performing cities and some local places made the cut. The report is based on economic vitality and quality of life. D.C. lands at the 62nd best performing.
All right, as they transition to more localized coverage, we're going to use this time to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 6:51 on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We'll be right back. 1 minute shy from the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue to follow the very latest. We know this Monday, January 20th, it is MLK Day, also the day selected for Inauguration Day 2025. This coming into our live now from Fox Studios. If you haven't seen it, it's from Time Magazine. They have President-elect Donald Trump, who will soon be sworn in as the nation's 47th U.S. president. They have him sliding in there into the Oval Office, and then they present the statement saying he's back. Again, Donald Trump about to be sworn in as the nation's 47th U.S. president. It will be the culmination of a political comeback unlike anything we have even seen. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more this morning from a frigid Washington, D.C. as the transition gets underway.
Well, as the Constitution directs, this will all happen at noon today here in Washington. Security around here is extremely tight, even as the event itself has been moved indoors. With the Village people taking the stage at a victory rally last night here in Washington, the president-elect was taking it all in and preparing for what comes next.
At noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
It had already been a long day. The incoming president and vice president participating in a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. The frigid temperatures and wintry mix not slowing Trump or his supporters as thousands arrived in the nation's capital despite last-minute plans to move the inauguration indoors.
I understand, but really disappointed.
The last time the Capitol Rotunda had been decked out like this for an indoor inauguration was 40 years ago when Ronald Reagan was sworn in. And Trump's incoming press secretary dismissed suspicions that the decision was based on security concerns.
And they are unequivocally false. The inauguration was moved indoors because he wants to protect his supporters. It is going to be frigid tomorrow.
Frigid, but Trump's agenda will heat up fast, with his incoming team planning for a flurry of executive orders and directives today, more than 200 of them.
Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning.
Those executive actions range from immigration issues to the reform of the federal bureaucracy to ensuring that TikTok remains operational. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further look into what you need to know to get informed and excited about this momentous Inauguration Day of 2025, let's check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC.
That is how you take command, ladies and gentlemen. The big story today, this hour, of course, Inauguration Day in America. In just a few hours, President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the nation's 47th president.
He kicked off his inaugural celebrations over the weekend, which included the victory rally inside Capital One Arena yesterday. Ceremonies will continue there today, as well as at the U.S. Capitol.
Now, the inauguration was moved indoors due to the bitterly cold temperatures, and we have live team coverage for you this morning with crews spread out all over the district. That includes Stephanie Ramirez outside of Capital One Arena, Maureen Ume near the White House, Melanie Alway keeping an eye for us on crowds taking Metro, and Tom Fitzgerald inside of the Capitol Rotunda.
All right, we're going to start things off, though, with Tucker and Annie Mae tracking your Inauguration Day commute and that chilly forecast. Tuck?
Steve, good morning. And yeah, the cold delivering here on the backside of the snow we had yesterday afternoon. These are actual air temperatures, and this number keeps falling. It's been falling since midnight. Want to emphasize how cold it is across the area. 25 right now in Washington. Lots of teens out there as well. Germantown 16, Haymarket 19. I'm not even showing you wind chills here with winds out of the north and west. It's feeling like about 10 to 15 right now. Lots of protection of your skin if you're going to be outside later this morning or during the afternoon, as this cold will be dangerous for days to come. Not only today, but Tuesday and Wednesday, very cold as well. More details in just a moment. Annie Mae?
Thank you.
7:01. We'll take a look there at your Monday morning commute. Here's your overview in terms of your area main roads and around the Beltway. Looking fantastic for your drive times, but definitely seeing a lot of that slow down in terms of emergency no parking, several street closures throughout the D.C. area, as well as updates to your metro. Just note there is an interactive map on inauguration.dc.gov that's actually great to show you all of those street closures. We have those on fox5dc.com, but just keep in mind several around the Capitol, around Capitol One, so many places in the DMV. Steve?
Frigid temperatures did not stop people at all from standing in line to get into Capital One Arena yesterday, and the same deal once again this morning.
And Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez, she is out there with the people on the ground with all the latest details, and woo, that crowd is huge behind you, Steph.
Getting bigger by the moment. Some folks telling us they got here at like 7:30 last night, essentially trying to get to the victory event that happened inside Capital One Arena with President-elect Trump last night, and then coming on, just staying put, trying to get inside. Now, we're going to try to show you the crowd. It's kind of harder to move around now at this hour with so many more people here. This is 9th and G Streets Northwest. This is the crowd that is getting into Capital One Arena for today's viewing of the inauguration and the inaugural parade. Now, we have some folks with us in line here. Thank you for talking with us. You told me you're local. Where are you coming from?
I'm coming from Arlington, Virginia. I go to college here.
And you told me you had a little spill as well. What happened?
I fell on the way up the escalator today in the metro. So I was walking up the metro, my foot caught, busted my head open. So under this, I got a bunch of gauze that my head is busted open.
And you are still here.
I'm still here, ready to go. I'm coming to see Trump.
Tell me why. Why do you want to be here today?
Because he's one of the best presidents. He's going to help us. There's so many people living in poverty. I'm a criminal justice major. I want to go into Secret Service, and there's so many things wrong with the justice system right now that we need to fix right now, and he's going to help us do that.
Now, you had tickets to get in, right, for the inauguration. Now it's moved inside. Tell me what direction you've gotten about going inside.
We've gotten not a lot of direction. Mostly was looking it up online, but thankfully we're committed to going. We're going to look everything up online, see where we could go. We got sent the ticket confirmation to come in here to Capital One Arena, and we got those tickets.
All right, well, thank you for talking with us this morning. I hope you feel better soon. But guys, that's dedication here, staying in line for this. Now, 9th and G is where we're at, but telling people, because I'm being told that this line is going around for blocks, so you're going to be directed further out if you come here. If you live in the area and you're trying to get around, 9th and H, 3rd and G are your access points. Make sure you have your license to show proof of address. The security here is going to start opening at 7 o'clock, so around now we should be seeing the line start to move. A lot of people excited for it to do so. I'll send it back into you all.
Hey, Steph, real quick question for you. As folks that maybe are in their hotels this morning, I don't know if we get back to Steph real quick. Does everybody, Stephanie, have to have a ticket specifically like that woman said, or are these folks who are just hoping to get inside?
We found a lot of people that did have tickets. You are supposed to register, but we also know that there are some folks trying to get in to see if they can. We don't know what success they're going to have, but everyone who, for the most part, a lot of the folks who are in line are telling us they did register, which is what you're supposed to do.
All right, Stephanie Ramirez, thanks very much. Okay, that's outside Capital One Arena. Now we can get to Jacqueline, who's inside the arena this morning.
Hi, Jacqueline.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, I wanted to reiterate what Stephanie mentioned about where she is on 6th and G and the lines that were building up throughout that area. We got here at 5 o'clock this morning. We're coming through the security entrances and had to go through several different entrances. And I will tell you, those lines, they were starting to build up. So definitely keep that in mind. Heed that warning. Of course, she mentioned that those crowds will start coming into Capital One Arena any moment now. The security doors expected to open at 7 a.m. So anytime, really, they should be making their way into Capital One Arena. Hopefully that'll provide some warmth for them as well, because many of them have been out there since even last night. Now, those freezing temperatures, of course, moving all of the festivities indoors from the National Mall. You can see from earlier, we have the crews here currently setting up the stage for tonight's big event. But last night, many of the supporters were here filling Capital One Arena for the victory rally, the president-elect's last rally before he becomes the 47th president of the United States. I do want to mention that all of the activities will take place in the the Capitol Rotunda. We'll check in with Tom Fitzgerald throughout the morning as well. But the ceremony and the inaugural address will be live streamed here on the Jumbotrons at Capital One Arena. And then all the pomp and circumstance will make its way here to Capital One Arena, because that is where the presidential parade will be happening around 3:30 this afternoon. And going back to last night, President-elect Trump, as I mentioned, held that last victory rally. He talked a lot about what he looks forward to on doing on day one. He said he'd sign more than 200 executive actions to take place. Those actions will address border security, cost of living, energy, a lot of the things that he campaigned on. If we can take a soundbite of that, he mentioned that last night.
Within hours of taking office, I will sign dozens of executive orders. Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning.
As I mentioned, those security doors should be opening any moment for the screenings for people to start coming in. The live streaming of the ceremony will begin at 10:30 this morning. Of course, the swearing in happening at noon, and then 3:30 p.m. will be the presidential parade here in Capital One Arena, where J.D. Vance and President-elect Trump will attend that and speak. Now, I did want to mention, you mentioned asking Stephanie about the tickets. She said a lot of people there had actual tickets, but we know that some 200,000 people were expected to be out on the National Mall. Capital One Arena only holds 20,000. We did reach out to the Presidential Inauguration Committee to ask for more clarification on whether it was a first-come, first-served basis, or if those people that were coming in did have to have a ticket, but we have not yet heard back. Of course, we'll keep you updated. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Steve, Marissa.
All right, Jacqueline, thank you so much. A live view of the U.S. Capitol on this super bitterly cold, blustery cold morning today, Inauguration Day. Tucker, because of that, everything changed in terms of moving things indoors.
Yeah, from what I take, one of the coldest inaugurations we've had in history. So yeah, we'll be in the. You're pretty much looking at your daytime highs right now. We're in the mid-20s, and that's only half the story here, because the winds are going to pick up again, and for a time this afternoon, we'll probably have wind chills that are in the single digits and low teens. So very, very cold for the Washington area, and a very cold and very blustery day expected for us. Okay, 25 degrees to get your morning going at 7 a.m. in Washington. These are actual air temperatures. Dulles is 20 degrees this morning, and you can see that we've cleared out from the snow and the sleet, and in some cases rain that we had yesterday. Fresh snowpack for many of us. Very slippery conditions. Things are really locked up. Even areas that were just wet last night have iced over. So sidewalks, roadways, driveways, all of it very much on the icy side. Be extra cautious out there early this morning. Walk like a penguin, and you will be in good shape. Yes, exactly. Amy's got it. Daytime highs only in the 20s, mid-20s later this afternoon. Notice those winds, northwest gusting to 25. Wind chills, low teens later today. Amy?
Tucker doesn't understand this feeling, but when I wear like a maxi dress and it's really tight, I walk like a penguin.
How do you know? I don't know the feeling.
I just have a feeling. That's for another time, that conversation. Well, look, GW Parkway, north and southbound, if you really have ever been on GW when there's any type of winter weather, you know it'll probably be closed there. McLean through Arlington, that's between the Beltway and Spout Run Parkway. You can use Clara Barton if you want to as an alternate this morning. 395 express lanes, northbound side of things, that's Alexandria, Potomac Park. That's closed as well due to that inauguration activity between the Beltway and the 14th Street Bridge. Main lanes are open, but keep that in mind this morning. Steve?
All right, Annie Mae, thanks very much. Due to the cold weather we've been talking about throughout the morning, of course, everything's being moved inside to the Cannon Rotunda.
And that's where we find Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald live this morning with what this all means for ticket holders and some members of Congress. Tom, good morning.
Well, as you saw from Jacqueline's shot, a lot of what this is going to mean was that the people who donated to the Trump Inaugural Committee and got those tickets, which they paid a price for, are simply not going to be able to view this inauguration in person. There's a very basic math reason for all of this. The Capitol Rotunda, in its configuration today for the inauguration you're going to see later today, only really holds about 600 people. So the thousands that were expected on the west front of the Capitol simply are not going to fit into that space, hence the reason for this alternate location over at the Capital One Arena. Now, we're expecting the president is going to arrive up here on the Hill at about 10:30 this morning, according to the guidance we've been given. The actual oath of office for the president is going to start at 11:47, because by the constitutional mandate, the president has to be inaugurated at noon on January 20th. Now, the president-elect, as you heard just a minute ago, is not going to waste any time before he gets into work. We are hearing this morning that more than 200 executive orders are going to be signed into law today, everything ranging from border policy, DEI programs, and all sorts of other federal government and other policies that the incoming Trump administration had wanted to do away with. Normally, these ceremonies only take a few minutes. With 200 executive orders, that could stretch out longer than anything we've ever seen at a presidential inauguration. We'll send it back into you.
Tom, thanks very much. Tom Fitzgerald heading up our coverage at the Capitol throughout the day today. And of course, we're going to be going strong all day long. And you can do that. You can tune in right here. Or if you're not able to be near your TV, you can watch us on our Fox local app, which you can download by scanning the QR code on your screen.
The other big story on this Monday, the Commanders. They are just one win away from going to the Super Bowl.
All right, so we appreciate our content partners there, Fox 5 DC, and as they are about to go to a quick break, we are going to do the same, but want to give you this quick content reminder. Inauguration Day 2025, live coverage starting at 8 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. But of course, I'm here in the host chair, Jeanne Francine, giving you all of that pre-coverage you need to know as it relates to safety and security, and also an itemized list of the events. 7:14 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, our first one of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 7:17 here on the East Coast, and such a beautiful shot. We just got into our Live Now from Fox studios outside of the White House with that beautiful blanket of snow there in the front. This next shot that we're giving, I'm going to pretty much give you a round robin right now across the D.C. area. This one takes us out to the steps of the U.S. Capitol, and as we continue to show you coverage, we know people pretty much spent the night, many of them, to try to get a front row seat to Inauguration Day 2025. Take a look. You can see a sea of red Make America Great Again hats and people who have flocked to see history in the making. And then this beautiful shot, pretty much a wide scale view of what we can expect later today. And then if you look on the left hand side and the right hand side of your screen, you can see first responders as well as police officers, Secret Service. They are already there in full force, making sure things go safely and smoothly. 7:18 here on the East Coast. We see Fox 5 DC. They are back from a brief break. Let's check in with them now.
so cold that the inauguration activities have been moved indoors today. But even if you're going to anything, you want to make sure you bundle up for sure.
It's beautiful. Look at the mall this morning, though, right?
It is.
Gorgeous. Fresh fallen snow in the area. Well, we got close to 1 inch of snow across the area yesterday, right, Doc?
Well, it really depends. If you're off the north and west, it was more like 4 or 5 inches.
Wow.
I mean, really delivering as you get a little further with a little elevation. Locally, yeah, ½ inch to 1 inch, but it was sleeting for a time. All of that is just locked up solid here this morning. So, with the wind and the ice or the cold temps overnight, it's all frozen. Secondary roads are not great.
That's why I took Uber. Learned my lesson.
Good decision. Or yeah, take Metro. And as you're headed to the sidewalks, driveways, that kind of thing, just be extra cautious. You don't want to do a slip and fall in front of your family, right?
Or slip and slide.
Or slip and slide. All right, let's do it. Out the door forecast. No warm-up in sight today. As advertised, it's going to be a very cold afternoon. 25 at 9 a.m. And then temperatures actually falling as that cold air continues to filter in from the northwest throughout the day. Will be 23 by 5 p.m. It should be a dry day, which is great news. And I do want to mention blustery winds here. I'll show you the wind chills in just a moment. Okay, these are actual air temperatures. They have fallen since I got here at about 5 a.m. And they will continue to kind of drift downward later this afternoon. 16 is the actual air temperature now in Gaithersburg, 22 in Leonardtown, 17 in Culpeper, downtown D.C., 25 degrees at Reagan National there, 18 in Hagerstown. Mixing winds out of the north and west, and your feels like is currently about 10 to 15. Feels like 14 right now in Washington, 4 in Gaithersburg. So this is why everyone was so concerned about people being outside for extended periods of time today. It's just not going to warm up, unfortunately. Some of the coldest air we've seen, or certainly this will be the coldest air mass we've seen so far this month of January. It's been a very cold January around here. All right, mentioned the snow accumulations yesterday. Heaviest amounts in the north and west, where we did get 4 or 5 inches of snow. Won't be the case today. It'll be all about sunshine and quiet conditions. Very cold tonight and very cold the next couple of days. Remember, our average temperature in January this time of year is mid-40s. We're going to be about 20 degrees below that the next several days. 27 this afternoon. Could be a few flurries tomorrow, 25, 23 on Wednesday. Hey, look at next weekend. Warm up heat wave. It'll be 44 by next Sunday. In May?
You and your heat wave comments when it's literally 12 degrees warmer. Right now, we'll take a look. 7:16 your time there, 270 southbound, about 30 minutes between 70 and the Beltway. Holiday, not really a lot of people traveling on your area. Main roads, you should be cautious as the potential for ice just because of those colder temperatures. Some places in the area. This is the inner loop in Silver Spring. A crash there at Georgia Avenue. That has the left lane and shoulder blocked, but it's only about 7 minutes in terms of your delays from Georgia Avenue. So again, that's on the inner loop for your top side. So it's not really going to cause too many issues. The outer loop is actually looking fantastic there between 95 and 270. 9 minutes to take you that 8-mile stretch going an average about 57, 60 miles an hour. Marissa?
Anime, thanks so much. Today's inauguration ceremony begins with a traditional prayer service at St. John's Episcopal Church. And our very own Maureen Ume, she's live outside of the church with a preview of one of the most private inaugural ceremonies. Maureen, good morning.
Good morning. We've been pushed back up from where the church is, but let me take you a little closer to show you the security measures in place. All last week, we're talking about just how intense this was, the most robust in presidential inauguration history. Take a look here. That is the White House there. Just to the left of it, your right will be St. John's Church. You see these anti-scale fencing that's gone up. They've pushed us back quite a bit. But again, security very tight here outside the White House. As you mentioned, the services will get going about 8:15 this morning. That is when the president is expected to depart the White House, the president-elect, I should say, expected to depart the White House and then head to St. John's. Church service at St. John begins around 8:30, and then they'll head to Blair House. And at Blair House, this is where they'll have a chance to decompress before then going to the White House to meet with President Biden and Jill Biden for ceremonial tea. But coming back to the church service at St. John's Episcopal Church, this is a tradition about 92 years old. This church is known as the Church of Presidents. This is a symbolic traditional starting point for the day. It's really aimed at setting a tone of solemnity and reflection before the rest of the pomp and circumstance, if you will, of the day begins. We're told that the rector of the church, Reverend Robert Fisher's his name, has been meeting with the Trump team to plan out a service that he says will be brief, but still provide the incoming president with a chance to reflect on the 4 years that lies ahead. This is tradition. No cameras, no videos allowed inside. It's also an apolitical event. Now, after the service, that's when the president-elect again will head to Blair House and then eventually have the tea with President Biden and Joe Biden. But back here live outside, you can see as things get ramped up, this is all getting started in less than an hour. You can see the security well in place here. Secret Service has pushed us out from where we were initially, and now you see the anti-scale fencing up. This is, again, around the perimeter of the White House. They have it around the Capitol. All of it meant to make sure that people are safe going here. You see some people trying to get into some points here. If they're not credentialed, they cannot. So Secret Service turning them away to get through other entrances. This morning already we've seen Border Czar Tom Homan as he was heading into this perimeter. But you can see it ramping up now. We'll be here all morning trying to give you just a scene setter, letting you see how this is all happening as the inauguration gets underway. But again, 8:15 is when the President-elect Trump and the First Lady are expected to leave and enter St. John's Episcopal Church for the ceremony that starts this morning. That's the very latest from here. I'll send it back to you. More to come.
You can definitely see the activity picking up for sure. Well, for the first time in 33 years, the Commanders will head to the NFC Championship in a matchup against the Eagles.
Has it sunk in yet? Hastags Keywords, she's joining us in the studio with more reaction.
Gosh, it still feels surreal.
All right, they are switching to sports, and understandably so. A lot of people in the D.C. area excited about the Commanders, but wanting to share this with you in real time, a live look there as we are excited about Inauguration Day 2025, and we see the tweets rolling in real time. You can see here at 7:24 on the East Coast how many dignitaries and officials are sharing the very latest as well. We do see that Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick commercial break with some breaking news. Let's listen in.
All right, the breaking news from the White House on President Biden's final day as president, and one of his final acts, he has pardoned a number of people preemptively, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, and the police officers who testified before that committee. The move could guard them all from potential revenge by the incoming Trump administration. The decision by President Biden comes after President-elect Trump warned of an enemies list filled with those who have crossed him politically or sought to hold him accountable for his attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss. So that news just coming in from the White House.
7:25, weather and traffic on the 5s. We want to shoot things over to Tucker now to talk about this cold weather.
Yeah, cold's here to stay. 25 degrees, get your morning going. Good news with our forecast. The sun is back, and it'll be bright sunshine today. The bad news is the feels like it's 14. That's the wind chill. That number's not going to budge at all today. In fact, at times it'll be in the single digits. So very cold temperatures, very slippery out there as well. Everything's frozen solid across the region. And we are just not going to see a big warm-up anytime soon, or even a little warm-up anytime soon. Cold afternoons and then bitter cold at night with daytime highs about 20 degrees below average right through Wednesday. We'll get a little better by the end of the week. 27 this afternoon. Annie Mae.
Thank you. Right now, 7:25 your time. We'll go ahead and take a look at your roads again. Starting off their presidential inauguration, of course, going to be a lot of street closures around the D.C. area. So that's, of course, including the Capitol, the church this morning. That includes Capital One Arena. So many different areas. You can actually see, of course, a lot of those red zones in and around the White House as well. Inauguration. You guys can use if you do want to see those individual street closures, or you can go to fox5dc.com. Of course, that includes the convention center for the ball as well. We've got metro updates, everything for you in terms of everything. Marissa.
Thank you for keeping tabs on it all for us, Annie Mae. Keep it right here to Fox 5 because we have much more Inauguration Day coverage for you all day long. In just a few hours, President-elect Trump will be sworn in as the next Commander-in-Chief at the U.S. Capitol. A parade will also take place later today at Capital One Arena. Again, team coverage. Don't go anywhere. You can stay right here with us here on Fox 5. You can also watch on our Fox Local app. We'll be right back.
Imagine the pleasure of waking up tomorrow.
7:27 here on the East Coast, and we are following breaking news this Monday morning right here on Live Now from Fox. This coming in just now into our Live Now from Fox studios, President Biden issuing preemptive pardons to Fauci, Milley, and others. Here's a quote from President Biden. It says, "That is why I am exercising my authority under the Constitution to pardon General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the members of Congress and staff who served on the Select Committee, and the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the Select Committee." He goes on to say the issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. He goes on to say our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country. Now, just to provide some perspective for you of this breaking news, we continue to follow the Associated Press reporting that President Joe Biden pardoned Dr. Anthony Fauci, again, retired General Mark Milley, and members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol, using the extraordinary powers of his office in his final hours to guard against potential, quote, revenge by the incoming Trump administration. The decision by Biden comes after Donald Trump warned of an enemies list filled with those who have crossed him politically or sought to hold him accountable for his attempt to overturn his 2020 election loss and his role in the storming of the U.S. Capitol back on January 6th, 2021. We know Trump has selected cabinet nominees who backed his election lies and who have pledged to punish those involved in efforts to investigate him. That's coming from President Joe Biden. And then we did read that graphic to you, this one moments ago, coming from President Biden. Now, we do know it's customary for a president to grant clemency at the end of his term, but those acts of mercy are usually offered to everyday Americans who have been convicted of crimes. But Biden has used the power in the broadest and most untested way possible to pardon those who have not even been investigated yet. And with the acceptance comes a admission of guilt or wrongdoing, even though those who have been pardoned have not been formally accused of any crime. So just sharing this with you in real time. President Biden issuing preemptive pardons to Fauci, Milley, and others. 7:30 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:32 is the time here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you if you are just now tuning in. I want to provide this beautiful live look as we are getting geared up for Inauguration Day 2025 right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's check back in with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC.
Great to see everybody on this Monday morning. It is coming up on 7:30. And look at that, a little bit of sun actually coming up over the nation's capital on this big day. It is MLK Day. It is also Inauguration Day. A lot of people in D.C., a lot of visitors to our nation's capital. We're going to take care of everybody this morning, starting with weather and traffic updates. That's going to be in just a couple of minutes. But obviously, the conversation centers around politics today, Marissa.
Yeah, it's a big day for us here at Fox 5 in terms of coverage. We have our team all over the district. Well, it's 7:30 now, and it's time for our inauguration edition of Monday Morning Quarterbacks. And joining me right now is today's guest. We have Theron Bond. She's a Democratic strategist. We are working to get Chris Johnson on as well. He's a Republican strategist to get the other side. But since you're here, Theron, we'll begin with you. What do you expect to see and hear from Trump today during his inauguration speech?
Well, on the campaign trail, we heard I guess now President Trump, we can call him unity. We heard a lot about him bringing people together, but between the campaign trail and then once he became president-elect, that seemed to go away. So I think what he's going to talk about is everything he's going to do today. We don't even need to get to his first 90 days or his first 100 days because he has repeatedly indicated that he's going to sign at least 100 executive orders day one. So we should expect him to do what he said about mass deportation. We should expect him to do what he said about DEI. And whether or not we like it, we should trust what he says, no matter how egregious it may be, because he's got a lot more power behind him now. He knows where the bathroom is. He knows where the kitchen is. He's put all his loyalists around him, and he's going to execute what he thinks is a mandate for the American public. Now, there are at least, 50, 60, 70 million people who did not vote for him. So my concern would be about how he's going to reflect the values of those folks and make sure they're included in his administration.
But he is armed with the electoral college votes that he got, including the popular vote that he won against Biden. So that is a key difference from the first term in terms of entering office. What then should the Democratic response be?
They got to get their message tight. I'm always going to be honest, despite what side of the aisle somebody is on and despite what side of the aisle I currently am on, because we have to be honest about what went wrong, what went right, and what we need to do to go forward. And those may be three different things. What the Democrats really need to do is get their messaging tight and not just set out particular candidates for the sake of filling seats or becoming challengers to Republicans. What they've got to do is actually put forth good candidates, actually seek and search and find and really build a bench. And that starts with DNC elections that are coming up here in just less than 2 weeks, and making sure we have the right chair, the right vice chair, the right support team, and listening to those progressive voices that they lost during the 2024 cycle. Bringing back in apathetic voters, because if we're going to combat what some may view as chaos on the other side, it's not something that's going to be easily done. And I think Democrats overall have played too nice, and now we've got to play hardball, and we've got to continue to play hardball all the way to the finish line with some wins.
We know that there's a Republican majority in both houses, chambers. Definitely
it's
everywhere.
Slim.
Yeah, it's slim, but it's there.
Yeah.
You mentioned some of the executive orders, more than 200, in fact, that he plans on enacting as soon as he gets in office. Do you see any room or space for bipartisanship in any of those orders and any of the policies, cohesion that can come out of this?
I think we should hope for that, because that's what unifying means. It means to work in a bipartisan effort to get what's best for all of the American people and not just a select few. But they don't have to. And anytime that we've seen Republicans in a supermajority in anywhere in the United States through state legislatures and general assemblies, and certainly not having, the Supreme Court on their side, the House, the Senate, and now the White House, they don't have to, and most times they don't. When they don't have to, they won't. And so I don't expect them to. They feel like they know what the American people want. They feel like they are reflective of that by and large, which is not true, this was one cycle, and we know the midterms are just 2 years away. And so I don't think they have to. I don't think they will. You would hope so. The only way it can happen, there's a caveat, is if some of the infighting that has happened around the reelection of Speaker Mike Johnson before he was reelected as Speaker, if there's some contention there still as we continue to go through these legislative actions, then there may be some room, but there's not a whole lot.
So we may be in the same boat this time around, midterm elections 2026 and beyond. But we have to see ultimately what happens there. And thank you so much for joining us. And it's a huge topic. We were hoping to get Chris Johnson on as well, but we certainly respect and appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
All right, Steve.
Thanks very much. We're also keeping an eye on any activity outside of Blair House, of course, right across the street from the White House. And that's where President Trump is going to be departing shortly to head, it's about a block or so to St. John's from there. So Maureen Ume is down in that area, but we're keeping an eye on the camera from the White House pointed at Blair House. So do expect some movement there shortly. That should happen within the next 30 minutes or so. With that, let's turn things back over to Tuck for everybody who's visiting or going to work today. Got to bundle up, Tuck.
Got to bundle up, and please take the cold seriously. Coldest air we've seen yet this month. It's been a very cold month here in Washington. These are actual air temperatures at 7 a.m. 21 in Beltsville, Bowie, 21 degrees. Springfield and Fairfax, 25. Okay, let's do some teens there. Leesburg, 18, 15 in Germantown, 25 in D.C. You mix in winds here out of the north and west, about 10 to 15. Real feel, the wind chill for everybody, about 10 to 15 across the region here. So bitter cold, here to stay for the day-to-day. Protect your skin and, limit your time outdoors as much as you can. I know a lot of people are outside. Make sure you are prepared accordingly here, as it's not going to warm up. Should be a sunny day. It will never be a warm day. In fact, temperatures, you're pretty much looking at your daytime highs. They may be in the low 20s by late this afternoon. We will keep it dry is the good news. This afternoon, if you're going out tonight or tomorrow morning early, lots of cold weather, but not concerned about any additional snow accumulations the next couple days. I'm going to toss it out to Melanie for the latest. Mel.
Hey guys, we are out here at Metro Center at 12th and G. It's not so bad if you've got about 4 or 5 layers on and the wind isn't blowing, and a lot of people keeping moving as well as they're making their way to their downtown celebration spots. Metro certainly the way to go. Many people heeding the advice, and we'll tell you what you need to know if you're still planning on coming downtown right after the break.
And we appreciate Fox 5 DC for that extensive coverage. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, we are keeping you informed with the very latest. Looking ahead today, President-elect Donald Trump to soon be sworn in as the 47th president, giving you a beautiful live look at the White House here at 7:40 on the East Coast. And on the left side of your screen, just some content reminders as we are gearing up to give you full Inauguration Day 2025 coverage. That live coverage starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time with my colleague Stephanie Quinu and also my colleague Andrew Kraft. But I'm here on the host chair right now. I'm Jeanette Francine, giving you what you need to know beforehand so you can prepare responsibly and make educated and informed decisions. Of course, making sure you are adhering to all of the safety and security measures that are in place as well. We see Fox 5 DC. They are back from a quick break. Let's check back in.
You need answered because this land is your land. Fox 5. Stay ahead.
Fox 5, the only local station working for you at 4 a.m., period. Jacqueline Matters, Stephen Braddock, start ahead, stay ahead. Fox 5 morning, weekdays at 4 a.m.
Well, there's our look at the White House and the Capitol this morning. Now, the bad news is, as we predicted and forecasted, it's very, very cold out there this morning. It's one of the coldest inaugurations that we've had here in Washington in modern times. But the good news is there's a little bit of sun out there, so hopefully that's going to make things at least feel a little bit warmer. It certainly is the main event today in D.C., and getting a spot to watch in person is highly coveted.
Yes, with more than 200,000 people expected to flood the city, riding the Metro comes with some very important changes. And here to update us on all of those changes is Fox 5's Melanie Alwick. Melanie, how can our trips be smoother for those who are heading down for the events today?
Well, I would say say number one, be prepared. Make sure that if you don't already have a smart trip card, that when you get into the station, don't only get your entry fee, but make sure you have enough for your exit fee as well. That's going to make things much, much easier when you're coming downtown. You can also pay attention to Fox 5 DC. We'll have all the changes, if there are any, to the Metro. And you can also sign up for Metro alerts. That will also keep you updated as far as anything that might change as you're making your travels. But I can tell you that so far things have been really, really good here on the Metro. We're down here at Metro Center, which is kind of the main station. It has not been overly crowded. Things are moving very, very smoothly. We also want to show you just what it was like trying to get downtown earlier this morning. When we were coming in, certainly saw a lot of road closures. We saw security checkpoints as well. And if you are a D.C. resident, you had to show your D.C. ID in order to get into the vehicular zone. But again, most people heeding the idea of taking Metro. Metro actually has new signage in its system to greet all of these out-of-towners. It says, "Welcome to America's Metro system." The gates opened at 5 a.m. It is an all-hands-on-deck situation. The Emergency Operations Center opened yesterday, so they've been working on all of that. Metro Transit Police, they're fully staffed, but they're also being assisted by Metro Police from other transit agencies around the country. We've also seen members of the National Guard providing security in and out of the stations. Early trains were full of riders, and so far, everyone we've talked to has been in a celebratory mood.
Mainly it's because I'm freezing cold, but I got my beanie on, my Make America Great Again beanie. I got my Make America Great Again scarf. I got my Trump 47 gloves. And I do have a Trump shirt underneath. I got a pin too.
And I like the tie.
Yeah, I got a Republican tie because I'm a Republican. I think it's pretty cool.
So you're ready to survive the cold today?
That's right. I hate the cold too. I'm from California.
I came all the way here from Springfield. I'm out of Woodbridge, and I got my card, so I'm so excited.
How did you find the Metro system so far this morning?
Very well. I'm so appreciative of the staff and also the mayor. DC has been wonderful in basically making everything flow very nicely, having the support that we need to get in here and out of here the entire time. All the inauguration weekend has been very good to us.
So again, most people in a very happy mood. So here's the scene here at 12th and G. You can see this is the exit entrance to Metro Center. There's others also down at the other corner as well at 11th and 13th. And we can actually have a visual all the way down there of some of the big boards at Capital One Arena. But you see all of the trucks that are blocking the streets, the police vehicles with their lights as well, letting folks know that those are no-go zones. And even here, that's the way to Capital One Arena. If you come down G Street as well, and 12th here, this is 12th, that's where some people may decide to go if they want to try to catch the motorcade, which would be later today. We hear that it may be coming along Pennsylvania Avenue, and yesterday DC Police Chief Pamela Smith said that would be an option for folks if they couldn't make it into Capital One Arena, that they could perhaps try to line up along the motorcade route as well. So far so good from here at Metro Center. Let's send it back to you guys.
Yeah, relatively smooth. We want to keep it that way too. We'll check back in with Melanie in a bit. Coming up, a consumer alert. Before you make breakfast this morning, there's a recall you need to know about involving a popular pancake and waffle mix. We'll have that detail next.
7:46 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanette Francine. We're going to take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:53 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you all things MLK Day as it's Monday morning, January 20th. But of course, we are keeping a close eye on priority coverage, and that's Inauguration Day 2025. I want to give you a live look at the latest tweets coming down on X on this Monday morning as relates to President-elect Donald Trump. We know we are just hours away from him being sworn in. Donald Trump about to be sworn in as the nation's 47th U.S. president. It will be the culmination of a political comeback unlike anything we have ever seen. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader joins us from Washington this morning with cold temperatures as the transition gets underway.
Well, as the Constitution directs, this will all happen at noon today here in Washington. Security around here is extremely tight, even as the event itself has been moved indoors. With the Village people taking the stage at a victory rally last night here in Washington, the president-elect was taking it all in and preparing for what comes next.
At noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride.
It had already been a long day. The incoming president and vice president participating in a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. The frigid temperatures and wintry mix not slowing Trump or his supporters as thousands arrived in the nation's capital despite last-minute plans to move the inauguration indoors.
I understand, but really disappointed.
The last time the Capitol Rotunda had been decked out like this for an indoor inauguration was 40 years ago when Ronald Reagan was sworn in. And Trump's incoming press secretary dismissed suspicions that the decision was based on security concerns.
And they are unequivocally false. The inauguration was moved indoors because he wants to protect his supporters. It is going to be frigid tomorrow.
Frigid, but Trump's agenda will heat up fast, with his incoming team planning for a flurry of executive orders and directives today, more than 200 of them.
Somebody said yesterday, sir, don't sign so many in one day. Let's do it over a period of weeks. I said, like hell, we're going to do it over weeks. We're going to sign them at the beginning.
Those executive actions range from immigration issues to the reform of the federal bureaucracy to ensuring that TikTok remains operational. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. 7:56 here on the East Coast. And I want to give you a live look, taking us out to our nation's capital, again, hours away from President-elect Donald Trump to be sworn in as the nation's next commander-in-chief. We see that our content partners at Fox 5 DC, they are back from a quick break, so let's check in with them now.
Good morning. Cold moving in overnight here, and after the snow that we had yesterday and the sleet and the rain for parts of the area, it's just plain old cold and blustery for everybody. Mother Nature delivering some of the coldest air we've seen in a couple of years' time over the next couple of days, as we'll have single-digit wind chills and daytime high temperatures only in the low to mid-20s this afternoon. It's going to be very, very cold around here. All right, I know what we're all looking for, some warmer temperatures. No time soon, but hey, why not already look forward to it? By next weekend, we should be in the 40s. So there you go. Something to look forward to a little down the road. All right, morning numbers. Let's do it. If you're just waking up and checking out your numbers, those are actual air temperatures. 16 right now in Gaithersburg, 25 in D.C., 22 in Leonardtown, 19 in Culpeper. You can see the teens there to the north and west. You mix in winds out of the north and west, and we have wind chills right now, mostly in the single digits and low teens. I think the last time I checked the wind chill in D.C., it was 12. So it's dangerous cold out there for sure. And just not going to warm up at all today. In fact, overnight, our temperatures have been falling here as that cold air has been moving in on that northwest wind. So very blustery at times today. Winds will be gusting at times 25 to 30. Daytime highs low to mid-20s. You get a real tough combination there with wind chill that's going to be, again, not budging a lot this afternoon. Single digits and at times teens, but it will be a very, very cold afternoon. Should be a good-looking day. We've got sunshine at the moment and plenty of sun to look forward to over the next couple of days. Cold, bitter cold tonight, single digits by tomorrow morning for much of the area, and not much of a rebound Tuesday or Wednesday. We remain in the 20s here with some pretty extreme cold for the mid-Atlantic over the near term. All right, just want to give you a heads up here. Thank you, Matt. That we've got a advisory here for later tonight, and this is put up by the Weather Service, what we call cold weather advisory, as wind chills later this evening after the sun goes down will likely be below zero. So again, it's pretty extreme cold for the Washington area. Temperatures running about 20 degrees below average. Look at your morning lows. 14 tomorrow. These are in D.C. 12 on Wednesday. Annie Mae?
So safe to say, like, not a good UV day, probably.
A good what day?
UV day.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're not going to get a lot of that.
Probably not.
Very low.
Right now, we'll take a look at inauguration activity. Of course, a lot of different areas, different roads in the D.C. area going to be closed for you this morning. We'll take a look at that interactive map there, inaugurationdc.dc.gov. Really a great place for you to go if you want to see those individual road closures. We also have the full list on fox5dc.com, but your best bet really, if you are headed into the D.C. area, if you're headed to the inauguration parade, is really going to take Metro. They do actually have several road or Metro. Christine, can you put the thing for me? My clicker isn't working. But they do have some Metro closures as well that you do want to take note of. Yeah, see, my maps don't want to work. I was really on a roll. There are several Metro closures for you. We'll get to this in a little bit more in the next 10 minutes, guys.
All right, Annie Mae, thank you so very much. All right, let's get to a Fox 5 exclusive right now on this Monday morning, or news alert, I should say. Costco's Teamsters Union says its members voted in favor of authorizing a strike. So if a new contract's not reached by the end of January, the union is demanding fair wages and benefits that it says, quote, reflect the company's enormous success. Costco has yet to comment, though, on that announcement.
President-elect Trump has sworn to issue a blizzard of executive orders on day one, and TikTok may be at the top of his list.
All right, let's get to Stephen in the newsroom with the latest details.
All right, guys. Well, TikTok is back, and the crowd goes wild. Cheers of millions of users in the U.S. who saw their logins temporarily blocked in response to Sunday's federal ban, prohibiting the app from being accessed by millions of Americans. Well, President Joe Biden signed a law requiring TikTok's parent company, China-based ByteDance, to sell the app to a U.S. company by Sunday or shut down. Well, that didn't happen, and it did shut down. The law was upheld by the Supreme Court after many on Capitol Hill accused TikTok of being a threat to national security. But yesterday, Trump did a little backpedaling after first leading the call to ban the Wide app worldwide. Take a look.
Who in this audience goes with TikTok? Many? Yeah, very popular. We have to save it. A lot of jobs.
Well, in a Truth Social post, President-elect Trump has promised to grant TikTok a 90-day extension to find a U.S. buyer. And, of course, there's a short list of buyers, of people wanting to get their hands on it. So we'll just have to see. One of them, Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank, as well as a real estate agent, a real estate billionaire who's really looking to get a hands on their app. So
if I was a savvy marketer, I'd be selling the shirts that said I survived 15 hours without TikTok.
Right, exactly. We all did.
Yeah, and that was survival of the fittest for those who love the app for sure. Thanks, Stephen. Well, Instagram planning to release its own video editing software. The social media platform says users will soon have the option to edit videos on a phone through a separate app called Edits. A launch date is set for sometime in February or March.
All right, got to make those reels easier to edit. Quaker Oats recalling limited numbers of the 32-ounce size pearl milling pancake and waffle mix. FDA says the products have an undeclared milk allergen and could cause serious or life-threatening reactions. These boxes were sold in 11 states in the South, Midwest, and West. FDA recommends consumers with those boxes get rid of them immediately.
Well, it's a huge week for the DMV, and not just because of the inauguration. The Commanders are headed to the NFC title game. First time in 33 years. We're going to take a look at those ticket prices, just how high they are after the break.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
A little stiff. What, do you got a job interview?
Welcome to Live Now from Fox. On this historic Monday morning, a truly historic day as President-elect Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. This is the second time Trump is sworn in as president. The first time was in 2017 when he was sworn in as the 45th President. Trump will become the second president to serve non-consecutive terms, with Grover Cleveland winning elections in 1884 and 1892. And also, for the second time in history, Inauguration Day and MLK Day will be observed on the very same day. Many services and events happening today, and we do have a programming note to let you know about that we will be streaming the MLK Jr. Day celebration in Atlanta, Georgia. That is set to begin at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can watch this live, raw, and unfiltered on our YouTube page. All you have to do is scan the QR code right there on your screen for that continuing coverage. And also another truly historic day, as well as you are once again taking a live look at the nation's capital. Preparations already underway as Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. We do want to welcome you into our coverage right now. Good morning to you. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 8:05 Eastern, 5:05 Pacific on the historic day. And another live look right here at the nation's capital on this 60th presidential inauguration day. We are also talking about frigid temperatures in the 20s all day, with feel-like temperatures even colder. As you can imagine, that has shifted plans for just the second time, with the swearing-in ceremony to be held inside the Capitol Rotunda. Former President Ronald Reagan's second swearing-in ceremony back in 1985 was the first inauguration to be held in the Capitol Rotunda because of the cold temperatures. We will be airing all of the services, the events, the swearing-in ceremony, and the remarks through the day today and into the night, as there are expected to be 3 inauguration balls as well. Time right now is 8:06 Eastern. What we're going to do is step away for a brief 2-minute break, continuing our coverage after that. Stay with us. Thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. As we begin a truly historic day, Inauguration Day 2025, and already in our studios, we have a number of live looks just to set the stage for this historic moment. This is a live look outside of Blair House. This is where President-elect Trump is currently stationed before he begins the day with event after event, of course, culminating in the swearing-in ceremony set to begin at around noon Eastern Time. He is inside right there, and in fact, you can see that this dark green tarmac is placed over the entryway as added security as he and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump make their way first to a church service. We also have a live look right here outside the church, as we are expecting a service to get underway in just about an hour and a half. And we continue to have so many live looks throughout the day. This is a live look at 4 different areas as we continue our live coverage right there. You can see the state capitol, and you can see other major and historic locations and landmarks right there. Truly a historic day as President-elect Donald Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. The second time, of course, that he is sworn in as president. The first time 8 years ago, when he was sworn in as the 45th president. And as we have been talking about for days now, preparations had to pivot last week because of these historic frigid temperatures. I just took a look at our Fox 5 DC team. They have the temperatures in the 20s already, but the feel-like temperatures, because you have to factor in the wind chill, even colder in the teens. So that has shifted the plans for just the second time. And now today, the swearing-in ceremony will be held in the Capitol Rotunda. The second time, of course, the first time being with with former President Ronald Reagan back in 1985. The theme for today's ceremony, Our Enduring Democracy, a Constitutional Promise. And joining me right now is my colleague Andrew Kraft to talk more about what we can see in the hours ahead. But Andrew, I have to make note because already it's only 8:10 Eastern time and breaking news, historic moments already underway in the early morning hours on this Monday.
Stephanie, good to be with you. And this is going to be a historic day, and it already is somewhat shaping up to be a historic day as well, because we got a statement in from President Biden last hour, and obviously President Biden has mere hours left in his presidency, and he had confirmed for a lot of us what was being speculated on and talked about in the last few months on whether or not some of these individuals over the last 4 years, especially in the wake of January 6, 2021, the Capitol riot, some of these individuals who were responsible in investigating that riot and who were very, very critical of then former President Donald Trump, of course, now President-elect Trump. Well, he has preemptively pardoned some of them, members of the January 6th House Select Committee, like Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, some of these people no longer members of Congress, also former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, who's been very, very critical of President-elect Donald Trump, and Dr. Anthony Fauci, who has really drawn the ire of those on the right for his alleged mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think it's worth just acknowledging and noting that really, really major piece of news today, Stephanie, because the idea of preemptive pardons is somewhat, peculiar and bizarre. Only the fact that a preemptive pardon essentially means these individuals, they have not been convicted of a crime in a court of law. And President Biden, with hours to spare in his time in office, choosing to preemptively pardon them. Now, Stephanie, there was a lot of talk going into today whether or not President Biden would maybe pardon himself or pardon Donald Trump. All throughout the lawfare of all of the Trump indictments, the 4 Trump indictments, we were talking about, well, if he were to win the presidency, would he on day one pardon himself? And so we were exclusively talking about pardoning in the context of Donald Trump. And today, on the morning of inauguration, outgoing President Biden chooses to issue these preemptive pardons. So I thought this was quite striking. This is going to be something that might be just a historical footnote, but the timing of it, nonetheless, is worth acknowledging.
And Andrew, I did want to share the full statement from President Biden, as you were mentioning, issuing those preemptive pardons to Fauci, Milley, and others. And what President Biden said as he did issue that is, quote, "That is why I am exercising my authority under the Constitution to pardon General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Anthony S. Fauci, and members of Congress and staff who served on the Select Committee, and the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the Select Committee. The issuance of these pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that any individual engaged in any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense. Our nation owes these public servants a debt of gratitude for their tireless commitment to our country." And as you mentioned, Andrew, making the most out of the waning hours of his presidency, of course, there was some controversy. There was discussion, weeks ago, whether President Biden would in fact do this, of course, weighing in, what people might take away from these preemptive pardons. But it does seem in this political climate that he felt it necessary to do so. And also looking ahead, President-elect Trump set to sign as many as possibly 200 executive orders today. So this is an incredibly busy day as the outgoing president and the incoming president really making the most of Inauguration Day 2025.
Yeah, this is somewhat of a kind of last parting shot, if you will, from Biden to Trump. Obviously they're huge political foes, but today will be a day of unity. That's what inaugurations always shape up to be. You're going to see the Bidens and the Trumps kind of traveling to the Capitol together for the swearing in the rotunda. They will have tea at the White House together, and CNN is reporting Biden does plan to leave Donald Trump a letter. That's been this kind of modern presidential tradition started by Ronald Reagan. And so I would imagine that anyone who can get their hands on that letter or ask Donald Trump or Biden about what it says, I would be interested to see what that says. But CNN is reporting that today, that Biden will leave Trump a letter as he leaves the White House here. But it just goes to show you, Stephanie, how even 4 years on, the kind of specter of the 2020 election even, and the January 6th Capitol riot is very, very present here. CNN also reporting, Stephanie, that Trump and his team have drafted a slate of pardons for people convicted for their role on January 6th during the Capitol riot, storming the Capitol. So I just thought that's worth acknowledging, even as we are 4 years removed. It's 2025. The specter of January 6th, the specter of even the pandemic with the preemptive pardon of Fauci are still alive and well. And these have kind of lingered with Biden and Trump throughout the last 4 years.
And it's been a contentious last 4 years and a very busy 4 years. I did want to share with our viewers once again the outside of Blair House. So this is where presidential guests stay, and President-elect Trump and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump are inside as they get ready to attend this church service. And you see the tarp over the entryway right here. You know, Andrew, as we take a look at the next number of hours that we are going to be covering, I'm interested to ask you this. What are you particularly focused in on? You know, and anything that you're keeping a very close eye on yourself?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Stephanie, this was all kind of changed on a dime on Friday. They had to, move it from outside to inside. And so since Reagan in 85, obviously I wasn't born yet. I don't think you were born yet. So we haven't seen this. At least I haven't seen this. And so it'll be interesting to see the setup, how it is done, how packed the rotunda is going to be. Remember, there were a lot of tickets issued for many supporters of President-elect Trump. Lawmakers got a host of tickets to give out to some of their supporters, family members, friends, and the like. And so all those chairs were set up in front of the Capitol there, like they always are every 4 years on the National Mall. And that's not going to be the case this year. It does, might I add, it looks really cold in Washington. It looks frigid. You can kind of see the frost on the grass of the National Mall, and we were showing some of the temperatures of previous coldest inaugurations. This one is going to be cold, and so that's kind of what I'm going to be looking for, how this will be choreographed at the pomp and circumstance. Will it be the same inside as it is outside? And then, of course, Stephanie, the speech. I'll be looking to see what President-elect Donald Trump says to the American people. To your point, and I think we got to acknowledge this, we're going to reiterate this fact all throughout the course of the day. The conception of the presidency, only one other time has been non-consecutive, and that is, of course, with Grover Cleveland, 2 non-consecutive times. I have in front of me the date, March 4th, 1893. That was the last time we saw the swearing in of a non-consecutive executive, and we're going to see that today. And so I just think it's interesting how history kind of matches a little bit. It doesn't often repeat, but it definitely does rhyme. And so we're going to see that. I'm going to be comparing the speech Trump gave in 2017 to the speech he's going to be giving today. And Fox News, Stephanie, has obtained some excerpts of the speech. If we have them, maybe we can read some of them out for our viewers.
Yeah, let me call up for our senior producer, Julianne, to bring those up. But as we do await some of the statements from the speech that we are expecting President-elect Trump to be sharing with our with the audience and with the nation, truly, just on the side panel right here, you were mentioning, and we were sharing with you, I'm going to bring this look back right here because, Andrew, you were talking about, of course, the pivot that everyone has had to do because of the frigid temperatures, and you were mentioning the mall. This would have been packed with people. This mall would have been shoulder to shoulder with supporters and with people who just wanted to be part of this truly historic moment. Now it is a ghost town. There is absolutely nobody on this mall, and that really shifts that tone potentially. We do know that around 600 people are allowed inside the Capitol Rotunda, and then we also know that there's going to be a rally afterwards inside the Capital One Arena where about 20,000 people are able to get inside. But that, of course, leaves out so many other people who have made the trek, the journey to Capitol Hill to witness this moment as President-elect Trump will now officially be the 47th president of the United States. And we've been hearing from them, many expressing their disappointment and their understanding, noting that these temperatures are incredibly dangerous. But it is going to be interesting, Andrew, as you mentioned, how the tone shifts at all, and whether the smaller audience might influence what Trump shares, I have to imagine, as he is expected to deliver remarks inside the Capital One Arena, that also might be a little bit different as well. Trump saying, of course, he's going to join the crowd there after he takes the oath of office, wanting to thank all of those who have supported him through the years, as you mentioned, very contentious over the past 4 years as well. This is what we're going to do, Andrew. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break as our producer is working to get those full screens with us. We're going to continue our coverage of Inauguration Day 2025 after this 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this Inauguration Day 2025. And joining me to further discuss what we're going to be seeing in the coming hours on this truly historic day is my colleague, Andrew Kraft. And Andrew, we do now have some of the remarks that we are expecting President-elect Trump to share with the nation, truly. And I did want to bring some of those up right now as we take a look. It says, quote, "I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. My message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization." And so those are just some of the experts that you were mentioning. Andrew, what do you make of the tone of the message that President-elect Trump is sending to the nation and truly the world today?
Yeah, I mean, Stephanie, it was reported, and Trump had said as much to his rally crowd yesterday at the Capital One Arena, that this is going to be a message of unity, of trying to bring the country together after presidential elections. Each and every election is hard fought, is contentious, and that through those excerpts we just showed, it is purely evident. Of course, back in 2017, there was this very now kind of infamous passage that Trump delivered in his inaugural address, kind of called the American Carnage section, that still people do discuss, and that kind of was just a moment in that speech. It was one of the shortest inauguration speeches, I think, at that time since Jimmy Carter. It only lasted about 17 minutes for Trump's first inaugural. So I'll be interested to see how long his second inaugural speech is today. But a lot of people kind of fixated on that passage, kind of casting the United States, casting the American people and society in somewhat of a harsh glow. And people have not forgotten that. And so you just saw some of those excerpts there, more of a unified tone, definitely. But I think, Stephanie, it's worth kind of taking stock of this incredible American political comeback. And that is not an opinionated statement. That is not a subjective statement. That is just pure political fact. Donald Trump, when he left the White House in 2021, he didn't even attend President Biden's inauguration. He was kind of cast off in the wake of the January 6th Capitol riot. Not many people thought he had a political future ahead of him. I mean, usually when you lose presidential elections, you do kind of go off into the political wilderness. Well, that's not, as we know, what Donald Trump is made of. And he obviously got into the race in late 2022, and then the primary season got into full swing. But if you just take stock, pause, consider this incredible American comeback. He was all but left for politically dead in the wake of the January 6th Capitol riot, the allegations that he made that the 2020 election was rife with fraud, that he didn't actually lose the 2020 election. And now he is going to be sworn in as the 47th president in just a matter of hours. And it just shows you kind of where the country is right now, where the country is going. Also, some of the, alleged problems that the Democratic Party had in the wake of President Biden's kind of disastrous debate performance on the stage there in Atlanta in June. And just knowing how we got here today, it's quite remarkable.
It really is. And we're taking a live look outside Blair House, where we are expecting President-elect Trump and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump to leave. And first, they're going to be attending a church service. But you mentioned just the difference between the first term when Trump was president to now. And we're also seeing the political and social landscape changing, Andrew. And we're going to see that inside the Capitol Rotunda, as we are expecting quite a few business people to be attending, including Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and also, the head of TikTok, which, of course, continues to dominate the headlines. Can you speak to the change in all of that? Because that is definitely not what we saw the first time around when Trump was president. And also, you mentioned the tone of the speech, but also, as we were sharing with our viewers last week, the official portrait was very different. The first time that Trump unveiled his official presidential portrait, he was smiling. This time around, very serious, looking straight at the camera. What do you make of that? Obviously sending a signal to the public and to the world with not just his portrait, but of course, who's going to be attendant in just a number of hours.
Yeah, I think it's worth taking note as well, just the mood in Washington right now as Donald Trump is about to be sworn in for the second time. I don't know if you remember this, Stephanie, but back in 2017, a lot of people who couldn't even conceive of Donald Trump in the White House, some of his most strident critics, were still reeling. We're still in shock that Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton and that he was going to be president. And then in Washington specifically, you could argue that, no one wanted to touch Trump or those that he picked for his cabinet or those that he picked to work in his White House with a 10-foot pole. Now I'm hearing from my sources on the ground, from those that I know who are attending the inauguration, that Washington, D.C. Is, at least for today and maybe for the next 4 years, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. I was hearing that people could not get into some of the inaugural balls because they were so crowded. There's definitely a different sense. There's a different feeling that Trump will be back in Washington this time around than the previous time around, that he is being accepted with open arms by those who had previously cast him off, rejected him. You mentioned those tech titans, Stephanie, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. You'll remember in the wake of January 6th, the Capitol riot, Trump was kicked off Instagram, he was kicked off Facebook, he was kicked off Twitter, and now the CEO of Meta will be sitting, I believe, in the Capitol Rotunda watching Donald Trump be sworn in. So there's been this overture by these tech titans in Silicon Valley to get on Trump's good side, to make nice with him. And that is a huge change that we saw from the last time around.
How much a difference 8 years makes, Andrew. As we continue to take a look outside Blair House, we are expecting President-elect Trump to depart shortly and then make his way here. This is St. John's Church. This is where there will be a church service. We are also expecting Vice President-elect to attend as well, alongside his wife and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump. We're going to step away for another break here on Live Now from Fox. And as Andrew and I have been mentioning, security, that has drastically changed, as most, if not all, of these events are going to be taking place indoors today because of the frigid temperatures. Coming up after the break, we're going to be speaking with Bobby McDonald, a former Secret Service agent, to talk more about the security measures on this historic day as we continue to look ahead to the swearing-in ceremony on this Inauguration Day 2025. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this Inauguration Day 2025. I'm Stephanie Quinu. As we look ahead to the swearing-in ceremony of President-elect Donald J. Trump, that is set to start at around 11:30. The official swearing-in set to start at around noontime. We continue to share some live looks with you across Capitol Hill, and this is a live look right here outside Blair House. This is the official guest residence of the White House, and President-elect Trump and First Lady Melania Trump are inside, about to depart for St. John's Church as they attend a church service right there. You can see the vast number of Secret Service vehicles outside the residence, and from time to time the camera pans around, sharing with us the vast number of law enforcement here on Capitol Hill. Of course, the strategy has changed drastically now that most, if not all, of the events being held today will be held indoors. But to talk more about the security measures, I do want to bring in Bobby McDonald, who is a former Secret Service agent, as well as a lecturer of criminal justice at the University of New Haven. And Bobby, we appreciate you joining us here for our live coverage on Inauguration Day 2025.
Good morning, Stephanie. Always great to be back with you.
So as we're taking a live look at the Secret Service vehicles right here, and the Secret Service, again, has been such a topic of discussion in the past number of years. This is a very different inauguration. There have been 2 attempts on President-elect Trump's life as he was campaigning for president. I have to imagine that the strategy in place today is a little different and has evolved in light of what has happened in the previous months.
Well, you're absolutely right. To a point, I think that the eyes of the world obviously were going to be on the Secret Service today, and have been since July, to make sure that they're dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's. I think they're going to have a new director shortly and get them pointed in a direction, hopefully, that will keep them in a positive light and continuing to do the good work that they do every day. This is a national special security event, which brings a level of planning that is unprecedented. It is the highest level security event that we have in the United States, and we've had 83 of them so far since that designation was developed by the Department of Homeland Security. So the entire plan here has been worked on for about 12 months. Various committees deal with communications and various closures and work with all of the different entities. They brought in a number of police officers from around the country and deputized them in the district to make sure that all of this security plan is implemented properly, and that we make sure that it's a safe event, not only for the protectees, for Congress and everybody that's involved, but also all of the people that are attending are also encumbered by that blanket of protection.
And let's talk about that as well. You were mentioning all of the attendees, and this is another look right there at just the vast number of security just at this location alone. That has also changed, but now we have the issue where it's no longer hundreds of thousands of people in the mall, specifically for this event. Many are going to be allowed inside the Capital One Arena. But what about the people who had tickets and they're not able to attend? They're still in Washington, D.C. They're going to try and view this some other way. How does that change the strategy? And is there additional concern, or does that take the weight off, perhaps, from the Secret Service and the various law enforcement agencies that are handling this?
Well, there are a number of contingencies that are built into place to include a cold weather situation. Having been posted on that podium in 1997 at the inauguration of Bill Clinton, I can tell you how cold that can get down there. So very understandable that the safety of people and also the law enforcement officials that would be standing outside for hours was very important here. And the decision was made to move it inside. Now, the Secret Service needs to be flexible and hopefully has built flexibility into its security apparatus to be able to encumber all of these different changes, all of these different places to now secure based upon changes in the schedule.
And Bobby, I just wanted to let our viewers know we are seeing Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Yusha right there walking into St. John's Church as they are expected to attend a service. But as they're walking inside, we did see, of course, again, as you mentioned, to your point, a large number of Secret Service agents. As you see the line of agents right there, no doubt security top of mind. You did mention, though, that you were there for former President Bill Clinton's inauguration. You know, obviously there's a lot that the public cannot know when it comes to security in place, but what can you share with us in terms of level of protection, in terms of, and I also want to bring this in terms of the footprint of protection. What's the perimeter like when you're talking about a swearing-in ceremony, an inauguration day, where there are numerous locations and you have, you know, the president, the first lady, and others moving from location to location for hours?
Yeah, again, all the different plans of how those transportation movements are going to be made, where they're going to arrive at all of these venues. All of the venues that the president, the vice president are going to be at today are all well known to the Secret Service and well known to the D.C. Metropolitan Police. We've done numerous events there for years. The insides, the outsides, the perimeter is very large down in D.C. today. You can see in your picture in the shot there that there really aren't any pedestrians milling around. They are being kept well outside of that security perimeter. A lot of familiar faces that I see there from my time with the Secret Service, a lot of quality people that have put in a lot of hard work to make sure that this day goes incredibly well and is, again, safe for all those involved.
And right now we are taking a live look, as you can see, the convoy right there departing Blair House, as we are expecting President-elect Trump and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump depart as they are set to arrive at St. John's Church in just a matter of moments. Bobby, you were mentioning a lot of familiar faces that you're seeing, you know, in these live streams right here for your time as you were working with the Secret Service. You know, any final thoughts on the security of truly a historic day?
Yeah, look, the Secret Service wants this to go very well today, as it does every event. The Secret Service, I don't believe, had any action in the rumors that are out there that there were security threats here involved with moving it inside. I don't believe any of that. The Secret Service wants to show America that our democracy is working, that our transfer of power will happen at noontime today. You know, the detail agents that are with President Trump today will move over, the detail agents that are with President Biden today will move over to President Trump at 12 noon. The presidential detail does not change despite the individual in that office. So there's a seamless transfer of power as well as a seamless transfer of protection that will be seen today by the Secret Service and the new administration.
And Bobby, we do appreciate you taking the time to really overview the security measures in place, and we appreciate you taking the time.
Always a pleasure, Stephanie. Thank you.
All right. And we do want to continue our coverage. I want to bring back in my colleague, Andrew Kraft, as we are expecting President-elect Trump to arrive at St. John's Church right here. And we see that the door is opening and taking a look. And yes, Andrew, that is President-elect Donald Trump right here arriving at St. John's Church. You know, we can see the fist pump, you know, just another symbol for those who are watching. You know, what do you make of this moment right here?
Well, I think it's so striking, Stephanie, that St. John's Episcopal Church, it's right across the street from the White House. It's near Lafayette Square, and I think a lot of people might remember in that summer of 2020, June of 2020, during some of those really dangerous riots that were happening in D.C. at the time. You remember Trump walked from the White House to St. John's. He stood outside the church and he lifted a Bible. Sign a show of strength in the moment of a pretty perilous time in the country, in the nation's capital. You see there the First Lady's father. You also see Jared Kushner was just there. So we're going to see a lot of the Trump family members today, obviously, and you just saw, for those kind of following the fashion trends, Usha Vance and Melania Trump, and what they're wearing. That's always kind of a key kind of focal point of the day as well, Stephanie.
Yes, and you were mentioning, you were naming those that you saw, and I also wanted to share this with our viewers right here as Representative Mike Waltz shared this social media post saying St. John's Church, the Church of the Presidents, God bless America. And you can also see Elon Musk also in attendance for this service right here. And we were talking about, the tech giants that are going to be at the swearing-in ceremony as well. Elon Musk, of course, is set to attend that. But we are seeing a number of notables walking into St. John's Church right here. What we're going to do is, it's a little unclear, Andrew, whether we're going to actually be able to get a live stream inside the service itself. But this is another exterior angle of St. John's Church right there as President-elect Trump has arrived alongside soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump. And as you mentioned, a number of family members and other notables. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for just a brief 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this Inauguration Day 2025. I'm Stephanie Quinu. This is a live look right here of the nation's capital. A beautiful look on this Monday, Inauguration Day 2025. And in fact, you can see the American flags draped there along the U.S. Capitol. What is different? Perhaps you can take a look. It is empty. And typically on Inauguration Day, we have hundreds of thousands of folks who are there lining the mall ahead of the swearing-in ceremony, excited to be part of history and to participate in this historic event. That has now changed because of the frigid temperatures, the actual temperatures in the 20s, the feel-like temperatures much colder than that, with the winds continuing to pick up. And because of that, the decision was made last Friday to transition the swearing-in ceremony from outdoors to indoors inside the Capitol Rotunda. The second time this has happened, the last time being back in 1985 for former President Ronald Reagan. To talk more on this historic day, I do want to bring back in my colleague Andrew Kraft as we continue. Take a live look right here outside of St. John's Church, where we saw President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance walk inside, likely not going to be allowed cameras inside as this service gets underway. But you were noting who was actually arriving and going through those doors, Andrew, and it's really the who's who of not only Washington, but really of U.S. business industries.
That picture of Elon Musk, he's inside there, also members of the Trump family. And this is going to be a different Washington for the next 4 years. A unified government. Republicans will control, obviously, the House and the Senate. Donald Trump is in the White House. And so we'll see what will be on the agenda and whether or not the agenda can get done. You are seeing kind of some of these Republicans who usually are hawkish on China, somewhat fall in line on President-elect Trump's stance on TikTok. I've only seen a few Republican senators somewhat break with the president-elect on what to do with TikTok. So I thought that was interesting. But to your point, we have this really beautiful live picture there of St. John's Episcopal Church. If you're familiar with Washington, it's right across the street from the White House, right across the street from Lafayette Square. And to your point, Stephanie, on Inauguration days, in memoriam, it has been used for the incoming president-elect to, if they are imbued with their personal faith, to reflect, to ask for God's divine grace and thanks and forgiveness as they embark on this incredibly, extremely weighty job, the weight of the world falling on the shoulders of those who sit in the Oval Office. And that's what we're seeing right now happen there. And so I thought it was interesting. Obviously, President Biden is an adherent of the Catholic faith. He's a devout Catholic. So he did not do this tradition back in 2021. He chose instead to participate in a service there at the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle, a really, really beautiful church. For those of our Catholic viewers in Washington, Biden chose that church before getting sworn in back in January of 2021. So, yes, if you are the incoming president-elect, you can choose based on your faith, but this has been a tradition going back many, many decades, I believe even to some of our founding fathers, and it is quintessential Washington. It is imbued with history. And you're seeing right now the motorcade posted up outside St. John's there as this service is underway. So you're right, we're not going to get any live pictures inside, but we will see the departure from St. John's, where I believe the president-elect and the first lady and the vice president-elect and the second lady will go from that church, I believe, to the White House to meet with the Bidens.
And I also wanted, Andrew, to bring up for our viewers right here some additional information about the St. John's Church. And you mentioned President Biden being of Catholic faith. St. John's is Episcopalian. And just for our viewers right there, just wanted to share some historical information right there. As you mentioned, it is known as the Church of Presidents, as it has welcomed every president to worship, beginning with James Madison. So, you know, talking about the traditions and the history behind every event that we are going to be seeing today, many of them being started by some of those many years ago. Not every president has followed every single one of these traditions, some of them making their own tradition. And, you know, as I was, taking a look at some of the history, seeing one of those trivias, which was, JFK being the last president to be sworn in to wear a top hat. So, history being made every single time, there is a swearing in ceremony. And I have to imagine, Andrew, that there is going to be history made. President-elect Trump, not one necessarily to stand on tradition. As he was mentioning, as he was campaigning, he is looking to forge a new path to disrupt the status quo, already doing that even before being officially sworn in and looking ahead to the next 4 years. I have to imagine we are likely going to be seeing a lot of firsts.
Yeah, I think that will be somewhat evident in the slate of executive orders that will be kind of signed by Trump's pen and his hand today. Fox News Digital is reporting that there are scores of them ready to go. And that is what kind of the presidential transition is for, Stephanie. You have a lot of these people who are going to be working with you for the next 4 years. They're incoming White House staff, incoming agency staff, and they have relied on some kind of outside think tanks and nonprofits, conservative ones at that, to help them draft these. So these have been ready to go really for a while. It's not like they're being drafted last minute. And it really runs the gamut on the environment, on the southern border, and so much more, on the kind of civil and federal bureaucracy about what powers the executive has to fire government employees at will here. And so we're going to see that after the inauguration, after the swearing in. They are ready to go, according to some of our reporting. And that's what a transition is for. But to your point, Donald Trump in 2017, after winning the 2016 election, he vowed to change up the status quo. His very election was the definition of that. And you can argue, and historians will, on whether he did that in his first term. And so now we're going to see a second Trump term, and you're going to see him partake and pursue some of the policy routes, that he didn't necessarily get to in the first term. That is what a second term is for. Obviously, there was an interregnum of 4 years as President Biden and Vice President Harris won that election back in 2020. And so, we'll just have to wait and see on what is going to be priority number one. But he's going to have a lot of latitude. He's going to have a lot of leeway because he has the House and the Senate to really reshape how things are done here. He created the Department of Government Efficiency already. There's been some reporting out there that Vivek Ramaswamy is out already at that. And so that was another, feature of the first Trump presidency. A lot of staff shakeups. They really had to get their, steady bearing under them. There was a lot of cabinet resignations. There was a lot of firings. There's just a lot of turnover. And I'm not necessarily sure if you're going to see that this time.
It's so true, Andrew, and it's going to be very interesting, I have to say, as you were mentioning, the difference between 2017 and now. Of course, so much has happened in the world. It's a different time right now. We have been seeing a lot of wars, a lot of conflicts, a lot of different issues arise that perhaps weren't even in existence back 4 years ago. A tremendous amount of change has occurred as we take another live look at the nation's capital, where we see the American flag there waving in the distance. And of course, wind chill, Andrew, continuing to be a conversation maker, as so much of what we were expecting today, we were preparing for, has changed because of the weather. The incredibly cold weather in the 20s, and of course it feels much colder, and so there is not that much pomp and circumstance. We're not going to be seeing the outdoor parade. We are going to be seeing it inside the Capital One Arena, but again, just very different from what I think a lot of people were preparing for. And it's not just physical preparement, right? We have the nation. We have President-elect Trump winning the popular vote, the electoral vote. So many people anticipating and waiting for this moment. They've been waiting for years. And unfortunately, many of the people who have made this journey to Washington, D.C., not going to be able to witness it firsthand because it's inside. And I have to imagine a lot of disappointed people today, as well as, of course, celebration, just different for them.
Yeah, I myself have never been or never attended an inauguration, but I would imagine it's just, you really feel the sense of history and the pomp and circumstance when you do travel to Washington, and you get to kind of bask in, how we do this, how we have done this uninterrupted for almost the last 250 years. And just have to note, obviously, the last inauguration, President Trump did not attend that inauguration. At the time, Vice President Pence, he attended Biden and Harris's swearing in here. So he is back. And so that uninterrupted transition, peaceful transition of power, you've heard it a lot from President Biden in the last couple of days. You heard it a lot from Vice President Harris and incoming President-elect Trump. That is what they are committed to. But I want to go back to this, which I think is interesting. We've been talking about faith and how important faith is to our elected leaders, including and especially the President of the United States. You and I just anchored, of course, special coverage of the 39th President Jimmy Carter's funeral as the nation said goodbye to him earlier this month. And faith was a really big part of his life and of his presidency as well. And obviously the question is, what Bible will President-elect Trump use to be sworn in on? He will use two Bibles. He will use his mother's Bible and Lincoln's Bible, of course, that was used by Abraham Lincoln in 1861. It's been used for, I believe, every modern swearing in the modern presidency. So it is deeply, deeply symbolic of just a prop, an object for the country to see that. But we will see that inside. And I only bring up faith because as we speak right now, inside St. John's Episcopal Church, the Trumps and the Vances are inside. And this is a tradition. This is a custom that has been really since the founding fathers' days, since that church went up there right across the street from the White House. So they're keeping with that tradition. And obviously, J.D. Vance himself, a convert to Catholicism. Donald Trump has talked about his faith in interviews in the past and how it guides him. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge that and note that because that is a key feature of these presidencies.
And as we're taking a look at St. John's Church as well as Capitol Hill, you mentioned that, and we were hearing so much of faith. President Biden, of course, is speaking a lot, and he has been known to speak a lot about his Catholic faith. And we do, see, even though church and state, of course, are separate, we do also see perhaps the connection as well as many presidents make faith a tent pole for them as they navigate, the ups and the downs of the political world right there. Andrew, I also wanted to share this because, my producer just wanted to share this with us, that New York City Mayor Eric Adams is in line for a potential pardon, and he will be attending President-elect Trump's inauguration. We do know that they met last week as well. And, Mayor Adams, a Democrat, attending. So we also see, the Democrats and the Republicans perhaps, looking ahead to the future, looking to forge a new path. And, everyone who attends the swearing-in ceremony is there for a reason. And so this is also interesting to note as we continue to learn a little bit more about who's going to be at the inauguration. Of course, the inauguration now inside the Capitol Rotunda. So only just 600 people allowed inside. And it does appear, at least according to Politico, that New York City Mayor Eric Adams will be one of those attendees.
Yeah, that is so interesting. That trip to Florida that Mayor Adams made last week, and Mayor Adams' chief spokesperson came out and he said definitively no pardon was discussed. Adams' indictment was not discussed with the incoming president-elect. They talked about a number of things, including the issue of crime, including the issue of illegal immigration, including the Israel-Hamas war as well. But interesting to note, yes, one of the nation's biggest cities mayors will be in attendance. You're talking about that 600 number, and I've been seeing photos from the 85 inauguration with President Reagan and First Lady Nancy Reagan at the time, and there was a kind of bird's eye panoramic view of the rotunda. And I don't know if we could pull that up, but definitely looked like a lot more than 600 people. So it's going to be jam-packed, to your point, though, Stephanie. And it'll be something we haven't seen in 40 years. And so that is kind of what I'll be looking forward to, how they came about this so quickly, how they pulled this together. A lot of work, a lot of effort going into that. And we'll just have to wait and see.
It is going to be interesting. Our senior producer, Julianne, is going to try and work to pull up the video for the Capitol Rotunda to just show just how large it is. But no doubt they are going to be at capacity inside as, of course, everyone, wants to be part of this historic moment right there. Another live look at the U.S. Capitol. And you can see on the left-hand side of your screen the tree without leaves shaking in the wind, and once again just a visible reminder as to why all of this is now evolved, has morphed into an indoor events day. It's because of the bitter cold, and of course most of these swearing-in ceremonies held outdoors for the public to attend. And so many folks have had those tickets in hand, ready to wait in line. And that has been drastically changed right here. But my producer just sharing this with us. This, of course, is from the Republican Party. It says the location may have changed, but crews are already hard at work to ensure a successful inauguration and a peaceful transfer of power. So this is a look right there at at walking up the steps, walking into the Capitol Rotunda right there. And to your point, Andrew, it gives us a better idea about, the capacity of this, and I don't know if you know this, Andrew, but, no doubt people are going to be able to be seated, but I also have to imagine it might be standing room only, as so many people do want to make sure that they attend today's historic swearing-in ceremony.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see, who is seated or standing where. Obviously, that's much easier to do on the dais outside in the front of the U.S. Capitol, because you can see it very, very clearly. But we're going to see a jam-packed Capitol Rotunda, and it'll be interesting to see who is seated next to who or standing next to who, and who gets that prime placement in front of the cameras here. Of course, a big kind of storyline in all of this, Stephanie, is who's not attending today. You and I have discussed that. We discussed that on Friday. The AP reported last week former First Lady Michelle Obama will not be there. We also know it was reported that former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi won't be there, and some of these other prominent Democrats like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She came out on Instagram Live just over the weekend saying that she would not be there as well. So I think it's interesting, to your point, to just say who will and who won't be there. I'm always looking for that.
It is going to be interesting, the who's who, so to speak. And Andrew, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break, but after that, we do want to bring in presidential historian Jim Robinault to talk more about the historic events that we are going to be seeing and couching it when it comes to looking ahead, but also looking behind, because, the present and the future are always influenced by the past. And we're going to have that interesting conversation coming up after the break, Andrew. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our Live Now from Fox Inauguration Day 2025 coverage as we look ahead to the official swearing-in ceremony of President-elect Donald J. Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and you're taking a live look right here at a very chilly Capitol building right there with the American flags, and you can actually see the stage had been set for the upcoming swearing-in ceremony. Unfortunately, you can also see not a person right there on the mall. Typically, crowds would have already walked in preparing in anticipation for this historic moment because of the weather, because of the dangerously cold temperatures and the wind chill. The swearing-in ceremony is now going to be held inside the Capitol Rotunda. Just the second time, the last time being back in 1985 for former President Ronald Reagan's second swearing-in ceremony. And a lot of disappointed people, as you can imagine, making the journey to Washington, D.C. to witness this historic moment as President-elect Trump to be sworn in as the 47th president. He was sworn in first 8 years ago as the 45th president. So just the second president to be elected non-consecutively, Grover Cleveland, in fact, being the very first president to have that happen. And to give more on this historical perspective, we do want to bring in Jim Robinault, who is a presidential historian and a friend of Live Now from Fox. And Jim, we appreciate you taking the time to join us on this Inauguration Day.
Hi, Andrew. Good to see you.
And we are taking a live look, Jim, at St. John's Church, where President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance are inside, along with a number of notables. Andrew and I have been discussing this all morning long in terms of who will be attending. And it is very significant in terms of who is being allowed inside the Capitol Rotunda to witness this historic moment, because these are a select few handpicked by President-elect Trump. What do you make of those who we know will be in attendance, Jim?
Well, I think that, it's a very small space, actually. And I told Andrew last week that if you go back and watch the inaugural of Reagan in 1985, everybody is standing. It looks like that's what's going to be the case here, so they can get more people in there. If they had chairs, it'd be even less. I think they estimated about 1,000 people made it into Reagan's inaugural inside the Capitol. If they had chairs, it'd probably be only about 600 people. So it's a very confined space. As I understand it, they're using the hall, the Great Hall that's just been built in front of the Capitol, the entrance to the Capitol for overflow for 1,800 guests who will be there. It's a beautiful space, but it's not like being there in person. So it's going to be a very intimate affair. And I think in Reagan's case in 1985, it did provide a nice backdrop for him inside the Capitol, and with all these people standing around and standing next to each other as he gave his speech.
You know, I just wanted to bring up, we do have some reporting in, if we could take the shot outside St. John's Church. Bloomberg's reporting some of those who are in attendance with the president-elect and the vice president-elect. I'm learning, and they're learning, Mark Zuckerberg is there, Jeff Bezos is there, Tim Cook is there, the TikTok CEO, Xiao Chu is there, also Argentinian leader Javier Milei is there, and the former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson among those in attendance for the service there. Jim, good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. I know it's early, but I got to ask, because I don't want to belabor this point here today because it's about Donald Trump's inauguration, but we have to ask you what President Biden just issued about 2 hours ago, preemptive pardons for a slew of Trump critics. Now, in just about an hour's time, Biden and Trump will be in the same car together. They'll be exchanging pleasantries. And he just delivered this parting shot to his longtime political rival. And we could get into what a preemptive pardon is, if any presidents have ever done that. What do you make of that? That this one last final barb to a political foe he delivered with hours left as president?
Well, it's interesting, Andrew. I mean, the pardon power is a really important part of our history. If you go back to the beginning of the country, there was a rebellion in the country by people who had served in the Continental Army who were not getting their pay and whose homes were being taken from them. It was called Shays' Rebellion. That rebellion led to the need for a constitutional convention in our Constitution. It brought George Washington out of retirement and back into political life. So that rebellion was much about trying to quell people who had been violent, who had stormed courthouses to stop court proceedings and so forth. And that's why the pardon power was put into our Constitution, was to allow a president to calm take the temperature down, to end something that could be, a very dangerous rebellion against the nation itself, and pardon people like Colonel Shays or Captain Shays. That power also was shown at the end of the Civil War with the general amnesty that was issued to the Confederate soldiers. And there was actually an act of Congress under the 14th Amendment for that. Then you get to, the First World War, and Warren Harding very courageously gave a pardon to Eugene Debs, who was a socialist leader who ran for president 4 times. He ran against Harding in the election of 1920. And Harding commuted his sentence. He had been put in jail for speaking out against the war. And many considered him a traitor for doing that, but a lot of people felt that was just First Amendment right to protest against a war. And when Harding did that, his entire cabinet was not in favor of it. His wife was not in favor of it. But the point was to try to settle things and heal wounds. So we saw it with Nixon. We saw it with Carter with the Vietnam vets. It's a power that is used at moments like this. And it's to be compared to, what Donald Trump has said he's going to do with the January 6th people when he gets into office. Right. And so it's a very important power, actually, and it's important to try to put some disputes in the past and not keep fighting about things that just will go on and on. Long history, long answer to that, but that's the history of the pardon power, and it's absolute under the Constitution.
And Jim, I just wanted to let our viewers see this live look right here as we do see President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcome in Vice President Harris and a second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, right there as they are also preparing to participate in this swearing-in ceremony. Of course, having that farewell ceremony as well. We see them, standing at attention. And I also want to bring in this, Jim, because there's the political dynamic that we're going to see at play today right here as well. And even in the same party, you take a look at this and you see President Biden really being forced out by his own party, and then Vice President Harris tapped to take on President-elect Trump. And we see this. We're also going to see this at play, during the swearing-in ceremony, as we also talk about who will be there and, of course, who will not be there. And we do know that Michelle Obama will not be in attendance. She wasn't at the funeral service for former President Jimmy Carter, also not attending the swearing-in ceremony. And that's getting a lot of chatter. What can you make of that, Jim? What can you share with us in terms of that perspective?
Well, again, if you look at our history, we've had, I think, 4 different presidents who have not attended their successors' inauguration, all the way back to 1801 when John Adams, the second president, refused to attend the ceremony for Thomas Jefferson in 1801. A very bitter campaign. And Adams got up at 4 a.m. and left the Capitol rather than attend. His son, John Quincy Adams, did not attend when Jackson came in, too. Another cantankerous time. What I would point out is I think we ought to look back. Reagan's inaugural, his very first inaugural, when he defeated Jimmy Carter. Again, bitter campaign. Carter was bitterly disappointed. Reagan got up and he started his inaugural by saying that, the orderly transfer of authority as called by the Constitution routinely takes place, as it has for almost 2 centuries. And few of us stop to think about how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. In the very next statement, he spoke to Carter, calling him Mr. President. I want the nation to know how you've helped me in this transition of power. That is something that we should not take for granted. It's good that President Biden and that Vice President Harris are going to be attending. It's very important that they do that. For his own reasons, Donald Trump did not attend 4 years ago, but we need to reestablish that and keep that as the peaceful transfer of power in our government, or we don't have much of a government. But it's good to look back at somebody like Reagan, who was very gracious about it, very gracious with Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter before him had been very gracious with Gerald Ford after Watergate, who had pardoned Richard Nixon, by the way, and one of the reasons he didn't win. So as I see it, it's important that the president and vice president attend. Other people like Michelle Obama can make their own decisions. I would prefer that she would come rather than have the distraction, but it's definitely her decision about what to do. As I understand it, President Obama is going to be attending. So this is an important point and an important moment in our constitutional government. And really, we see a lot of grace by many people who have gone through this. And we also see others who have decided not to attend. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, I mean, Jim, it's no stranger to anyone that it's hard to lose. It's hard to lose on such a public stage as a U.S. presidential election. I want to talk, though, with you about the inaugural address, and we can maybe get into what your favorite inaugural address is as the presidential historian. Mine is Lincoln's second inaugural here. But what will Trump say today? Will he, like Reagan, give a nod, give some words in his speech to both Biden and Harris in some show of grace? I'll be looking for that because obviously that portion in his first inaugural back in 2017, the American Carnage section, a lot of people infamously remember that. But he's saying his speech is going to be one of unity today.
And I also wanted to share with our viewers, Andrew, Jim, before you answer that, it does appear that President-elect Trump is departing now. St. John's Church, we saw him alongside Melania Trump exiting the church. It does seem as though the service has wrapped up. They're walking hand in hand right there, and he's smiling to the crowd. Thank you, he says, mouthing those words and walking into the escort right there, the convoy. And I just wanted to share that with our viewers as we continue to take a live look. But, Andrew was sharing some of his favorite, inaugural speeches. Do you have one?
Yes. I mean, if you look at inaugurals, Andrew, as you've said, the message of unity is what's most important. And you see it again and again. A lot of these inaugurals are a genre that, follows kind of a pattern. The president starting off humbly thanking the voters, essentially saying, I'm not sure I'm up to the task, as George Washington famously said in his very first inaugural, and then going through and saying, as Thomas Jefferson did in 1801, this dispute with Adams, he said, then we are all Federalists, we are all Republicans, meaning we're all Americans. And after hard campaigns, a president needs to unify the country because the president's going to be governing the entire country. And so that's a very important message. I've seen that Trump is intending to talk about unity. Actually, if you look back at his speech, the American Carnage speech from 4 years ago, he actually did talk about unity there too. And so it is a really important message. But if you ask me, what are the important inaugurals? Obviously, Washington's, Jefferson's, and then I agree with Andrew, both of Lincoln's, but especially Lincoln's second inaugural, which was very important. Again, the country then torn apart by war and 600,000 Americans losing their lives, huge change in the country politically, and Lincoln chose that occasion to say, with malice towards none, with charity for all, let us bind up our wounds. That's the kind of message that you need to have after you've had a rough and tumble time, and especially when you've had, such a severe war. The other two that I really like are Franklin Roosevelt's 1933, The Only Thing We Have to Fear is Fear Itself, where he tried to calm the nation in the midst of this Great Depression. And it was a really important message that calmed the fears in the country, that, banks closing and things like that. It was a really difficult time. His message was one of fortitude and, bucking up the American people. And then my absolute favorite actually is JFK's 1961 inaugural, when he talked about, you let the torch be passed to us, and then we need to be a country of service. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. It's a wonderful, beautiful speech, very well put together, beautifully delivered on a day not unlike today. It was about 22 degrees. You can see the breath. And Kennedy got up, no hat, no overcoat, and gave this very stirring speech that is worth watching, and I think considered one of the top 2 or 3 inaugurals.
Jim, I also wanted to ask too, because we are in 30 days of mourning as a country in the wake of the death of former President Carter. President Biden issuing the guidance and the order for all American flags on federal buildings to be lowered to half staff. But in the last couple of days, you've heard from Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. You've heard from some Republican governors like Greg Abbott, like Ron DeSantis, and others saying that for today, the American flag should be raised back to full staff. On some state houses, that is going to happen. But we're learning, according to some reports, that Speaker Johnson also had ordered that for the U.S. Capitol, but some reports saying right now that the staff, the crew, are trying to bring it back to full staff, but the cords are frozen because it is so cold. I wanted to ask, though, was there a previous time when the nation was under a 30-day period of mourning for a former president or whatever during the time of an inauguration? Can you think of one? Is that unique?
I think it is unique. If you look at our inaugurations, we today, Trump will become the 47th POTUS, but we've had 78 different ceremonies because every consecutive POTUS, numbered POTUS, if you have two, swearing in ceremonies. And then we have this quirk of several presidents who died in office. And those presidents, there was an immediate transfer of power to the vice presidents in those situations. And in, Nixon's resignation, the transfer to Gerald Ford. So when those presidents died in office and you would have had, the flags at half-mast, the transfer of power had already happened. There was no real inaugural speech. There was no inaugural ceremony other than the giving of the oath to the vice presidents under these, dire circumstances. And it was done in various places, by the way. It wasn't just in the Capitol. Calvin Coolidge, when he took over after Harding died, his father swore him in Vermont. And several times when that sort of thing happened, an emergency presidency, if you will, those would be followed by some public ceremony on the East Portico. So to answer your question, I don't think this has ever happened before where we've had the death of a former president or a president that resulted in flags being flown at half staff during an inauguration. It would have been during a time of, emergency. LBJ down in Dallas, he was sworn in on Air Force One. Very interesting trivia question there. The person who swore LBJ in was Sarah Hughes, who was a federal district court judge who had been appointed by Kennedy and was, a friend of LBJ's. He waited for her to come out. The only woman to ever administer the oath of office. Wow. And so you see that famous scene. What's really interesting to me, because I wrote in my book, January 1973, that she's the one who administered that oath. She was later the judge who decided Roe v. Wade in the lower court.
Wow.
And Wade was the guy who was the prosecutor who brought Oswald out, Henry Wade. So kind of a strange quirk. And then Roe v. Wade is issued on January 22, 1973. Later that day, Roe v. Wade is decided in the Supreme Court, and later that day, Lyndon Johnson dies. So there's a lot of real interesting connections to that story. But I think when you look at where the country is in terms of mourning a president or a former president, I don't think that's ever happened before. And I think that to me, this issue is one that is not worth much fighting about. It is what it is, and it's symbolic to some people, so be it. But I think it is the law that you have to keep them at half staff.
And now we're taking a live look as President-elect Trump is arriving at Blair House. This is really just the stepstone, if you will, before he arrives at the Capitol Rotunda. And Jim, you were sharing with us in terms of previous inaugural speeches and previous significant events. As a historian, of course, typically you take a look at the past, but you're also viewing what is happening in real time through that historical lens. And I'm curious for you, when you're taking a look at the historic events unfolding before our very eyes, before the nation, before the world, what are you most focusing on today?
Yeah, Stephanie, it's a good question. I think that given what President Biden did this morning, this day will be remembered for pardons. Both the pardons that Biden issued and the pardons that President Trump has said he's going to issue. And we're still not sure whether it's going to be a blanket pardon for everyone who was convicted of January 6th crimes or if it's going to be select people. But, this day is going to be remembered for that. And I think people will put a lot of context around it because it will be on the Democrat side. They will say, we needed to do this because people were being threatened with political prosecutions. And on the Republican side, they're going to say, well, you politically prosecuted President Trump and these people who were protesting in 2020. Really shows a real divide in our country through this mechanism of the pardon power. And it's definitely going to be the thing that we're going to remember. It's interesting that, the people who write these speeches for presidents spend a lot of time looking at the past inaugurals. And it is interesting to go back and look at them. They're real points in time. But if you look at some of the people who wrote their inaugurals before they had speechwriters, per se, James Garfield in 1881, who was a college president, just a genius in math, Civil War general, and he won in 1881. He would then be assassinated 6 months later, but he had writer's block. He could not write it out, and he had nightmares about it, and finally he had a dream that kind of provoked him into writing what he was going to write. But it's a really important historical document that sets the nation in a point in time, but it also looks back. Most of these inaugurals reference George Washington in some way or another. Most of them reference the founding fathers. Most of them, like President Reagan, reference the miracle of the transfer of power, the peaceful transfer of power in this country. And then, of course, they talk about where they are and what they want to do. They don't necessarily talk about, down nitty gritty policy. It's more principles of where they want to take the nation and what they want to do. And that was true of Trump's first inaugural. That was true of Biden's inaugural. This whole idea of talking about broad principles and ways that you want to lead the nation. So it's an important time, an important document, an important marker for our country, and it's worthwhile going back and reading a number of these inaugural addresses to really get a feel for how the country got through very difficult times, how the country got through very good times, and how we progressed and moved forward as a nation.
And moving forward, we were just sharing with our viewers, Jim, more individuals leaving, departing St. John's Church. We were seeing Barron Trump, obviously the youngest son of President-elect Trump, along with a number of his other family members. And right here, we do see Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff welcoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. And so it does appear as though perhaps they're having a conversation. So I did want to raise the audio for our viewers to see what we can hear.
Great.
The audio just a little bit difficult to hear, but from what we saw with the exchange, Jim, what do you make of this? Obviously, it was an incredibly contentious election cycle, and neither individual really mincing words, or anyone for that matter. When we take a look at this exchange, again, history in the making, what do you glean from that?
It's interesting to me. We've had very few senators become presidents. John Kennedy was one of them. Barack Obama was one, and Warren Harding was one. Very few people come out of the Senate and become president. A lot of them come from the House. A lot of them are governors like Reagan and Carter. But these two people, J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris, both come out of the Senate tradition, which is a very collegial fight, but then get along type of atmosphere. And you could kind of see it in the way they greeted each other. There was grace there on both sides. And I think that that's an important message for the American people, that we can disagree vehemently about policies and about all sorts of things that are really important to us. But at the end of the day, just like those senators have to get along in their legislating for the American people, those two showed that they have Senate blood in them, so to speak, that they both are willing to be collegial and to speak to each other as human beings and as fellow politicians. So I was pleased to see that. I was pleased to see the smiles, and I think it's an important message for the American people.
And I also wanted to share, Jim.
Andrew Kraft here. So, talking about their Senate careers, they weren't in the Senate for very long, Harris nor Vance at all. So they didn't necessarily get to, show maybe their legislative bona fides. They were really instantly catapulted to the White House, so to speak, weren't they?
Yes, it's a good point, Andrew. I'm not sure they overlap with each other. I don't think they did. I think she was vice president.
They didn't, no.
Yeah, when he was elected. I'm from Ohio, so I know J.D. Vance. I don't know him personally, but I know about him. And, I know that when he was in the Senate, he didn't have enough time to really establish himself, as you've said. She kind of established herself when she was doing essentially cross-examination of Supreme Court justice candidates and also on a banking committee. So she was known for being she's a former prosecutor, and she was known for that, in her time in the Senate. She had a little more time there than he did. But if you look at J.D. Vance, it's an interesting thing. Ohio, along with Virginia, claims the most presidents. And the Virginia presidents all came early on: George Washington, Monroe, Madison, Jefferson, and so forth. And then we had the Civil War. And from the Civil War until Warren Harding in 1920, Ohio ruled the presidency. It was Grant, Hayes, Garfield, McKinley, Taft, just a slew of Ohioans. And Ohio became known as the mother of presidents, because many of those people were born in Ohio, but not necessarily, like Grant ran from Illinois. But Ohio was known as a swing state. It was known as a heart of the country type state where, people from both sides would share power back and forth. It's become very red at this point. It's become very ruby red at this point. The Ohio legislature is supermajority Republican. And we now have 2 Republican senators because Sherrod Brown just lost his re-election campaign. So he came out of that milieu, which is a little bit different from the former Ohio presidents who came out of a milieu where there was more of a give and take in Ohio and a division, pretty equal division in the state. It's why it was a bellwether state for over 100 years. But all of those Ohio presidents were Republicans. They were in the tradition of Lincoln. They were in the tradition of, reconstructing the South and so forth. A lot of interesting stories about them. And so J.D. Vance falls into that. I think we've had one vice president who is from Ohio, but it'll be interesting to see what he gets to do, how he's included in the decisions that are made in the next 4 years. Jimmy Carter started the tradition with Mondale of bringing him into the Oval Office and giving him an office in the White House and consulting with him regularly. And that's been more or less true, but I think it'll be interesting to see. Donald Trump is such a dominant leader, and J.D. Vance has so little experience, relatively speaking. It'll be interesting to see how much he's included and what task he's given, by the president, or if he'll be less of an authority than in the past. So very interesting questions to come.
And it's interesting that you bring that up, Jim, because, talking about the role of the vice president during former President Jimmy Carter's funeral, we were hearing the words of the late former Vice President Mondale, and talking about the reason why he accepted was because he wanted the role of the vice president to be one that was respected, one that was more equal than in years past. And it is going to be interesting to see what that dynamic is like and what role J.D. Vance will play as we continue to take a look outside of Blair House. We are expecting President-elect Trump to depart momentarily. And on the lower right-hand side of your screen, that is an aerial view from inside the Capitol Rotunda. Just a stunning view as we take a look. And previously, there were some singers. It does look like perhaps the ceremony, that portion of it has concluded as we do see people exit right there, but just sharing with our viewers the different vantage points as we continue to watch in real time the events unfold. But it is absolutely interesting to see the very beginning, almost, Jim and Andrew, of what is to come in the next 4 years, setting the stage for what is likely to be a very different presidency. And you were mentioning the dynamic and the role, couching that in historical context with previous dynamics and relationships between former presidents and their vice presidents. Andrew, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what unfolds.
Yeah, that's so true. I just have to note, we do see Marine One there in front of the Capitol. That's always a very, very cool shot there. Maybe we could take that full. You see the presidential helicopter there in front of the U.S. Capitol. And so we'll see who gets on that. I believe it will take the Bidens away, and then it will also take the Trumps to the White House. But my producers can correct me if I'm wrong on that front. Can we take the shot of Blair House? While we have Jim, can we just talk about the significance of Blair House? From my understanding, it's kind of like the country's guest room, so to speak. What do we know about it?
Yeah. What we know is that during the Second World War, when Winston Churchill came to the United States and stayed for weeks on end in the White House with Franklin Roosevelt, Eleanor Roosevelt was not very happy about that. And eventually she said to him, why don't we have Blair House, which had been there, become kind of our guest house for dignitaries who come rather than having them stay in the White House. There are these hilarious stories of Winston Churchill walking around, the White House in the middle of the night. And there's one very famous story of him standing up naked in a bathtub that he was in, saying the Prime Minister of England has nothing to hide from the President of the United States. It was just, it was a real annoyance to Eleanor Roosevelt. So Blair House became kind of this very famous place for distinguished guests to stay. But during Truman's time, the White House was literally falling apart. And so they went in, you ought to see some of the pictures of this. They gutted the White House during Truman's administration, and he lived across the street in Blair House during that time. So it became kind of the White House itself. Then they recreated the White House to what it is now. But it was literally, they were worried that it was going to collapse because it had been so weakened over time. And during that time when Truman was in the Blair House, there was a Puerto Rican nationalist uprising at the time. And there were several of the Puerto Rican nationalists who got guns, came to Blair House to try to assassinate Truman. They got as far as the guards in front of Blair House. Truman was actually taking a nap inside. Several of the guards were killed. The nationalists were killed. It was a really traumatic incident at that time. But the Blair House goes way back. I mean, the people who stayed there and came over to see Lincoln when he was in the White House is interesting. But it really became what you talked about, Andrew. A kind of let's have our visitors stay in the Blair House as opposed to having them stay in the White House.
And as we talk about the Blair House, we are still waiting for President-elect Donald Trump to depart. But this is a live look there at the Capitol, where we were seeing his daughter, Ivanka Trump, arrive along with a number of other family members right there. This is a live look as they already are starting to trickle in inside the Capitol. You see Eric Trump right there as well, walking inside, of course, awaiting for President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance to arrive. But another historical moment in the making, Jim and Andrew, as this is really just the second time that the swearing-in ceremony is taking place inside at the Capitol Rotunda because of the weather, the incredibly cold weather. But what's also interesting to note is that there have been very cold swearing-in ceremonies that have taken place outdoor. And Jim, historically, when we're taking a look at the decision-making process when it comes to whether or not to hold an inauguration, traditionally outside or now shifting inside, what is the thought process historically when it comes to determining, the events and where they take place?
Good question. Very good question. It gives us a chance to talk about this building too a little bit. You know, when the Capitol was built, the very first building was the Senate building, which is just to the right of the big dome right there. That was the original structure that was built. And then they began to build the middle part that will be the rotunda. The original rotunda had a cap to it that was much, much smaller than the one you see. In fact, the one you see was built during the time of Abraham Lincoln. You can see pictures of it being constructed during one of his inaugurals. So they built that, and then the house was built on the other side. And then eventually they expanded the two wings, so where the Senate is now is further out, where the House is now is further out. But so in that context, these inaugurations took place in various stages and in various places. The Senate building was originally used, as was the House chamber, for the very first presidents. The first time it went outside was Andrew Jackson, and they used the east portico, not the west. The west portico is where it's been done since Ronald Reagan switched it from the east to the west, where you look down the mall and you know, that beautiful setting that you've shown pictures of. It always, prior to that, was on the east side. And the east side is where you see, you know, those famous pictures of Lincoln when he's giving his second inaugural are on the east side. What's interesting is once they built this huge dome on top of the, you know, the structure, it really made the pillars that were in front of the east look very small and out of place. So there was a project to redo that, and they took those pillars down. They took that facade down. And if you're in Washington and want to have some fun, those pillars are all in the National, I think, Arboretum, standing like, you know, if you went to Rome and saw ruins and so forth, those pillars are out there, and they were replaced by new pillars and a new facade. So the facade you see with Lincoln is not the same facade where he spoke. It became much bigger and elaborate. And each president, you know, made a decision about whether to go forward with, you know, the exterior inauguration. When Grant was inaugurated, I think it was for his second time, it was extremely cold. It was like, you know, 16 degrees. And he went out, nevertheless gave his inauguration outside, but he held his inaugural ball in a room in the Treasury building where it was so cold people were wearing overcoats and the champagne froze. So kind of a famous time there. But, you know, being the Civil War general that he was not going to take it back inside. He held it outside. And then, of course, with Reagan, it was important because by the time you get, you know, to Trump and to Reagan and so forth, you have so many people who show up and who are in danger of having frostbite, or really some bad things can happen in situations in that sort of weather. So I think it was a wise choice to move it inside, just like as it was with President Reagan. But over time, it has been, you know, JFK, it was about the same temperature that it is right now, 22 degrees. He went ahead with it outside. And I think the better idea is to hold it inside, and then, you know, to not have people get injured or hurt during an inauguration.
Yeah, we're just looking at some of the arrivals yet again. Maybe we can listen to some of them here.
Jim, as we take a live look at the arrivals here inside the Capitol Rotunda, I want to ask you this, and maybe you know and maybe you don't, but we are awaiting President-elect Donald Trump to depart the Blair House and make his way here. You know, what's the process during this waiting period? What is he doing? Is he practicing his speech? Is he just relaxing? I mean, what does he do during this downtime? Or is he busy making phone calls, as we do know that, you know, he's set to sign, you know, 200 or so executive orders. You know, can you take us perhaps inside the Blair House as we do await his arrival here?
Well, I doubt he's practiced. I bet he's read over his speech many times, and he's pretty good at reading speeches. And I think he will. He has good delivery. He knows how to give a speech. My guess is he's talking to a lot of different people and getting ready to come over. It's interesting in our history how this, presidents getting to the Capitol to be sworn in. The first inauguration was in New York at a place called Federal Hall, where Washington came all the way from Mount Vernon and rode horseback and through carriages through various cities on the way and had all this big celebration of him coming to that ceremony. He gets to the ceremony. They go to give him the inauguration, and nobody had remembered to bring a Bible. They had to run and get one from a Masonic temple that he used, and that many presidents have used since because of its historic significance. He then walked over to church himself. And then when you had Thomas Jefferson, he left his hotel where he was in Washington and walked to his inaugural, the first one, and then walked back to the hotel following that inaugural. So that was kind of a important point. Later in his second inaugural, he rode a horse to Congress to be sworn in. That then followed with various presidents getting there by various means. I think the first to go in a car might have been McKinley. No, not McKinley. Would have been Harding. Subsequently, this tradition developed where once the president was done with the inauguration, then you would have a parade that followed on. And those parades became more and more elaborate. Eisenhower's lasted for 4.5 hours. It was the longest. Wilson's had 40,000 people marching in it. It was the most people marching in a parade. So that became kind of the tradition of the president going back. And as you know, Carter, when he left his inauguration, was being driven back to the White House when he stopped the car, got out, and started to walk. And that became extremely famous. And I think everybody has followed that, where they walk a portion of the time on the way back to the White House. Trump did it and Biden did it. It is become kind of a tradition. It'll be interesting to see in the cold weather whether they'll follow that pattern or not. I wouldn't, frankly, for security and other reasons. But this getting to there and then leaving ended up resulting in the parade that we have, because the early presidents were followed by their enthusiastic supporters back to the White House. Andrew Jackson had such enthusiastic supporters that they came back to the White House and ransacked it. I mean, they went in, punch bowls were thrown everywhere, curtains were torn down, people had to escape through windows. It was just a scene. A joyous scene, but eventually the way they got everyone out of the White House was to take these big punch bowls outside and get the people to leave the White House.
And Jim, I just wanted to pause as President-elect Donald Trump has now arrived at the White House. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming Trump and Melania Trump right there. I am going to raise the audio. Again, we might not be able to hear much, but let's listen in. To say this is really interesting as we're watching President Biden and President-elect Trump standing there, apparently seeming to have a conversation of some sorts. And it's just so interesting to see the interactions, as always, as it was in very contentious, battle almost between the two before President Biden announcing that he would step down and step away from running once again for president. But, Jim, when you take a look at that moment, we did this with J.D. Vance, of course, and Vice President Harris. But what do you make of that as they paused right where that photo opportunity was, but to apparently have some sort of conversation?
The same thing I said about the J.D. Vance moment. This is good for the country to see. The unity is good. The friendship shown between two men is good. Melania Trump looked a little uncomfortable, but that's a difficult role to be in. And when the two of them went in, it looked like they continued to talk. This is reminiscent of Obama and Trump speaking at Carter's funeral too. This is a time for people to begin treating each other as not just political enemies, but as, fellow Americans. If you look over time, that interaction can sometimes be very frosty. If you look at when FDR came in 1933 and Hoover lost, they rode together in an open car with the same blanket over them to the Capitol for the inauguration, and FDR chatted away and Hoover said nothing. He was not happy. Carter and Reagan were similar. I don't think Carter was particularly chatty. I think Reagan, being who Reagan was particularly chatty. When Warren Harding won after the First World War, Woodrow Wilson had a stroke. 19 months earlier, he had tried to pass what was called the Versailles Treaty, the League of Nations. It failed. He, trying to get it passed, Wilson went out into the country to stump for it, had this severe stroke in Denver, was taken back to the White House, had another very severe stroke. And so he was very disabled at that point. And by the time, it came time for Harding to come to the White House and to go with him, they did go over together. But once they got to the Capitol, Harding kind of excused Wilson and said, I will not blame you if you don't want to come out for the ceremony itself, because he really was disabled at that point. And so Wilson was taken to his house on S Street, which is still in existence, a great museum if you're in Washington to go see. But this transition of power, this thing that Reagan talked about in 1981 as being a miracle, it really is a miracle. And it really is interesting. If you look back at Thomas Jefferson, as I told you, there was a really severe fight between Adams and Jefferson. They would later in life become friends and would write letters to each other. They both die on the same day in 1826 on July the 4th, interestingly enough. But during that time, as I said, Adams left and Jefferson went ahead and gave his magnanimous speech. So if you look at what has happened in these transitions of power, many people called that 1801 election a revolution, because it really was the first time we saw political power handed from one party to another. It was the very beginning of parties. And so people saw that as kind of an important revolution and an important development in the American experiment in democracy. And so it has been carried out ever since. And so this scene is a good scene for Americans. And let's hope that the inaugural also continues that feeling of let's unify as a country and move forward as a country. There are a lot of things that need to be addressed in this world and in this country. And, people need to work together to have that all happen.
Jim, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are continuing our coverage of Inauguration Day 2025. This is a live look right there outside the U.S. Capitol. As we have been sharing with you, arrivals continue inside the Capitol Rotunda. In fact, this is a live look right here of the Capitol Rotunda as we have seen family members of President-elect Trump as well as others arriving here, getting ready to be seated. Meanwhile, we also want to share with our viewers as well that we were sharing with you the arrival of President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump here at the White House. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcoming them in for a tea ceremony prior to the swearing-in ceremony. They are inside the White House, media not allowed inside. And of course, one has to wonder what that conversation is going to be like. This is another vantage point there outside the White House. A very snowy ground, a very cold day, which is why in just the second time, the first time since 1985, the swearing-in ceremony will be held inside the Capitol Rotunda. And in fact, this is an aerial view right here. It keeps going in and out, so I didn't want to necessarily bring it to you full, but just a very brief look right here at the aerial view from inside the Capitol Rotunda right there. Just a bird's eye view, and you can see that folks are making their way inside. And this is a live look right here inside Capital One Arena, as of course it is a very chilly day. So unfortunately, the hundreds of thousands of individuals who made the journey to the U.S. Capitol to watch as history unfolds as Donald J. Trump is sworn in as the 47th president. Unfortunately, the outside ceremony not happening, but you can already see that thousands of people are packing inside Capitol One Arena to watch this via the screens. We also know that Trump will then, after being sworn in as president, make his way inside the arena to deliver additional remarks to those as well. And once again, I do want to bring in my colleague Andrew Kraft as we continue our live coverage here, and you can see that lawmakers, Andrew, are arriving there inside Capitol Hill as, arrivals do continue. As we continue to discuss all of this, what are your thoughts as we continue to watch this unfold? Truly historic in nature right there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You're seeing the former speakers of the House there, McCarthy, Boehner, and Gingrich. So that's always interesting to see them kind of commingling together. Of course, Republican political powerhouses, all three of them really in their own right there. But I just want to go back. Our viewers were just watching that really incredible, somewhat tense scene, I think, between the Bidens and the Trumps. And you just kind of have to get into the head of Trump, into the head of Biden. These are longtime political foes. We know that they cannot stand each other. On the surface, yes, they exchanged pleasantries. They had a short conversation. They took the photo here. But the 2020 election and the 2024 election were very hard-fought contests. We know Trump did not even attend the inauguration of Joe Biden. Of course, things look a lot different this time around. And right now, as we speak, they are having tea together in the White House. And that goes to what Jim Robidault was saying, that this is what this day is about, the peaceful transition of power. You set all that aside, no matter how hard it is in your marrow and in your bones, that you might be thinking to yourself, if you're Biden or Trump or even Harris with Vance, because electoral defeats are very painful, but you put all that aside for today, one day only. And I think that's what Jim was alluding to. That's what this country is all about. That's what makes us unique. He called it, and many have called it, a miracle, so to speak. So I just wanted to note that there. Of course, we know President-elect Trump's relationship with former House Speaker McCarthy. You'll remember, Stephanie, in the wake of the January 6th Capitol attack, mere days, if not weeks afterward, Kevin McCarthy went down to Mar-a-Lago. And that was really seen as a game-changing moment. That was seen as a moment that was rehabilitating Trump's image in the wake of the January 6th Capitol attack, that there were going to be fellow Republicans who will still stand by him and forgive him for January 6th. So I thought that was interesting. McCarthy, of course, we know how that unfolded for him. He lost the gavel. His own fellow Republicans, 8 of them, ousting him from the speakership now a little bit over a year ago. And so he's on hand. There's going to be a lot of people on hand in the Capitol Rotunda. But that's what I'm thinking of right now. And just for our viewers, to give them up to speed on what's happening live right now, they are, the Bidens and the Trumps, having tea together at the White House before they ride together to the Capitol, to the Rotunda for the swearing in.
You know, and we're taking a live look, Andrew, of the White House right there as the tea ceremony is underway. And you know, it's always so interesting as we see, you know, the political rivalry, you know, front and center, you know, especially during the election cycle. And, you know, the ability for some, perhaps not all, but some of these politicians to then set that rivalry, that contentiousness aside, you know, and seeing beyond perhaps the political party and seeing the person instead. You know, as we take a look at the political landscape, you know, what do you make of that? Because we were seeing President-elect Trump and former President Barack Obama speaking with one another quite cordially at the funeral service of former President Jimmy Carter. Of course, you know, not everyone is able to, you know, put those politics aside after leaving office, after handing the baton, so to speak, you know, but one has to wonder what the conversation is like now inside the White House, as in just hours, President Biden, no longer president, and President-elect Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States, and for the second time.
Right. I mean, history is contingent. Elections matter. I'm sure you have. I know I have lost contests in my personal life, minor, large, grand, small, and it's tough and it hurts, but that's what this day is about. You put those aside, you let bygones be bygones for at least a couple hours.
Absolutely. And that apparently is what they are going to do. And, you know, just to give our viewers just another look right here, I did want to share this live look right here as well, as we are taking a look outside the Capitol Hill right there, outside the Capitol building. You can see buses lining up, most likely to bring in individuals into the Capitol Rotunda. And there is the aerial view. Unfortunately, it does go in and out, as, you know, we do get these live streams from time to time, but I did want to share that with you as we continue this live look right here. You know, Andrew, as we continue to take a look at this, you know, it is so interesting to see who is in attendance, who is being joined, and you can see people from really both parties attending, as well as you know, staunch supporters. In fact, you can see some of these Marco Rubio right there, Senator Marco Rubio, likely no longer to be that, obviously, as we have heard that Governor DeSantis has named his successor. But really the who's who right there in terms of cabinet selections.
Yeah, you're seeing all of the Trump cabinet selections get off that charter bus right there, and we can name them. We know, Stephanie, the confirmation hearings are literally happening as we speak. We saw a lot of that last week. It's going to pick up this week as well. These are the people Trump has chosen to help him lead and plan the agenda for the next 4 years. And so you see them all there get off that charter bus. Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, and others there.
Absolutely. And I did also want to share this with our viewers, you know, and actually we see some of the outgoing members as well, perhaps, as everyone is seated right here. So, you know, we are awaiting the arrival of both President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden. They, of course, are having their pre-inauguration, you know, ceremony as we continue to see, you know, individuals trickle, you know, but also, you know, as we take a live look right here, this is historic in nature. because this is atypical, Andrew. This is not something that we traditionally see every 4 years with the swearing-in ceremony. I did want to share this with our viewers as well. As you can see, a live look there, a larger, more extensive view of the Capitol building right there where everyone is congregating. And of course, as we have been sharing and talking about, there of course is a reason why when it comes to the fact that the mall is completely empty. No one is in attendance. No one is allowed to congregate there because of the frigid weather. And so I did want to share that with our viewers as well. And a beautiful live look right here. From the rooftop, I should say, of the Washington Monument, and this really giving us a clearer picture. We see the American flag there, waving in the wind, and the wind chill making it even feel like single digits right here as we continue to await the arrival of President-elect Trump and, of course, President Biden.
Yeah, that was a really cool shot there atop the White House. To your point, the flag's still at half staff. If we have the inside of the rotunda, we can point out some of the people that are there. I think that would be helpful for some people watching, because to your point, Stephanie, it is going to be a who's who of the federal government. It's going to be a who's who of Washington. But world leaders are also in attendance. I believe I saw the Argentinian president, Javier Milei, and other former world leaders as well. So we'll do our best pointing out these individuals, pointing out these members of Congress, former members of Congress, incoming and outgoing members of both administrations here. That's always, to your point, interesting to see who's there and who's not, who's seated next to who and who's standing maybe. But we're finally getting a live picture inside of the rotunda. We were wondering how this was all going to look because they had to pull it together so quickly. And there you see more of these individuals walking into Congress there. And if I recognize anyone, I will definitely point them out here. Looks like Tulsi Gabbard there, Vivek Ramaswamy, other members of the incoming Trump cabinet, and some of the staffers who will work in the second Trump White House. Upon confirmation, of course, there's Elon Musk.
And Andrew,
we can see if we can hear some of the natural sound. That's always interesting too.
It is, and we can see the inside of the rotunda as this, they continue to, weave through shots right here. But, as we take a moment to pause, I do want to bring in Rebecca Castor with Fox News as well as we continue our live coverage right here. And Rebecca, we're taking a live look from inside the Capitol Rotunda as we see lawmakers, officials, and really the who's who of Washington and the business industry, arrive ahead of this swearing-in ceremony. We see the Capitol building right there behind you as we are awaiting the arrival of President-elect Donald Trump. Security, of course, top of mind. Thousands of law enforcement officers spreading out across Washington, D.C. to make sure that what happens is as seamless as possible, a hustle and bustle, if you will, ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. So, can you set the scene for us right now?
Hey, Stephanie, good morning. So speaking with other reporters on our Fox team who have covered inaugurations here in D.C. in the past, they're saying that this security feels a lot more ramped up than previous inaugurations. So even though things have moved indoors, security is still red hot. They have the Capitol building pretty much locked down like a fortress. There are miles and miles of fencing all around the Capitol building, as well as some of the nearby streets. It's really hard to travel by car here in downtown D.C. right now. People are saying that they've been having to walk for several miles to get to some of these locations. But yesterday, thousands of police officers from across the country arrived here in D.C. They were sworn in by the local police chief, and they have been given police powers to help out the D.C. Metro Police as well as the Capitol Police as well. They're expecting at least 19 different protests to possibly happen around the district today, so we're going to be monitoring that. We know that they're going to have drones out, also monitoring events from the sky. So if anybody is here watching locally and they see drones in the air, that is likely what they are doing, monitoring some of these events. A lot of things are going to look different today than they have in the past now that this inauguration is moving inside the Capitol. It's been 40 years since a president was sworn in inside the Capitol Rotunda. Those lawmakers that are entering now to the Capitol Rotunda, that's an exclusive invitation. We're told only about 600 people are going to be able to sit inside the Capitol to be able to watch the swearing in happen in person. There's going to be an overflow room as well. So I think there was some discussion on Capitol Hill, lawmakers lobbying to try to get the best seat in the House and actually be there in person as opposed to that overflow room. But it's just not going to be the same event as if we would have seen Donald Trump outside on the west front of the Capitol taking the oath of office. Of course, all of these changes, primary reason is the weather. This morning, the feels like temperature was about 12 degrees. The sun is up, so it's warmed up a bit now. It feels a little bit more comfortable outside, but that decision was made with the safety in mind of the hundreds of thousands of people from all over the country who traveled to D.C. and we're going to congregate on the National Mall. They've actually shut that down. People that are still here are not able to even be around the National Mall today. They've locked it down because the police just don't want people gathering because of just the safety conditions out here in the weather.
All right, Rebecca, we do appreciate you sharing that with us as we continue to follow the very latest. And we did want to once again share this live look outside the Capitol Rotunda. We saw Jeff Bezos, of course, founder, CEO of Amazon, along with his fiancee, Lauren Sanchez. And I did want to raise the audio to see what we can hear as the arrivals continue at the U.S. Capitol ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. We see former President Bill Clinton along with Hillary Rodham Clinton also in attendance right there, just posing for pictures. And we do know that, all of the living presidents will be in attendance, as well as the former first ladies, everyone except for Michelle Obama, who will not be attending, not giving any particular reason why that is. She also did not attend former President Jimmy Carter's funeral as well. As we continue truly to see the who's who. We do hear some of the music right here, so we pause on the commentary and allow you to listen in. Rudy Giuliani, the former attorney for President-elect Donald Trump, of course, the former mayor there of New York City, as Rudy Giuliani now making his way inside ahead of the swearing-in ceremony for President-elect Donald Trump. We continue to see this, but I do want to pivot now because we do see here the departure there at the White House, as we do see Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff and soon to be First Lady Vice President there. And we are waiting in. I'm going to raise the audio as we are expecting President Biden and President-elect Donald J. Trump to be departing as well momentarily.
And Stephanie, we're just watching, you just saw the second gentleman there, Doug Emhoff, with the incoming second lady, Usha Vance, there, leave the White House. We know tea is happening between the Bidens and Trumps as we speak, but we were seeing a slew of dignitaries there enter into the Capitol Rotunda, including many, many members of the House and the Senate. You also, I'm not sure if some of our viewers caught, you saw Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, there walking into the rotunda. And from what I understand, I believe he will be administering the oath of office. Trump has two Bibles that will be used to administer the oath, his mother's Bible, and then, of course, the very, very famous Lincoln Bible from 1861. That's been a hallmark. It's been a tradition for many, many inaugurations past. So just a really, really beautiful live look. Let's keep listening.
Ready, host. Ready, host. Yeah.
Stephanie, in these moments, in these parts, I have to be honest with the viewer, it is my favorite just to see who's talking to who and who's not talking to who and who's greeting each other and who's turned their body language away from each other. It is fascinating. And almost the former speakers there right in the front, kind of unofficially acting as a greeting line for so many members there of the House. Many Republican members right there. You see Chip Roy, you see Brian Stile from Wisconsin, and others there. You see Jeff Van Drew from New Jersey. Of course, Chip Roy drawing the ire of President-elect Trump during the entire government funding shutdown showdown that was averted mere weeks ago after the Christmas holiday. But it's just very, very interesting. So we are seeing this, Stephanie, of how all these people are going to fit in the Capitol Rotunda, and it is getting full, and it is getting packed, as we can see. So we're going to do our best to point out some of these notable individuals, some of these dignitaries there, gathered, invited. Now, what was so interesting, a lot of these lawmakers, they get their own kind of set of tickets where they can hand out and dole out at will to, supporters and family and friends. Well, that was kind of moot this year because it was moved inside from outside because it was so cold. So to your point, we have heard from a lot of people, people who come from all over the country to be here for Inauguration Day. Pretty disappointing. And to your point, the National Mall right now, not a soul in sight. And that is never the case on these inauguration days. It is teeming with thousands of people. And you see there some of the members of Congress, Mike McCall there from Texas, Marcy Kaptur from Ohio, Greg Meeks from New York, Byron Donalds from Florida there, Mike Waltz, the incoming National Security Advisor. Of course, remember, he had to resign his House seat in order to take this role. This is not a Senate-confirmed role, National Security Advisor. And you see so many others from the Texas Republican congressional delegation there.
And also, you know, Andrew, what's interesting is, of course, obviously all of this has had to pivot from an outdoors event to an indoors one. And the reason being that it was too bitterly cold outside. And now one has to wonder, with hundreds and hundreds of people packing inside the Capitol Rotunda, how warm it's going to get inside there. They might have a very different issue. When you have so many people packed shoulder to shoulder, it does get very warm. And, you know, it is going to be interesting to see, as you mentioned, the interaction between the people as we continue to see that interaction. I did want to just allow our viewers to just absorb and you know, be part of this as we continue to raise the audio and just listen in and, you know, just take stock of this historic event. Although we do want to now pivot as we continue to see, here's a live look right here of the First Lady Jill Biden and the soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump now leaving the White House, entering into the motorcade as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda right there. A live look, as you can see, another event happening as the First Lady Jill Biden and soon-to-be First Lady Melania Trump departing together in this vehicle right here on their way to the Capitol Rotunda. We have yet to see President-elect Trump and President Biden. They will be likely the very last individuals to depart the White House on their way. As we were mentioning, Andrew, President Biden, President-elect Trump taking part in the traditional tea ceremony where they sit down for tea and, you know, have a conversation of sorts ahead of the inauguration and the official oath of office.
Yeah, I think the role of the First Lady, especially with Melania Trump, will be very interesting the second time around. Of course, you have to imagine what Jill Biden and Melania Trump discuss. Melania Trump is not a new First Lady. She is incoming and a former First Lady herself. And it was reported that Melania Trump's people did decline another invitation for tea with First Lady Biden a couple of weeks back. So I thought that was interesting. Maybe no love lost between the two there. But we know Melania Trump really took a back seat, was almost completely absent from the 2024 campaign. Yes, she did appear at that Madison Square Garden rally in New York City. She did appear at the RNC there in Milwaukee. She did not speak at the RNC, and so it'll be interesting to see. She did take somewhat of a back seat in the Trump first term as well. In the role of First Lady, the role of First Lady that Jill Biden took was very front and center, was very prominent. Someone would even argue that she was, because of President Biden's age or alleged infirmities or alleged senility, that she was somewhat also in charge of the inner circle, so to speak. So I thought those roles were very different. And we now have the two principals, I believe, coming out. Maybe not?
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to let our viewers know we see the doors opening once again. That, of course, is Vice President-elect J.D. Vance alongside Vice President Harris. They, too, will be sharing a motorcade. And to your point, Andrew, you were mentioning it's going to be interesting to see what First Lady Jill Biden and Melania Trump will be speaking about. Now you have Vice President Harris and J.D. Vance sharing a vehicle. You know, is there going to be any sort of conversation, you know, as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda? We continue to talk about the political dynamics. And, you know, it's always interesting. We see them from a distance, but truly they only know what's happening inside that vehicle, of course, alongside, you know, Secret Service. But they too are departing the White House. And finally, as we pivot the view right there back to the front doors, you know, we are expecting to see President-elect Trump and President Biden to depart shortly. I also wanted to share this look as we continue to take a look. You can see House Speaker Mike Johnson there arriving at the Capitol Rotunda as we do see the limousine that is set to depart the White House right here. And I did just want to pause on this live look as we are expecting President-elect Trump and President Biden to be departing the White House in just a matter of moments, also sharing a singular vehicle as they make their way to the Capitol Rotunda for this historic moment as President-elect Donald Trump is going to be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States.
And just to note, Stephanie, the woman in the green jacket, that was Senator Deb Fischer from Nebraska. There's this entire congressional committee known as the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. They are tasked with putting all this on. And so that's why you saw Senator Deb Fischer there, the Republican from Nebraska. And so they are responsible for planning this, for making sure it all goes off without a hitch. And so they are instrumental in this. You're going to see them quite a lot today. And you just saw Deb Fischer there with, I believe, Usha Vance and Doug Emhoff. So wanted just to note that there as well. You also see some of these congressional leaders get there into the rotunda. You just saw Hakeem Jeffries and others, Speaker Mike Johnson. So congressional leadership looks like they are in the building now. We are waiting, to your point, President-elect Trump and President Biden. And to your point, I do hope that maybe some of the official photographers will release photos from inside the limousines of how these moments transpired, what the conversations were like. Maybe we can get some reporting as well. We do know, though, the Bidens have been somewhat gracious with the Trumps after the November 5th election. President Biden inviting Trump to the White House that very same week and committed to a peaceful transition of power. And that is what we are seeing today. And that is why this is so important. So Biden and Trump will be riding over in the Beast to the Capitol from the White House momentarily. This is really quite something. You know, obviously they haven't spent that much time together. They were on a debate stage twice in 2020. They were on a debate stage once in 2024. They've appeared at similar events at the same time, but I would venture to say that this is going to be the closest in proximity they have been for the longest duration, maybe ever. And so you just have to wonder what those conversations are going to be like. These political rivals, political foes, from all reporting suggests they literally cannot stand each other. And I think a lot of the viewers forget that after Biden sought not to seek re-election after the debate in June in Atlanta, where he withdrew from the ticket, the Trump campaign had a difficult time adapting and adjusting to the fact that he was not going to be the rival. It was going to be someone else, and here they are.
And as the limousine departs right there, we actually saw President-elect Trump on his cell phone, Andrew, just checking some stuff. But we were hearing one of the reporters yelling out to both Biden and Trump, "What are you going to talk about?" And obviously they did not answer. But of course, that's the question that everyone wants to know. What will these gentlemen be speaking about? They, of course, were joined by Representative Amy Klobuchar, who, is part of the committee that oversees the inauguration and all of the events. But still, curious minds want to know, Andrew, what is the conversation going to be like inside this limo? I don't know specifically, and perhaps you do, just how many minutes it's going to take for the limousine to actually arrive at the Capitol, but it could either be a very long ride or it could be a very short and comfortable ride. We don't know.
Yes, it is a very short ride, under 10 minutes. And yeah, you saw there Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, the Democrat, another member of this joint congressional committee on inaugural ceremonies. And so she's also in the limousine. Maybe she'll be breaking the ice, so to speak, between Trump and Biden. But this leads me to wonder as well, Stephanie, what is the Biden post-presidency going to look like? We know they're going to be, they being Joe and Jill Biden, they'll be spending a couple of days in Santa Barbara, California. After today, they'll be whisked off there to the West Coast. We know Trump is going to the West Coast later this week on Friday to survey some of the damage wrought by the LA wildfires. So they may be in California at the same time as well. But a post-presidency looks different, so to speak, if you're Obama and you're leaving the White House in your 50s. Biden leaving the White House in his early 80s. I wonder how he will choose to use that. He said in a speech in South Carolina just yesterday, he is going to remain engaged. He is going to remain committed. He's not going anywhere. So I think it remains to be seen what his role in American political life will be going forward. Sometimes presidents, all presidents, when they leave the White House, they go back to being everyday regular citizens. But some take up a role and they want to use their influence that they had in the Oval Office, even while not in the Oval Office. Jimmy Carter was a perfect example of that. And so you're watching the beast right now move down Pennsylvania Avenue, down to the U.S. Capitol. This is quite something. This is remarkable. Let's just watch and listen.
All right. It does appear perhaps as though this live look right there, foes. Andrew, obviously this, this is coming from one of the vehicles as part of this motorcade. It does look like they are trying to get it back, but and it does look like they have. We're just going to hang on this. It looks like they have fixed this issue. Let's listen in.
Yes, Stephanie, of course, we're moving down Pennsylvania Avenue right now, and you can just hear the cheers from so many of these supporters who have lined the streets there, and you can see them on the sides waving. It is very, very cold. We're now passing the National Gallery of Art, if you're familiar with Washington. We do apologize about the feed. It looks a little bit in and out there, but we're going to stay with it. But the motorcade moving now, both President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump inside alongside Senator Amy Klobuchar in there. So I said this is about under 10 minutes, and we're going to be moving up to the U.S. Capitol in just no time here. But you can see the security. You can see there some of the troops standing guard, saluting the motorcade as it moves past. And now I believe we're going to be right outside the U.S. Capitol momentarily. And so this is really, really remarkable. We're not going to, and it has been reported, we're not going to see your typical inauguration parade, down Pennsylvania Avenue because it is so cold. President-elect Trump will be visiting his throngs of thousands of supporters at Capital One Arena, much like the rally he had yesterday. And that is where people are watching it live inside that arena, thousands of them. And that is probably why you're not seeing as many people line the streets. There's hardly anyone on the National Mall because, one, it's inside the rotunda, the swearing in, the oath. And two, it's just too cold there. And we've heard from some of Trump's folks, including incoming White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, saying that this was not done for security reasons. This was done to protect his people, Trump's people. Though there are some security analysts and experts that we've even talked to here on Live Now who argue that this could have been made with that in mind. That decision could have been made with that in mind. Let's keep watching this motorcade.
Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
And there we saw President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump arriving at the Capitol. We see Elon Musk there, Andrew, just one of the tech titans, as you know, we were discussing.
Right.
As we await the official swearing-in ceremony, there is Melania Trump right there, First Lady Jill Biden, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and others as they continue to make their way inside the rotunda for that actual swearing-in ceremony.
Yeah, and interesting, the Vances seem to be kind of trailing behind, leading the pack from behind, so to speak. I thought that was interesting there. You see J.D. Vance and Usha Vance coming into the rotunda there. Biden and Trump kind of walking somewhat stone-faced there. Biden, when asked, how's it going, he said, well, he and Trump side by side, in unison, in tandem, walking in with Vice President Kamala Harris behind. And you can just feel the emotions in the room. I think it's so interesting that, and that's what's so unique and so miraculous about the American experiment, is that political foes, political losers and winners alike can be in the same room. You see the Republican mega donor there, Miriam Edelstein. You see UFC chairman Dana White. This is part of the Trump invitation list, so to speak. I'm going to be doing my best to point out some of these individuals, but you also saw there Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, speaking with Elon Musk as well. So, Stephanie, we're just waiting for President-elect Trump, President Biden, and all the other dignitaries to enter into the rotunda. There is a waiting area, kind of a holding room off the side, and now you see members of the incoming Trump cabinet, all of whom, Stephanie, have yet to be confirmed, though their confirmation hearings are ongoing as we speak, and they will continue this week as well. You also see incoming White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, there in the long white dress coat. She was instrumental in the Trump 2024 campaign, serving as co-campaign chairwoman with Chris LaCivita. And you see so many others: South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, former Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler, former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin, John Ratcliffe there, Trump's pick to lead the CIA, Kash Patel, Trump's pick to lead the FBI, and so many. I believe that's Vivek Ramaswamy, Kevin Hassett as well, and Tulsi Gabbard. So all of the incoming Trump cabinet members are seated behind the principals there on the dais, which I think is an interesting choice. Yes, they will serve out, if confirmed, the Trump cabinet there, Susie Wiles speaking with Tulsi Gabbard. So it's just really interesting. I mean, Stephanie, if you think about it, we're going to be talking about these names a lot, you and I, on Live Now from Fox for the next 4 years. I also recognize there to the right, Tucker Carlson in the rotunda. There's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and so many others. Some of whom, Stephanie, you remember, were one-time rivals of Trump on the primary stage, like North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. But I think I've exhausted my recognition here with familiar faces, but that is a storyline we are going to have to watch in the next couple of days, these confirmation hearings, and whether or not there will be any more hiccups or snags in that process. They've been quite fiery as of late, including with Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth last week.
And truly, Andrew, the power that is inside this room, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. We have seen some Democrats there as well, but this is just one of those moments where everyone comes together as part of this American tradition. And that, of course, is the inauguration, the swearing-in ceremony of Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of the United States. Truly remarkable as we get that inside front row seat, and we're able to share that with our viewers in real time. So many people not able to make the journey to Washington, D.C., but now being part of history in the making.
Yes, just for the viewers, that couple there, that was former Vice President Dan Quayle and his wife, the former Second Lady Marilyn Quayle there. So the Quayles are in the House as well. This is fascinating. I didn't know we did have the shot on the very tail end on the right-hand side of the dais. Some of these world leaders, Stephanie, that are here and on hand. The leader of Argentina, Javier Milei. We also know Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister. She is in the House as well. We know the Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China is here as well. That was the delegation Xi Jinping sent. And of course, former Vice President Mike Pence. Stephanie, I don't think it's lost on the viewers his role in the last 8 years and what he has meant for recent history. Of course, he was the only and the highest ranking member of the Trump administration last time to attend the inauguration because Donald Trump was not there himself. And then, of course, these tech titans, Mark Zuckerberg there, you just saw, the CEO of Meta.
And as we take a look, Andrew, as we take a look at
concentrated in this room right now, somewhat beyond comprehension.
Yes, and you were mentioning just the political figureheads, just the who's who. But as you also mentioned, we have Elon Musk, we have the who's who in the tech industry. The conversations that are happening right now, Andrew, I have to imagine aren't just about politics. We see Jeff Bezos right there, but also I have to imagine perhaps some business as well. I mean, these are the heads of multi-billion-dollar industries chatting. You see Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos having a conversation right there. RFK Jr. nodding and smiling in the background. Pete Hegseth. I mean, just from just a human perspective, not even a political perspective, Andrew, just from a human perspective, it's just absolutely fascinating to watch. And we get this front row inside look into what is happening.
Yes, Stephanie, I wouldn't underestimate the ability of even billionaires to engage in small talk. The world's wealthiest man right there, you see Elon Musk. Of course, we know Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin, just had a first in its own right with their most recent test launch there in Texas. We know how important that is to Elon Musk and SpaceX. And remember, Musk is going to be part of this administration, not Senate confirmed, but as head of the Department of Government Efficiency. Also, it's notable because a lot of those tech titans, Stephanie, well, they were donors to the inaugural committee. $1 million donations came in from Amazon, from Apple, from Boeing, from Google, from Lockheed Martin, from Microsoft, also from Sam Altman of OpenAI. You see there Mark Zuckerberg and his wife. So it's not only how these individuals are going to work with the incoming Trump administration, they have also given money to the Trump inaugural as well. So they have paid for their seats, so to speak, Stephanie.
So true. When you talk about donations and, trying to, get into the ear of the most important people who make these decisions. But, as we take a look at, and we are awaiting, of course, the people of the hour as we are, anticipating the introduction initially of Melania Trump and Usha Vance. They will be the first people to be introduced, and then Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and And then finally, of course, the man of the hour himself, Donald J. Trump, as the 47th president of the United States. As we were mentioning, Andrew, this is not going to be what we are used to seeing when it comes to inaugurations. It's a little different as we are indoors right now. Instead of being out on the mall with hundreds of thousands of people, this now is just the select, hundreds of people that are allowed. Inside, we see former President Bill Clinton and Hillary Rodham Clinton walking not hand in hand, but side by side right there as they make their way to the seats. And also, Andrew, we haven't seen former President Barack Obama. We may have missed him, at least perhaps me, but I have not seen him yet. And we are expecting that he will be in attendance. And so we're just going to have to wait and see. Of course, George W. Bush with Laura Bush as well. We're also expecting to see arrive as we continue to just watch history unfold before our very eyes.
Hey, Stephanie, you had mentioned there, we see the Bushes now. You had mentioned all these people in the rotunda. You would imagine it's going to be quite toasty, quite warm. You might be right, but historically, the Capitol Rotunda is freezing. So I just thought I'd offer that context there. But now we see President George W. Bush, former First Lady Laura Bush. We also see members of the Trump family, the Trump grandchildren, now entering into the rotunda there.
And then there we have former President Barack Obama walking alone, as we do know that former First Lady Michelle Obama declining to attend this swearing-in ceremony, not indicating why. There's been a lot of speculation about that, but she also was not in attendance for former President Jimmy Carter's funeral service. And also to note, Andrew, former Vice President Pence was walking solo, and we saw during the funeral service of Jimmy Carter, his wife not shaking the hand of Trump or Melania Trump, indicating, of course, that fractured relationship that took place after, that fateful day on January 6th.
Yeah, that was quite a frosty, chilled reception there at the National Cathedral now some weeks ago between Karen Pence and the Trumps. A non-existent greeting, so to speak, though there was reported what Pence and Trump briefly discussed. Pence offering his congratulations to Trump on his election victory. So I thought that was interesting. Still pleasantries maintained and delivered between the two there, though at the Carter funeral, that was, I believe, the first time they had been in the same room since January of 2021 here. But of course, Pence stuck to his constitutional duties that day, January 6, 2021, and he's doing so as well, keeping with tradition. Of course, it's not in the Constitution that former presidents and vice presidents attend the inauguration, but Pence doing the same. There aren't that many parts of today, Stephanie, that are enshrined and codified in the Constitution. Of course, the presidential oath itself, that's right there. Now, the oath that vice presidents take, not necessarily there either. They can do as they see fit. It's not too far off from the presidential oath. But the presidential oath is in the Constitution. The date, January 20th, that's in the Constitution, albeit by amendment as well. So I thought it just kind of underscores the fact that most of today is tradition, is pomp, is circumstance, is pageantry. So I thought that was interesting for our American history buffs out there.
And, even though these traditions are not as long-standing as some other countries, these are, really held, close to the hearts of those here in the United States, really signaling that new frontier and now making this our own as we continue to look, as you were mentioning, Andrew, the who's who of the business world and also the soon to be, possible cabinet picks right there, as we see some are posing for pictures. But what a moment in history as we continue to await the inauguration ceremony to get underway, and just taking a look right now, Andrew, of what is to come. Of course, the schedule did have to be adapted because this is no longer going to be held outside. But just to let our viewers know, what they can expect, we are expecting the Vances and the Trumps to be introduced. We're also expecting House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader Thune and Senator Klobuchar. They will be introduced as well. And then finally, President-elect Donald Trump will be introduced. That really begins, the official, the call to order, which Senator Klobuchar will issue. And then the swearing-in ceremony begins, also, and different perhaps from President-elect Trump's first swearing-in ceremony. Who is going to be performing? Carrie Underwood is set to perform America the Beautiful. And then after that, that is when J.D. Vance will be sworn in as vice president, and finally Trump sworn in as the 47th president of the United States. But just wanted, and we can see the justices right there. I did want to raise the audio so we can continue to listen in.
Here with my colleague Stephanie Quinu. I want to thank everyone for being with us. We're just a little past the 10 a.m. Eastern hour. Stephanie, to your point, we just saw the justices of the Supreme Court. I believe all 9 of them in attendance, but also I've spotted there former Justice Stephen Breyer, who retired during the Biden presidency, and that is how we got Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first African-American female on the court there. So Breyer in attendance, which I thought was interesting. Also wanted to highlight just some of the excerpts that we have gotten from Trump's second inaugural speech that will be delivered in about an hour's time. He says this: "My message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization." To my point, Stephanie, going into this weekend and now today, the social scene of Washington is full on MAGA. And I don't say that as an opinion or as a subjective statement. It really is. It's such a departure. It's such a shift from how the Trump folks were welcomed into Washington in 2017 after his shocking electoral upset, his defeat of Hillary Clinton. And now we see members of the Trump family, his children there. Interesting.
right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox on this Inauguration Day as we are taking part of some of the many speakers at the Capital One Arena. We just heard from Dan Scavino, assistant to President Trump, and also the Deputy Chief of Staff. And we are expecting more speakers coming up a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. We're also keeping an eye because soon President Trump will be signing some executive orders that will be happening at Capitol Hill as well. So we'll be giving you really all of the looks today for this very special Inauguration Day 2025. Again, we appreciate all our viewers continuing to join with us right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. We'll continue to guide you through the next couple of hours on Live Now with our team as we provide you always the latest live feeds and top stories. And of course, this one, no doubt, all about the inauguration today. So let's continue to showcase some of the many different looks that we have here from Capital One Arena to the Capitol. We do have a lot more speakers to showcase to you here today. All right, everyone. So coming up here in just a little bit, we will have President Trump signing some executive orders in front of supporters at the Capitol. And one of the many executive orders that he is expected to do today, over 100, is what some people are saying here. So one of the first are going to be talking about addressing the crisis at the southern border there, and that will be one of the major ones that will be discussed and signed by President Trump in just a little bit at Capitol Hill. And then, of course, we will showcase the journey back to the White House for President Trump later this evening. So we got you covered here on Live Now from Fox as you settle in for the afternoon and evening portion. On Live Now, we'll continue to also showcase some highlights throughout the day that has already made a lot of news. And, of course, we'll be continuing to bring you that coverage all right here on Live Now from Fox. But again, in just moments, we will have President Trump signing some executive orders over at Capitol Hill. And once that does happen, we will bring that to your attention all right here on Live Now from Fox, as well as showcasing some of the many balls at Capitol Hill a little bit later this evening as well. Let's go out to the Capital One Arena, though. This is the same site where just yesterday they had the Inauguration Eve rally as well as concert, and now this setup here for many of the speakers, and this was in place of the parade that was supposed to happen, but because of the very chilly temperatures in DC, had to be moved to inside, and that is where we are looking at right now, where this will be taking place in just a little bit. So we appreciate all our viewers continuing to join with us here on this Inauguration Day. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you again for being with us on this very busy Monday as we give you all of the different looks and feeds right here. All right, while we are waiting for more action coming from the Capital One Arena or inside the Capitol, let's just show you just a little bit more of Trump's remarks. This came right after the inauguration remarks. This was in the overflow room at the Capitol.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hope to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was... I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and
she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said? See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? you, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but it was...
All right, everyone. So that was just some of the remarks from earlier today. But what we want to do, of course, we are live now from Fox, so we try to bring you as many different live feeds, of course, on this Inauguration Day. Let's go back out to the luncheon. We are getting a new feed from that right now, and this is live here, where we do have Representative Scalise speaking as President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance listen in.
But one of the things President Trump said that I thought was the most touching, he said, in America, the impossible is what we do best. And I think that epitomizes the spirit when you think about this room, this statuary hall, and you look at some of the statues. Thomas Edison, he did the impossible. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if Elon's still here. Elon does some of those things himself. But you look at somebody like Rosa Parks, and she did something that many would have said couldn't be done with just a simple gesture of saying, I'm not going to sit in the back of the bus. And so the impossible is what we do in America. And President Trump said something else. He said, our golden age has just begun. America's ready for another golden age. Mr. President, we present to you these flags that were flown over the United States Capitol at full mast in honor of being sworn in as President of the United States.
Thank you, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for your leadership of today's ceremonies. President Trump, Madam First Lady, congratulations. I have the honor of presenting the Vice President with our nation's highest symbol, the American flag. As a United States Marine, the Vice President put on the uniform to protect and serve America. Like so many men and women before him in our nation's history. Old Glory was adopted in wartime by the Second Continental Congress in 1777. A full 12 years before the office of the Vice Presidency was even created, or the House of Representatives convened for the first time. The resolution said that the flag would be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation. Out of many, one. Some 250 years later, from Appalachia to Anacostia, Middletown to Mar-a-Lago, the Bayou to Brooklyn, we remain one nation under God. To Vice President Vance, Usha, and family, may God bless and watch over you as you begin this journey. On behalf of the Congress, we present one of the flags that flew above the Capitol today to the 50th Vice President of the United States of America, James David Vance, and wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Now on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir. Actually, many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors they met in law school. He writes speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes. And you're a great example to all of them and to all of us. That if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today. And to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. Here, here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him, caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.